Hello everyone, welcome to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Rob and I'm going to be playing some solo Cloudspire today. We're back with I don't know, it's the Cabra. How many playthroughs of solo Cloudspire this week would it make it? I'm not sure what number this is. I know we played the other day. I'm not sure. Maybe it's Cabra knows. He might be keeping count. Can let us know how many solo playthroughs we've done this week so far. But hello everyone joining live in the chat. I do want to give a special shout out to all those names you just saw flying by, those that support the channel on... Oh, Scott's got the answer, 2! Yes, but not only the second playthrough this week, we did some playthroughs last week of Cloudspire, and we're continuing with tomorrow. We're playing another skirmish. I just scheduled it today, where Mel and I are going to try one of the mission control themed 2-player skirmishes. So that's scheduled tomorrow, so hit subscribe, find your way back, hit the like button, and you can set a reminder on that live stream already. Check the playlist links down in the video description for more Cloudspire video playthroughs on the past, present, and future on the channel. But hello everybody. But yeah, shout out to those who support the channel, whose names you saw earlier flying on the screen, those that are producers of the channel, supporters of the channel, by clicking the join button down below or by clicking the links on over to Patreon that you can find in the video description. Any more information about that stuff can be found down below. But thank you everyone who supports the channel, especially for playing a game. Like, to be honest, like I know this game has its hardcore fans, and you don't see this game played a lot on YouTube, especially on the bigger channels, because this is a very niche game. And today we're playing a even more niche expansion for this game, and I wouldn't normally be playing this stuff if it wasn't for your guys' support. That allows me to play these kind of games, and I don't have to rely on, publishers who do email me all the time, ask me to play their stuff, and I say no a lot because I don't feel like playing a lot of garbage. But it's an amazing game, but it is a very complex, a very niche game. It's not for everybody. It's very expensive, very premium. It's heavy. And yeah, without you guys watching the videos, hitting the like button, and especially those that financially support the channel, I wouldn't be able to spend live streams playing this kind of game with you guys. So I do appreciate it. And it's a nichier, it's the nichiest of niche. No, it's not the nichiest game. I don't know of a nichier game, but I'm sure there's some. But yeah. But the game's still in like the top 1,000 games on BGG. So it's not like completely niche, but well, let's be honest, it's not exactly, like a mainstream or, super popular game. But I love it, as you guys know, or I wouldn't have played so many hours of it on the channel. But yeah, I love it. I love it that I can play games that I really want to play. So yeah. Craig says, I promise I won't get ahead of you today, Rob. I've spent more time with Horizon's Wrath than Uprising. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Play along with me, Craig, when we get to the playthrough part. But if there's stuff when we talk about the Uprising, you have any questions, or anything that I'm missing, or any tips or anything, feel free to chime in the chat, Craig, by all means. Because others will watch this video in the future. Others who are in the live chat right now can definitely benefit from your feedback and pointing things out. I need to stop reading everything you say that gets ahead of what I'm saying. I just need to kind of like, ignore it, because it is more information. More information to the table is great. I'm learning this faction. I've played them twice. I did kind of the same thing I did with Horizon's Wrath. I put them out yesterday. I sat down starting at like 7 a.m. yesterday, and I opened up the expansion, got everything out, and started playing the faction almost all day, like till like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I did like 2 full plays with this scenario, trying to understand the scenario, trying to understand the faction, getting used to some of the new market chips and stuff. But there's a lot with this expansion. Like, I don't know how to say it. It's like, I have jokes, but we'll save some for later. But yeah, feel free to give more info, because again, I'm not a pro with this faction. Like I said, I just got them a couple weeks ago. So they're very new to me, and I just started playing with them yesterday, and literally just started reading their sheets and stuff yesterday pretty much for the first time. I kind of glanced over it before, but I didn't really care at the time because I wasn't playing it the next day. But yesterday I kind of was like really into it. So hopefully that'll pay off here. And when I'm explaining this faction to you guys, and you guys can get an understanding of what this faction is about, and maybe can decide if it's a faction for you or not, an expansion you want to buy for Cloudspire or not. Because that's what this video is for. This is not a how to beat this scenario, gaining 3 renown with a blindfold on while doing a Rubik's Cube or anything like that. This is like, we're going to play through it. Hopefully we get a renown or 2. Maybe we get 3. I don't know. I was told last stream that this is a very difficult scenario. I don't know if it's like very difficult, we'll see, but it feels very narrow. So it's one of those solo scenarios, and we played them many in the past. I played so many solo scenarios. Some of them feel like there's lots of paths to victory. Some of them feel very narrow, like there's kind of a one set path or 2. And if you don't do a certain starting or a certain mid-game play or a certain wave 4 play, you just kind of fail. This kind of feels a little bit like that. But it's pretty cool that the faction and the scenario, there is a lot of variability, a lot of randomness, a lot of luck that is you have to deal with. And experience is what this faction is aimed at. So just like the Horizon's Wrath, if not even more, the Uprising is targeted at Cloudspire players who have played a ton, which is why you won't see this expansion played on YouTube that often unless it's just someone who's like lifestyle game. This is their lifestyle game, which makes sense because that's how Chip Theory is doing their expansions now. It's kind of like really targeted at the hardcore player, the Chip Theory fan that literally only plays their games on the table all year round and gets really deep into them, gets in the weeds, in the Discords, and the Facebooks, and the BGG posts, and the discussing rules online. That's what this faction is for. This faction is for those players who want a 50+ stack market chip pile that you get to sort through every time you play with the Uprising. You got to kind of work with what's thrown at you. Very clever, very cool, but it's definitely the kind of faction. Not only is Cloudspire the game, for those who are new to it, it's a game that rewards repeated plays. Like you have to dive in, and that's why I call it a lifestyle game. You have to like live in this world and get really into the game. It's not a casual, learn it, play a game, put it away, play it later. This game very much rewards repeated play in every faction, every scenario, all that stuff. You got to play it over and over again, try to solve it, try to figure it out, get used to the possible, unknown landmarks, that kind of stuff. But this expansion cranks that up even more because it involves you knowing the market really well. You have to know some stuff about this faction, but it's kind of like you just have to deal with what's thrown at you, which I think is super clever, super clever. So we'll go over that now. But that's my spiel on what I feel so far. Whoa, you don't just play a game that arrives in the... What? The dawn is placed in the shadow of your... I don't know what you're saying, Sakabra. Rob, it always makes you happy to see and hear you laugh. Alper, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm not laughing at you, Alper, I promise. I promise I'm laughing with you. Welcome, Alper, welcome. My all-in pledge of Cloudspire arrived yesterday. Guess what I'm going to play tomorrow? Vincent, I don't know if you're going to play it tomorrow, but you're definitely going to start reading rule books and reference sheets tomorrow. I don't know if you'll get it to the table. It takes a while to get this game down. But I still say set it up, start playing the tutorial tomorrow now that you have that, and I think you'll have a good time. So that's awesome. And Hachiroku, I'm probably not saying that right, I'm so sorry. Not many the Uprising playthroughs on YouTube. I've been looking for this. I think because it's new, right? I don't know when the US received the Uprising. I didn't get my Canada pledge till, I don't know when it was, a couple weeks ago, a month ago now, I don't know. But I've been playing other things. I just haven't had time to get to it. And I think others are the same, right? So you have to understand when like I've learned, when Kickstarter pledges just like randomly show up at your door, like I don't follow them by the minute. I'm not tracking ships and going in the, the comment group like some people do, where they're literally like waiting, that picture of like a guy, like the dog waiting out the window. Like I do that with some things, I'll be honest. But with Kickstarters, I kind of set them and forget them and I don't look. And when they just show up on my door, a big box shows up on my door, I'm already scheduled live streams. I'm already learning other games. I'm in other things. I can't just usually stop what I'm doing and go, oh, Cloudspire expansion showed up. Let me just cancel some live streams and open up the box and start playing this tomorrow. Like I can't usually do that. So I assume for some YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff, it's even worse. Like it's even worse. As I see some of those channels, although some of those channels probably have more people that play games and do other videos and stuff. I'm just like kind of by myself with Mel's help, but yeah, so you have to understand the Uprising is new. And you have to understand Cloudspire, like I said, it's a niche game. It's not like a #1 seller. It's not #1 on the hotness list. It's no Gloomhaven, right? So also that kind of bumps it down in priority for channels to play it. Unless they're being paid and that kind of thing, you'll see stuff. But I just think a lot of people, like, it's an expansion, right? It's an expansion, let's be honest. It's competing against like new Kickstarter games coming out all the time, new prototypes, brand new games coming out at retail. So you just have to understand when a expansion comes out for a niche game, especially like the Uprising, which is targeted at hardcore players. Not every person who plays on YouTube, including myself, we're not hardcore Cloudspire players who are only playing games all day. We also have a channel to work on. So I have a feeling that's why you're not either going to not see this faction on YouTube very often at all, because it's targeted at hardcore players, like, not just oh, here's a new expansion, mix it in and play with your friends tomorrow. It's like here, play with these guys a bunch and try to figure out how they work. So that's what I think. That's what I think. Doesn't mean it's not awesome, though. Doesn't mean it's not awesome. But you have to understand, like, it's a marketing thing, right? Well, you played your friend's version thrice already. Oh, Vincent, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You're going to be right into it. So you did the right thing. That's what, with chip theory games I say a lot is if you can, and that's why they do really well at conventions, I think, and gain a lot of their fans from there, because people need to like see and play with chip theory games, because part of the sell is the quality of components and the touching and the feeling of the chips and the neoprene and the PVC plastic cards, and that's a hard sell when you're just posting images online. And you're posting on Kickstarter and you're watching videos on Kickstarter. It's so different. Like, I'm not joking. Like, when I was looking at Too Many Bones, going to Gen Con, I was like, so? But man, once we were demoed it on the convention floor, playing with it on a table, and I think the same, if, obviously with COVID and stuff, it's been harder, but if you have a chance and somebody else you can actually play, a chip theory game in person with, before you go and invest the hundreds of dollars it sometimes costs, plus some expensive shipping sometimes. That's the best way. That's their key. That's the key way that that company is gonna, succeed. They need people to see it in person and touch it and play with it, because it becomes addictive, to be honest. And that's why so many hardcore fans buy their games blindly, going forward. As soon as the Kickstarter's announced, they're like, "Yep, I'm in," just because they know the stuff will be quality. So yeah, you did it right, Vincent. Playing your friend's copy first, seeing if you like it, and now you're all in. Like, it's crazy. But that's how I wish everyone could do it that way. But not everyone has the games, and that's why I'm using YouTube to show it. But I even know on video, like, it doesn't come across like as well how crazy these components are. Alper says, no, the Uprising is so random that nobody apart from Rob has the guts to play them live on YouTube. Oh, I'm not playing it just live by myself. I have help with you guys that can help me play along, and I have ideas, and I want you guys to argue with me. I want you to tell me the market chips I'm picking are stupid, Rob. You need to pick these ones. I sat there and read through the landmark reference sheet yesterday. Before I read the scenario, then I read the landmark sheet and was like, what am I? Because the scenario lets you pick one landmark chip, and I want suggestions, because I have no idea. If anyone's even looked at this scenario, we'll go over it. But I'm looking at you guys in the chat. What did you pick for your one market chip you're allowed to pick in setup out of the whole 50-something market chips to gain for the scenario? But the only problem is you have to pay double the cost to put it in play. So to me, I've played the scenario twice, maybe 2.5 times now, and all those times I didn't pick anything because I didn't know. So I just played without anything, and maybe nerfed myself, maybe not. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm going to look for suggestions later on that. But it'll make more sense when we go over the scenario. Let's see. And it's going to be no quick stream. Like we learned the other day when we played the Horizons of Wrath solo, that was like 5 hours and something. We're going to be here for that today, I assume, unless we die really early in the scenario, but I may just restart and keep going. We're not going to rush it. I will try to take a mid-stream break if I remember, if my brain starts getting fried, but it's Cloudspire. That's what it does to you. So I'm okay with it. We're not here again to show the best strategies or how Cloudspire works, in wave 3 and 4, how the rules of Cloudspire go. You'll get an idea of the faction in the first couple waves, and in my little presentation here, what the faction is. And that's really what this video is about. So feel free to take off if you're just here watching this later or live and you're curious. What is the Uprising? What's their deal? Watch me explain what they are, the scenario setup, and we'll get the faction set up and pick the first couple waves of deployment and stuff, and you'll get an idea of what's going on here for sure. But we will play the whole thing today if we can. And yeah, so happy Friday. Oh, Sandman says, my vacation has started and I haven't received my Cloudspire yet. The delay annoys me. Here in Europe, it will probably take longer. Oh, man. Yeah, all the delays of everything, though. Every industry, with that whole, like, the storage container, issue, and that ship getting stuck, and COVID, and safety measures, and all these crazy things causing delays right now. It may annoy you, but Sandman, here I'm going to talk you off the ledge. Okay. Go to where you store your board games. Go to your shelves, your closets, your cupboards, your garage, your storage unit down the street. Wherever you hold your board game collection, just go to it right now. It's calling you. And there are games on there that you haven't played in a long time that you're going to love if you pull them out. And you have games you bought that are still in shrink that are staring at you. Go look at those games. They want your love. Show them the love. And before you know it, you'll get lost in those games and you'll hear a ding at your door and you'll have a new box and a Cloudspire expansions and you'll be fine. But yeah, just go play your other games. All will be well. Trust me, it works. It works. I do it to myself. I start wanting the order I placed for some board games. I start hitting refresh. Where's my damn order? Start checking the tracking info. Then I go, wait a second. I got a pile of games over here I can play in the meantime. And I start playing those games. And then boom, things show up at my door. And I'm like, whoa, I was in the middle of something. Here it is. And all will be well. So it'll be okay, Sandman. It'll be okay. Unless this is your first game you're adding to your collection, scratch everything I just said. Or go to your local board game store and get something else that you can play. Hey, Kanji saying blasphemy. Play games I already have? I say it all the time. Yeah, I'm just being funny, but like trying to joke around. But it's serious. Like, we always complain. We're like, "Where's that damn Kickstarter I paid for? Where's that game I ordered from my retailer? Why is the shipping company taking so long?" It's like, what about all those other Kickstarters you have that came already and you played once or haven't played yet? Like, just go play those. Oh man. Oh, Hachiroku's asking the question. I don't know if you're joking, but I get asked this every time I play Cloudspire or every time I play Too Many Bones. Do I prefer Cloudspire or Too Many Bones? Depends on the day. I don't know the answer. Every time I give my answer, it's like, depends on solo, depends who's here, who I want to play with, what game have I played a bunch recently, then I want to play the other game. So if I play a bunch of Cloudspire, like I have been the last week and a half or so, I am now would rather, if you asked me, you came over and said, Rob, you want to play one with me? I would say, let's play Too Many Bones. I haven't played that in a while. I've played a bunch of Cloudspire. I got my fix. That's the answer. It depends on the day, literally, and like, what have I played? What's new? Does this have a new faction? Does this not? But if I had to choose both to go onto an island and by myself, I guess solo, or an island, I'm stuck on an island with just one other player, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Too Many Bones, probably. Probably. But yeah, if I just think I'm going to be stuck there for a long time and have to play the same game over and over again, I don't know. I feel like I haven't played both games to the point where I'm sick of either, so that's a good sign. But I don't know which one I'd get sick of first. Maybe Cloudspire because it has the endless mode, so literally I could just keep playing and never stop. I don't know if it's truly endless, but it's not really endless, but yeah. Alper says, I assume you'll need 60 minutes even for your first move. Oh, in this scenario, yeah. How can I stop? The answer to that is don't deploy your hero on the first wave, I learned. Unless you have the right situation, I found. Because you need him for a couple of the scenario objectives, which we'll talk about. We'll talk about that later. But yeah, that after playing it a couple times, that's my feeling on it. Is I don't think you need to deploy him right off the hop, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Billy says, my Batman Kickstarter is delayed until summer. That's okay, though. I got other games to tide me over. Yes. Oh, man. Who buys games to play them anyway? Yeah. It's just the hobby of buying games. You don't need to play these games. There's just a hobby of buying games, I've learned. Of people who just watch videos on what Kickstarters are coming out, and then they want to know which Kickstarters to back, and then they back Kickstarters, and then they complain in the Kickstarter comments about the Kickstarters, and where are they? And then they go and back other ones in the meantime while they wait for the other ones to arrive. And it's just like a loop. They never play any of them. They just keep backing them over and over again. That's a hobby within the hobby. So there's miniature painting, okay? There's miniatures and miniature painting and collecting. There's Kickstarter backing, and then there's playing board games. Those three things all fall in the same hobby. Oh, man. Hey, Exquisitus. I keep saying that wrong. I'm sorry. Welcome. Howdy all. Have the day off. Super interested in Cloudspire. Oh, man. It's a beauty. It's a beauty. Frederick says, I have a rule. No more games until I played the last one at least 3 times, unless it's a very bad game. So let's say I have a lot of bad games. You just say it's a bad game so you don't have to play it at least 3 times. You just want to move on. That's funny. Yeah, it depends on the market. Agreed. Yeah. This faction is all about the market. There's some randomness here in this scenario, especially like I said. There's some luck, some variability you got to play with, and it may change the scenario. Most of them are like that, especially with the event die and stuff. Like the scenario can be really difficult. Oh man. Oh yeah, print and play. Print and play is another hobby within the hobby. Yes, print and play board gaming is a thing. I don't partake in it, but it is a thing. That's a whole other side. Man, I look on some of those websites when I was just trying to print cards and stuff for other games. And yeah, I've been sent links for like fan-made expansions, publisher-made expansions and stuff. And I go look on these websites and there's like tons of full games. And I know a lot of the games that have been created in the hobby, some of them have derived from print and play games that small designers have come up with that they put in front of publishers, and publishers pick them up and then, you know, make them a full production. And that one of them was that what was that solo little that arcadey game? What was that called? I don't remember, but I don't remember what that game was called. There's a couple. There was a couple print and play ones. And I'm sure I have other ones. I didn't even know they're print and play originally. But that's a good point, Vincent. Good point. All right, let's talk about the Uprising, the faction. And for those who don't know, I guess a good way to start is checking out the store and showing you what the heck it is I'm playing with today. So for those that don't know, most times Cloudspire, the Cloudspire game that I'm playing today, the Cloudspire game I've streamed many times on the channel. For those that are new, this is your first time seeing Cloudspire. You get this stuff mainly through Chip Theory's online store directly from the publisher. It is in some retailers. You can find it at conventions and that kind of stuff, but it's not something that's readily available in every board game store. And I get asked this question all the time is, where do you get this game? I get it on comments from older videos of Too Many Bones and Cloudspire and stuff. So I'm going to start off with just showing you, here's the Chip Theory Games online store. They ship all over the place. And we're playing Cloudspire. We're using these, I have a first printing game using the upgrade kit, which you can buy to upgrade your rule book, to add a tutorial. It upgrades all your reference sheets, your playing cards, a bunch of the chips, to change a few of the balance issues, to change a few learning roadblocks, to help you get into the game better. But overall, it's still the same game. But I'm playing with a lot of version 2 stuff today. And then we're playing with the Uprising faction expansion. And we're also playing with the Portal Seekers somewhere here. Portal Seekers second printing, I have that. I got the second printing one. So yeah, so we're playing with this. So we have market chips and things from this, and Earthscapes and stuff that aren't in the core set, just FYI, that you'll see here. So that's also why my market stack is super big. And then we have the Uprising faction. This is the main thing we're focused on today. It's a faction expansion. You do need the base game to play. You do not need Portal Seekers to play. You do not need the second edition upgrade pack or anything to play. You just need a base game, and you just need this faction expansion. And you can play some solo scenarios, some co-op scenarios, PvP from 2-player all the way up to 4-player. And you can play the solo, like I said, expansion, the solo campaign stuff, which we're playing today. Today we're playing solo. We're going to play the first solo scenario included in this scenario book that comes in this expansion. But you get the full expansion with these guys. But this is also, it's a content expansion in the fact that it adds more market chips, like a ton of more market chips. So if you feel like your market stack was getting stale and wasn't falling over enough, this expansion for you can make it so that if somebody sneezes, your market stack will fall over the table, which is pretty awesome. So yeah. So that's that. And let's talk about the Uprising. So the Uprising is primarily made up of market chips, so you'll need to be flexible to take advantage of their full potential. Use your unit's strengths to take on various ops and consider defeating your own units when they're weak to deny source rewards to your opponents. Finally, don't forget the power of multiple deploy points via building new waygates. I still haven't wrapped my head around being able to destroy my own units. I refuse to do it. I'm sure it's super powerful. It works with all these upgrades, but I didn't see a reason to really do it in this solo scenario that I played, and this is all I've played for the Uprising. But in multiplayer, I can see that becoming a real fun thing. And I'm sure it could make the scenario I'm playing today easier by destroying your units, because it works with some of their fortress advancements. And then it talks about chips from this expansion have the symbol on them, so you can separate them. The black market chips from this expansion can be included in your game, whether or not you're playing with the Uprising faction. So in my live streams I did earlier this week and last weekend and the week before, all were using the market chips from this expansion. I cracked it open right away, stole the chips out of it, just to play with some new market chips. So you may have seen some already. I may have been playing with them on the channel, but they're here today. Obviously, we're going to play with them. And yeah, but that's mostly what you get. Yeah, I can show you all the faction stuff. Here, let me show you the faction chips. Ready? Here we go. Here's their one hero, Netorut. Netorut? Netorut. I don't know how you say this guy. He's got Lookout. So lookout, for anyone who doesn't know, some Spires in the original game, I believe, had lookout in the market. And it enables you to see a certain distance away. You can flip market chips up basically at the start of your turn. Okay, so that you can kind of peek at a bunch of stuff you're not adjacent to get you some information. And it's kind of good for the foreboding stuff or the engage stuff to flip it over when you're not even near it. Because this guy can see up to 3 or I think 5 when he's promoted. Yeah, 3 by default lookout and 5 when he's promoted. He also has Hunter. Again, I love units that have Hunter. You're able to do additional damage to landmark chips. So you can one-shot some of those guys that have Relentless and stuff. So your unit doesn't get smashed. And helps you get some source quicker off those swamp chips especially. He has a build waygate ability. And waygates are what they were talking about. You can deploy from waygates. This faction doesn't start with their fortress attached to the main island. You actually lay down these waygates. They have 4 of them. As you see, they're on the right. They can be unstable, and they have another side that can be desolate or destroyed. As you can see there in the center. So if they're destroyed, as they get attacked, it's like a fortress gate. Your fortress health goes down. So if you have 3 or 4 of these out, the opponent will march to the closest one, but they can destroy them. But while they're hitting them, they destroy your base too. So you got to be careful. But it gives you the advantage, if you want to push it, of being able to deploy and separate your deployment stack at different locations on the map, which is really cool. So it says a limited build option. You can flip the chip to its destroyed side. All active units adjacent to this waygate are defeated. So you can kind of like the Horizon's Wrath faction we talked about the other day. The way they can pull the plank and destroy units on their connection to their base. Very similar here. It is my vibe. You can have this out as it's kind of like a connection to your base. They go smash it like a fortress gate, but you can choose as a limited build option to destroy it, smashing units around it, gaining their source. But you still have to have like another waygate available. So you can't do it if it's your last one, or you still have a deployment stack on it. So you have to get your units deployed off it, then you can blow it up, and you can build another one again with your hero. So there's this whole waygate management thing with this faction. Again, why I say this faction is very focused at experienced players. And I see Mr. Sam the Man is here. Hey Sam, good day. Watch the first playthrough. Excited to catch part of this over lunch. Excellent. Welcome, Sam. Welcome. Oh, today Alper says today we learned that the Uprising's Fortress upgrade that gives you +1 CP for specific market purchases only works on your first purchase in the market phase and not during the draft phase. Oh, okay. So there's a clarification on that. Okay. Okay. Good tip. Good tip. I'll still read it as written here, and we'll go with it. I don't know how much that'll come into play today if we even buy that one. Under Falling Skies was the name of the game, the print and play game that I was talking about before. Under Falling Skies. Yeah, it's very generic name. And the market is not fully compatible without the upgrade pack. But I still wouldn't tell anyone they need the upgrade pack to play with it. You would just need to go online and read a PDF of what the new terms are. So, yeah, I would never tell anyone they have to buy that upgrade pack. So, yeah. You just have to learn like the changes to the game that they made in between version 1 and version 2, just changing a few talents, and you just have to understand. But you can totally get the new reference sheet. The new reference sheet actually comes with this expansion. And you would obviously have the old reference sheet. So I don't see there's any compatibility issues. The keywords don't match. Yeah, but you'd still have both reference sheets, Alper. So you just have to understand that, you know, if you see a keyword, you don't know what it is, you just grab the reference sheet that comes with the expansion. So it totally works together. It totally works together. You don't need to tell anyone they need the version 2 of the game or an upgrade pack. That is bad information. Range, for example, has a different meaning. Not completely, no. You just have to understand that air defense has been thrown in there with range. Range still works 100% the same way. It doesn't change gameplay at all. So I would never say that. And especially if someone's very familiar with the game, they're going to already know their current stuff. And they would just have to know that you have to look for air defense to be able to hit flying units. Yeah, so you don't need it. You just need to know there's a PDF online that explains the changes. Totally fine. Totally fine. But yeah, I think it's totally fine to play that way. I'm able to play it, and I did buy the upgrade pack and everything, but you know, I still know old stuff. It still confuses me with the new stuff. You're still gonna have that confusion whether you have the product or not. So, yeah. Hey, Drazi. Let's see. All right, let's continue on with all the crazy amount of stuff this faction has. All right, so we got one hero. We got some waygates. We have a little unit called the Militia Defender. We have 2 of these. They are on the opposite side of the Militia Ranger. So the Militia Defender, here comes the air defense thing that we were just talking about. This guy is melee. He has no range, but he's able to hit flying units because he has air defense, which air defense was in the first game. So was range. But now they've kind of changed how range works a little bit, that they need air defense to hit flying units, which is cool. But just understand that going in. Even if you played it wrong and you still used air defense or range units only, hitting flying units, the game's not broken, you're fine. You can still play with it that way. Yeah, as long as you understand, like, it's your game, play it how you want, and you're not going to get upset. You know, if you're a heavy rules lawyer and you feel like you need to play a game 100% correct, I still feel there's no harm there. And if you accidentally use range to shoot a flying unit, but they don't have air defense, does it really matter? Not really. So I still don't think you need that 2.0 upgrade kit. It's available to purchase for those who want it, but you don't need it. You don't need it. So yeah, and then you have Militia Ranger, air defense, and range on both on the chips. So this guy is a range unit, obviously, who's able to, you know, not just hit adjacent units. So it's kind of cool. I don't know if I've seen not that I can recall, a melee unit that can still hit flying units who are adjacent to it and not have range. So I think it's cool the way they did that on this faction to kind of emphasize how they broke the two. They've kind of changed the keywords a little bit. And then we got Rebel Rouser, which has air defense. And of course, as a Spire, you can give it range chips to give it range, has a default 1 range. And then we have Rebuilt Ruins. So these are on the opposite side, and you only get 2. So, right? Yeah, I think you only get 2. So on one side, you have 2 Rebuilt Ruins. You flip those over, you have 2 Rebel Rousers. So you literally can only build 2 Spires by default out of faction. And that's all that comes with the faction. That's it. That's it. So I can show you that here. Yeah, this is your barracks. This is your barracks, what you get in the expansion. So if you feel ripped off, I understand. No, I'm just joking. That's leaving out the market stuff. You'll see in setup here, but this is all they get. So again, they have on the other side, this is the little unit. Oops. This is a little unit. So on one side is this guy, the other side is this guy. And that's all you get. Two little minions, 1 hero, and the 2 Spire chips, which on the other side have the other Spires. And we've got a new subscriber. Thank you so much for subscribing. I don't want to butcher the name, but is it just Giuseppe? Giuseppe? Thank you for subscribing. Thank you so much. But yeah, not a lot. And then we have the giant market stack here, if anyone saw me posting pictures. So as long as I don't sneeze, this won't fall over. And it is 50-something chips tall. So I don't know if that comes across on video, how wobbly it is. Yeah. Yeah, Alper, it does make the game more complex, having some chips that have range without air defense and some that have air defense without range and vice versa, if you have some version 1 components and some version 2. But again, just play it how you want. Like, I would just rule it that anything with range can hit, and who cares? Like, who cares? Even if it throws out the balance like a little bit, it's like, whatever. I don't think it's that serious of an issue. I don't think it's that big of a deal. All right. So for setup with this faction, this will make more sense before I talk about the upgrades, is for setup, you basically search through the market or draw from the market. You get to keep 2 minions. You draw until you find 2 minions, 1 hero, 2 Spires, 1 equipment, and you put them in your barracks. So we are going to have more chips in our barracks. I just wanted to show what came with the faction. It's kind of funny. There's not a lot to know about the faction. You got to know everything about the market. And then you got to shuffle the chips you drew back in the market. And what else do they have here? During island creation, which doesn't apply to us today, but they tell you basically got to place a waygate. They're going to tell us in this scenario where to place our waygate, but normally as part of setup, you have to kind of put your waygate on the map, which connects to your detached fortress. So that way your opponents know where they're going to be marching to and that kind of thing. And then for the market, there's special rules for this faction. You don't pay source when you're making purchases from the market. There's also a phase after market phase is done, before build phase, you have something called a draft phase, which is only for the Uprising, where you get 3 actions. And of those actions, you can choose to either purchase a chip for no cost, add it to your barracks, or you can discard the whole market offerings. So you could, for example, you see there's a chip you want, or all 3 chips you want. You could spend all 3 actions, just grab all 3 chips and move on. Or you can wipe all 3, don't see one you like, wipe it again, and use your 3rd action to buy one. Or not at all. Like, it's your choice. So it's kind of cool. It helps you dig through the large market pile to kind of find what you need or what you want. It just gives your faction that little advantage over them because you rely heavily on what you find in the market, which is why people will say this is why this is very focused at experienced players who know what they're looking for in the game. This is not a faction I would ever put in front of a new player, because you'll be sitting there for about 3 hours while they try to understand every keyword or talent, whatever they're called, that are on different spires, equipment, and units and heroes that are in the market. So this faction is definitely, like I say, you have had to play with all the different factions in this game. You'd have to have seen a lot of the market stuff. You'd have to know, like, the whole landmark, all the stuff on the landmark sheet. There's how many things are in there, right? And you have to kind of like know what you're looking for to keep play going, right? So that's why I would never give this to a newer player or even a medium experienced player with the game. This is like the faction that is totally targeted at someone who's been playing Cloudspire pretty heavily, for a while, and is really into the game for this kind of reason. Because the setup alone could take a while, with a newer player. And then you have waygates. So your fortress is detached from the island. Like I said, you have a waygate. You can have a total of 4 in the game. They're put into play through your hero's ability. Opponents cannot access your fortress. And they can sever the connection between your fortress and the island by destroying the waygate, which hits your base health, which is how they kind of take you out of the game. And if you're playing like 4-player and you're not completely out, there's a way to kind of like repair your base, and it just kind of flips a waygate over. When waygates are destroyed, I believe they leave game, no? Or they just, they stay there destroyed, flipped over, but they can be covered over by earthscapes, which remove them from the game. So there's a chance you could lose access to some of them if people are putting earthscapes over top of them. And the destroyed ones cannot be interacted with. So you have units and spires. Well, you do not pay source costs for market purchases. You must pay the source cost of merc spires and equipment when you equip them or construct them, and earthscapes when you place them. So that stuff's normal. You get the stuff for free, but the cool part is you can save up the source later and then put them into play later. So you just keep grabbing whatever you want from the market. Nothing's holding you back, except for obviously the amount of actions and purchases you have. And then instead of the other thing is with huge thing here with minions and heroes, so units, merc units, their source cost is their CP. So when you're deploying stuff in the prep phase, you have to look at the source cost, and that's how much the CP is for you. So they still count as like your units kind of, and you're deploying them just like you deploy your own units. But because the merc stuff doesn't have CP values on it, you go with the source values. But again, remember, you got it for free, and then you get to put it in play. So instead of placing your deployment stack on your fortress gate, you put it on waygates. If you have multiple waygates, like I said, you could divide it up. And if one ever gets destroyed, the other players have to change their mark to your next waygate. And it says your units may attack other units under your control, but are not forced to do so. Your faction does not gain source rewards when defeating its own units. So you'll see why you want to destroy your own units, not just to deny your opponent's source, but there is some stuff in their, that's why I want to go over this first before we look at their fortress upgrades, because there's some things you can do there with missions or covert ops or whatever. The other thing too is I learned that there is in the rule book, it explains how retaliate is only from an opposing unit, but there's like a rata for this kind of, I found a clarification online from Shannon that when you are attacking your own units, they become your opposing units, and they do retaliate in that case. They are meant to retaliate. But as the rules are written in the version 2 stuff, it incorrectly says they're an opposing unit. They only retaliate if they're opposing units. And this, you're able to attack your friendly units, but the idea is when you go to attack them, they become opposing for that attack, I guess, and then they retaliate. So just so you guys know, if you're playing it at home, that's how it's supposed to work. I found it online as I was curious. I was like, if I just destroy my unit, do they hit me back? Or like, do they hit me back if they're still alive? Like, how does this work? But I did find an answer online. All right. And then see, even with this PDF, they included the landmark and talent sheet. So they give you one with this expansion, they give you one with Portal Seekers, and they give you one with the base game, right? So you have many copies of these reference sheets because you'll really need access to this. If you're playing with this faction and you're playing like a 4-player game, that player needs one of these sheets all the time to constantly be looking at to understand what's available in the market, what they might buy, what they have in their barracks, what they might deploy, because they're literally playing with all the market stuff. So yeah, it's definitely, that's why I'm saying it's more advanced. So you don't just have to know the 10 keywords that are in your faction. You have to literally know the keywords that are on this sheet. That could be in other factions, could be just in here. But yeah, it's two-sided. This many things you could have access to and could be playing with. It gets crazy. So again, I wouldn't buy this faction if you're just starting out with the game. Buy this when you're like bored of what's in the market and you're kind of looking for, a bigger challenge and you've played a lot. I played a lot. All right, so the fortress upgrades. We have Spatial Research Station on the left here. You get waygate defenses. So for 3, you may construct spires on any non-path hex adjacent to your waygate. So remember, because your fortress is not attached to the island, you just have this waygate chip out there, which is like your fortress gate just kind of sitting on the map, exposed. And if it's not beside other source wells, especially ones covering landmark chips too, you don't have access to just build fortress spires beside it. So you can spend 3, which will allow you to, on non-path hexes to kind of build your own fortress spires to protect your fortress gate, aka waygate. So that's our answer to that here. And then you could also spend 5 more. Each waygate now deals 2 damage when retaliating. So they still retaliate just like a fortress gate. They work just like fortress gates pretty much. But you can have multiple of them really. And then you have Thieves' Den, has Treasure Contract. So for 4, when a unit you control reveals a landmark, you automatically gain 2 source. So, and that works great when you have your hero having Lookout, which can grab landmarks all around the map, especially when he's promoted with 5. It's crazy. But that costs 4 to get that going. So you have to kind of get it while there's still lots of landmarks on the map, and you have to be aggressive for them. Otherwise, that 4 might be a waste, right? And then you also have Hunting Contract. All of your units are considered to have Hunter in addition to their own talents. So you can give the whole faction, including all the stuff you bought from the market, any minions you bought, or heroes, they all have Hunter if you pay for this, which is crazy. So you can really focus on landmarks. So there's this scenario, this faction is great at dealing with landmarks and also dealing with the market. That's their whole deal. You also have Bounty. You gain the reward die. So this, what is it in Too Many Bones? What is this die like? I'm not sure. I can't remember. But it feels familiar, and I don't know which Gearlock brought this die. But this is a reward die. Once per wave, you roll it, and then you basically can put it on an active unit in play, and it kind of puts like a mark on their head. Once they're destroyed, you get the reward. So you increase the reward of that unit. And it says if your faction defeats the unit, you get the reward shown on the die. So you can double the source reward of that unit. You can get 4 source or plus 2 CP for the next wave, or it can get a relic card. So you basically roll this and you go, I'm going to put this on that Elfin Kazi over there, and you got to go and try to be the one to destroy it. Or maybe Elfin Kazi is not the best example, but something that you are going to destroy, you could get even more source from it. So it's kind of funny. It just makes them like a valued target. And maybe if you're playing like a 4-player game, maybe the other players at the table see you do that, and then they want to kill that unit first before you do it and get extra rewards. But I really like stuff like that. I think it's super fun. But you're basically putting a contract on their head. You have Headquarters. For 5, you gain plus 2 CP during each prep phase. So this one's a huge one. I would definitely buy this. I don't know if I'd buy this for this scenario. Maybe it's the thing I'm missing. I don't know. But for 5 source, you can increase your CP, which is huge. Just means you're deploying more units or bigger units or an extra hero when you normally wouldn't be doing it. in the prep phase, which is huge. I'm all about things. Mel loves it too. She loves spending source to get the die for the heirs to roll to get the extra CP. I feel like that stuff's very powerful. Just helps you get the extra minions or extra heroes in play to smash your opponent. Especially if you're focused on units being your way of dealing damage. Then you have advanced team. You can have up to 3 heroes in play at the same time, which is crazy. That's crazy fun, and it's cool because you're pulling all these unique and fun heroes from the market. So this gives you a way you can play with more of them, which I think is cool. And then you have conquest protocols. Your heroes may be equipped with up to 2 equipment each. During the prep phase, equipment may be added to heroes that are in play. So this, again, since you're getting so much stuff from the market and it's free and easy to grab, you're going to see more equipment than a normal faction or player would get, right? I mean, some players may buy more equipment. I don't know, but I haven't really done it. But now you have a faction that can just grab whatever they want from the market for free and kind of deploy it later. This would, if you grabbed a few equipment and you were seeing a lot of equipment, maybe at a bad shuffle on the market stack, this would give you a way to use some of that equipment to your advantage. So you can give a guy like flying and allow him to have, I don't know, magic missile at the same time. And he can be running around with that, so you can really level up your heroes, which is crazy, and have some cool combinations. So covert ops, this is one of those 1A, 1B, 1C ones where you can pick any one of these. You don't have to upgrade them in order. It says low risk op for 2. If one of your units defeats a unit with greater health than it, so this is how you can fight your own units to do this, I think, because it doesn't say like opposing or whatever. It says if one of your units defeats a unit with greater health stat than it, gain 1 CP during the next prep phase. And you remove the advancement to show that you've done that. Then so you can buy it again and do it again if you want. And then you have a high risk op. If a minion you control defeats a hero, so if you have a minion that can take out a hero, you get plus 3P during this next prep phase. And again, you'd remove the peg, and then you can buy it again and do it again in the next wave or whatever. Then you have infiltration op for 3. After its movement, if one of your minions is adjacent to an opposing fortress gate, you may remove it from the game. If you do, choose a fortress advancement structure of an opposing faction in the next wave. That faction cannot purchase or use any advancements in that structure. So a structure is basically these rectangle sections you see on the screen. So if I were to do this to another Uprising player or whatever, for example, I know it's not really going to happen, but on the right you see reconstruction labs, that whole section that consists of 3 upgrades. You can kind of lock them out of that, which is pretty cool. So you can mess with what they're doing in their fortress, which I think is so clever. You also have the Rogue Garrison. So you have a signing bonus. You gain the signing bonus die. At the start of your turn during the market phase, you roll the die. If you purchase a market chip that matches what you rolled, you gain plus CP during the prep phase. So that's a fun little, kind of gamble thing, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know. It's only cost 2. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Getting an extra CP can be powerful. But again, it's like a gamble. Will you see that thing in the market? Is it the thing you want to purchase or not? That's weird. And it does say market phase. It doesn't say draft phase. So I'm not sure if this is what Alper was talking about earlier. So maybe that die only works in the market phase because it says market phase, not in the draft phase. Loyalist initiative. Immediately draw 2 market chips. Place them separate from the rest of the market offerings. These market chips are considered part of the market offerings and are refreshed at the start of each market phase, but may only be acquired by you. So you have your own little side market. You're allowed in the back room and kind of get your own stuff at the store. You go to the market and they're like, "Oh, hey Rob, you're the Uprising. Come with me. I have a couple extra offerings to show you," which is really cool because you're a loyalist. You're a loyal customer. Let me show you what I got in the back. So we got the black market. Equipment may be equipped by minions. I like that idea. I'm pretty sure you can do some broken stuff. But again, that costs so much to get that, right? You're going to spend 2, 5, 9 source just to be able to put equipment on minions, plus paying for the equipment. So, but I think it's clever. If you do see a lot of equipment in a playthrough, you might want to grab it and then try some stuff putting it on minions you grabbed, which I think can be really fun. Then you also have reconstruction labs. Trade secrets. Once per wave during the onslaught phase, you may return one of your spires to your barracks and gain source equal to half of its source cost rounded up. So if you built a spire in the wrong spot, you feel your opponents found a way around it, they put down an earthscape, they changed the path to your gate, or they're ignoring you, you can just destroy it, pay for it, destroy it, and get some source back. Because again, as you see, a lot of these upgrades are pricey. If you, a lot of cool stuff here, but remember, you got to pay for all those things you're getting from the market in source still, and you're purchasing more. So this faction is very source hungry, which is why I think they give them some upgrades here that can help them get source going. But yeah, very source hungry. You also have scavenger teams. When one of your units defeats a spire, place the last upgrade to be removed from that spire beside your barracks. When upgrading one of your spires, this upgrade may be added at no source cost, ignoring upgrade capacity. I love that stuff. I think that's super powerful. So people usually put the attack chip as the first chip on a spire, and you destroy that spire, you get that attack chip. Now you can just jam it on any one of your spires for free, and ignoring upgrades. So you could put it on a spire that already has like 4 or 5 upgrades on it, jam it under there. Super powerful. Retrofit Workshop. Gain the Spire Capacity die. So Spire Capacity die is a build option during the build phase. You may roll this die and place it on one of your spires in play. This wave, that spire's upgrade capacity is increased by the rolled result. So it looks like you can get 2 is mainly the result, but there's a couple 3s on the die. Wow. So you could possibly have a 3 upgrade capacity increase. And the crazy part is this faction has a way to reduce, it has one of their spires actually reduces the cost of upgrades put on it by 1, which I assume stacks with this one. Because it says the cost of all upgrades added to this spire, this wave, is 2 source each. So if you can, you basically, so you might have 4 upgrades on one of your spires, because one of them is the upgrade plans one, Rebuilt Ruins, can hold 4 upgrades. And that's the one that has upgrade plans, which reduces the cost of each upgrade you put on it by 1. So I'm assuming if you've bought this whole section out, and you may in a wave be able to put in a, you know, best case scenario, obviously it's going to be hard to pull off, but you could put a 3 die on here if you rolled it, and then you'd be able to jam for 1 source each a bunch of upgrades on it. It does stack, yeah? Wow. I thought it when I was reading it earlier, I'm like, man, but again, it could take a bit of work to get this done, and it's not free, so I can see there's balance to it. It feels broken, but trying to line all that up, you're most likely only going to roll a 2. Are you going to have the source? You're going to be using limited build options probably to do it. You know, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But that's pretty powerful. I think it's pretty cool. It is super fun when you get it. I bet. I bet. Again, I love the Spire mechanic in the game. I love upgrading my Spires. I love super powerful Spires. Love the whole tower defense to this game. I always say it. And I get giddy when I see stuff like this. I think it's super fun. So yeah, but lining it up could be difficult. So that's everything for this faction. That's how they work. Those are just special rules. And now we're going to talk about the scenario, and we're going to see them in play. Let me just kind of, I've not been really looking at the chat for the last few minutes, just trying to get through this to be concise with it. But let's see here. Anyone say anything, point anything out that I may have missed or not realized that's super cool or not as good as it sounds? Oh, Craig's saying Nugget has the loot die, although I don't remember it was put on a baddie to multiply the rewards. I don't think it was a loot die. Maybe it was. But somebody I feel has a die in Too Many Bones where you put a die on a unit and then when they're killed you get some extra benefit from it. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a whole different game I'm thinking of. But that's what that die feels like. It's like you're putting a mark on someone's head and then, you know, you want to kill it. But that's cool. Yeah, maybe it was an encounter. Maybe it was an encounter, Sam. But I feel like in Too Many Bones there was something that you put on top of some on a unit. But it could have been just a special encounter, kind of messing with it, or something in the campaign. I don't know. John B says CTG is nothing if not very specific in their wording. Market phase is not draft phase. Agreed. But sometimes, John, you realize that they say something, but they actually meant another thing, right? Like they're very specific in their wording that opposing units retaliate, but then they're very clear at your units are considered friendly, so they wouldn't retaliate. But they really meant that units in this faction, when they fight each other, they still retaliate because, you know, you made them mad, now they're opposing you. So this is why I'm very skeptical with chip theory game stuff where you're saying they're very concise about their wording. I can argue that on the other side, they're very specific with their wording, but sometimes they miss things and they were incorrect with their own wording, and it wasn't meant to work a certain way. So that's just why I'm reading that and thinking like, did they mean it to only be market phase? Maybe they didn't. And another example is on this reference sheet right here. So the lookout number, at the start of your turn, you may look at any number of landmarks within number hexes of this spire. This is not considered exploring. This is a hero. He's not a spire. So I know they probably meant this to mean unit or spire. I don't think this guy needs to be on a spire to do this because he doesn't have that, what's that ability where you can spire shot, where you can stand on a spire. So I'm assuming he doesn't need to be adjacent to a spire or on a spire. I have a feeling this is just, again, one of those CTG typos that we've become very accustomed to in their games. It's a little challenging when the game's already complex enough that you don't have to struggle where you hope the wording is correct, but sometimes they miss a lot of things. So again, I've said it before. I've rambled about it before. Whoever does their proofreading or sends the files over to the printer, it's probably a family member in the company. But that person should have their pay docked at least, if not fired, because they do mess up a lot and cost the company a lot of money in reprints of things and upgrade packs. Too many bones and how many, every time they have a Kickstarter, they do some kind of reprint pack to fix erratas and issues with reference sheets and things. Like I don't know. So there's a problem there. There's a problem there. But and I understand every company has their issues in their books. I've gotten stuff from FFG and Asmodee that have had misprints, the wrong icons. Every company has this happen. But yeah, it just hurts a lot when it's in like a very complex game you're already having trouble understanding. So yeah, so when you say they're very specific with their wording, they are, but whoever's proofreading their stuff is not very careful and specific. So that's where I get my questions coming from. So I hope that clears that up Oh, and they do make changes sometimes. Sometimes they do make balance changes or things weren't play tested, obviously at a huge wide scale. And when you put anything out in the public and it gets in front of hundreds, if not thousands of players' eyes, they'll break it. They'll find ways where it's incorrect and they'll break it. Where, your 4 people in your office for play testing maybe won't catch that stuff, especially when they see 18 million versions of the game while it's being developed. So yeah. But yeah, this is why I have questions. This is why I question a lot of things with games in general, not just ship theory, because they make mistakes in their reference sheets, their rules. There's small companies still, right? So, but even big companies, there's no real big companies in board gaming other than like Hasbro and stuff. But they all make issues and miss things in errata and stuff like that. Oh, okay. Others are Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Trade Secrets is also really great because it lets you prevent the opponent from defeating your Spire, denying them source in PvP. Trade Secrets. Let me see this. Trade Secrets. Once per wave, during your turn in the onslaught phase, you may return one of your... Oh, I see. Yeah, because you would return the Spire out of play. Maybe if you realize, I was thinking you want to do that when nobody's interacting with that Spire and it's not doing anything for you. But it's also awesome when it has like 1 chip left on it. You know it's about to get destroyed. To pull it away, to deny them source. Pro plays. That's awesome. I have to dig for the chicken. And I hope you mean battle chicken. Sorry, just reading through the chat right now, just trying to see if I missed anything with the faction. Lots of cool tips. It's Gilly, I think, puts the mark on enemies. Yeah. You lol too much says, the issue is classic copy-pasting text without double-checking. I agree. I agree. No, what I think the problem is the person who's developing the rules isn't the same person that's designing all these reference sheets and sending them to the printers. Like your graphic design guy is the guy who, or woman or person is putting together these reference sheets and rule books, but they don't understand the rules completely. They're just very good with, the software that's needed to do graphic design and create reference sheets and cards and art and all that kind of stuff. So what I think is like a bunch of hands in the pot, but there's no person that's on the other end of the line, that rules person again, or a playtesting person or something, needs to be on the end of the line, needs to be the last person who's literally left alone in a room, no interruptions, no noises, and can go through and question everything on a sheet. And if they need to send it to the designers to ask questions if something's not clear, or sit in a room with the playtesters, and literally they need to kind of like play test the materials for the game. But I feel like nobody does that. They play test and they think they got the rules down, then they kind of just quick and dirty. Here, guy who makes reference sheets and cards, here's the text, just make it look pretty. Here you go. And then that guy says, yeah, it looks pretty. And then someone kind of looks at it for a second, goes, it looks pretty, and they send it to the printer. But they need to circle back around with somebody who like will actually play with it and read it word for word. Even if that's a new player, I don't know, or maybe a public beta test group, whoever's beta testing this stuff needs to beta test these sheets before they go to the printer. Get someone like George A's eyes looking over this stuff before it gets printed. You'll have way less mistakes, for sure. For sure. As Cinderella saying, Netarut is a known issue, was at print already when it was caught. My point exactly. My point exactly. I have heard that statement many times playing chip theory games. But I still love them. I'm throwing shade, I know, but I do love them, or I wouldn't be playing them. But I obviously, I wish it was caught. It's the frustration is not. I'll figure it out. It's fine. But I get worried that it's gonna hurt people's impressions of their games and stuff. People who are less forgiving, and that's why I wish they would do a little better. So quiet. I thought YouTube was frozen. Then I smelled smoke. Yeah. No. You'll smell the smoke later when I start playing the scenario. Kazumi says still catching up at 2x speed, but I'm not giving thumbs as long as I haven't seen gameplay. All right, no problem. I'm delaying Kazumi till you catch up. I'm just talking here to try to delay until you've caught up. Oh, Cinderella says, like if you read the rules and you already know the rules, there were like 30 playtesters looking at Nido Root and not a single person saw it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is maybe you need new players playing it. So you need to like get people into a playtest group and maybe have people who've never played Cloudspire, they get pulled in at a certain stage where it's like, all right, we feel like we're pretty much done the materials. Now you 5 groups, go play this game, you focus on this, you focus on that, and then you have some fresh eyes looking at it. Because I understand when players, I've been in playtesting before, and when you're seeing multiple iterations over and over again, you just kind of gloss over things and you don't read it with a fine-tooth comb, you don't take a break. It's like when you're the wine tasting or the smelling scents when they have you like, smell coffee to refresh your palate, or, coffee beans, or the things, you refresh your palate. You need that for playtesting. You need someone to come at it with fresh eyes. So, or just somebody who literally their job is so focused on it that they will literally come in every morning to work and they're like constantly like reading over with a fine-tooth comb, like everything, and trying to catch things. That's their job. And question everything. Like, is this supposed to say this? Is this supposed to say that? And they're throwing it in front of, people who know better. I don't know. There's got to be a better way to do it. I don't do it, obviously. So I'm not the person to figure it out, but yeah. Uh, You lol too much says, my friends commented on the quality components versus quality spell checking when I showed them too many bones. Yeah, I know. John B says, it's like computer programming. You never get the last bug no matter how much effort. I agree, John. Having a software development background and even to be involved in software testing, different methodologies and stuff, you will never catch everything and nothing will ever be perfect, especially when there's more variables out there. Your software can go on many different hardware platforms, many different OSs, components, all that stuff, and different user experiences. You can't plan for all of that, but there is definitely a scale. You will never get it 100% all bugs and all typos and all errata caught, But the idea is you want to, get it down to as little as possible. And I feel with all the different board games I played, all the different rule books, all the different reference sheets, cards, everything, across different publishers, different complexities and stuff, there's a scale where this feels like it's a little high on the scale. And if you just look back, I haven't been following Chip Theory that long, but how many Kickstarters involve a upgrade pack to a previous game to get updated sheets? And how many times were those updated sheets full of issues that they had to reprint newer sheets again and send out new chips and replacements and stuff, right? So it's a very small, it's not really an issue as they'll fix it, which is great, but it's just like, I wish they didn't have to spend all the time and money doing that, fixing. That could be dedicated on other things, and it would be less wasted money and resources and components. Like I have a pile of components that are now out of date, and what am I going to do with them? They're garbage, right? It's just more landfill stuff because someone didn't catch some issues, right? So its software is different. It's like mostly digital, so it's like hard to compare. That's the apples and oranges, but yeah, you can catch things. You can catch things. It's not like you're installing this board game on, you need it to work on Mac OS, also work in the Firefox browser like a web app, also work in Internet Explorer, 13 different versions, or Edge, or whatever, and all these different, browsers when you're making a web app nowadays, right? Or an app on Android or iOS that needs to work on 16 different versions of iOS and, 35 different device types. Yeah, this is not that. This just needs to work on a table. And it has to be readable in English and comprehended. I don't know, in one language. I guess there's multiple languages too, but I don't know. This is what I would argue. I can argue about this all day. I think it's funny, but it is something I need to improve on. But that's my only nitpick. Like it's a very small nitpick if you think about it. The games are awesome. The games are awesome. Don't let that deter you. But I'm going to call it out where it happens. Just add 5 semicolons to the end of each line and cross my fingers. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah. They are working on it. They're getting better. They're getting better. I agree. So what's this? Cobra, get out of here. Don't rush me. I'm just kidding. All right. Back to it. Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get there, all right? Everyone's here to watch a playthrough, I guess. Nobody wants to talk with me. I'm just kidding. All right. The Face of Things to Come. So this is the first solo scenario in the Uprising book that comes with the expansion. I've done most of the setup, I think. If anyone notices anything, let me know, because I did play it a little bit and didn't fully reset it maybe from yesterday. I'll just double check the spires, I guess. I think it's right. Anyways, let's check here. All right. So yeah. So I rotated it, obviously. Here, let me shrink the map for a sec. See if we can see it now. So yeah, as you see the map, I've like rotated it to put the Grove Tenders Fortress on the far left side. I have the market up here in the left. The Earthscapes. Earthscapes is what I want to say. You just shuffle and reveal one. I'll just throw them up there. I don't know if I'll use any of this scenario. But yeah, that's what's there. I've got my market stack ready. My super small market stack. And then we have a bunch of Earthscapes that are actually on here. And if you see, there's a ton of water in the center because it's really themed. And I'll read the story because I totally forgot last time. So here's a little story in the book. I can zoom in on this one. Actually, there we go. All right, after close calls with the Grige and the Horizon's Wrath, the Uprising decided it was time to go public with its mission to take over Ankar and turn it into the vassal state for Jal, the massive metropolis below the floating isles. With the joined isles in chaos after a series of major offenses, the Uprising believed it only needed to take a few key targets to be successful. The mercenary group's first target was a small scouting outpost operated by the Grove Tenders. If they could occupy the outpost without raising suspicion, the mercenaries would eliminate one of the joined island's most reliable early warning systems, allowing them to undertake the next phase of their plan without discovery. To reach the outpost, without raising suspicion, Uprising troops approached the base through the nearby swamp. If they wanted to take the outpost out quickly, they need to emerge at the right time, balancing stealth with combat readiness. So that's why I was talking about there's a lot of water in the middle here, because that's the swamp. And there's rules in here allowing us to go through it, which is kind of cool. So I set up, there's some retall spires that are gross. They have 2 attack chips on them, 2 range chips, 2 fortification. They're all at point A. So we have A is in the center here on this water space. We have 1 down here on this space. And then we have an A right beside our waygate. Our waygate is starting right here. So we have a giant retall spire right here with all the upgrades on it just to annoy the crap out of me. 2 attack, 2 range, 2 fortification. Like, that's disgusting. Disgusting. Then we have shrubberies on B and shrubberies on C. They're slightly different. There's C have 2 attack, 1 range. And the shrubberies on B have 1 attack, 2 range. And of course they both have fortifications on the bottom. So we have a couple C's here. So these are 2 attack, a range, and fortification. 2 attack, a range, and fortification. And these are closer to the path to the Grove Tender's fortress here. And there's 2 C's, right? 2 C's, and then B, we have B right here, which is the attack 2 range, and we have another B right here, attack 2 range, and those are both on land. So, and then we have F here at the bottom. The retall spire has attack, range, attack, and that is right beside our waygate. Waygate is E here. If you're looking at the map, is E, and that's F is that retall spire right here. So this is also in water, and that will make sense. There's some in water, and I'm pointing them out, and there's some that aren't. So the 2 in water, gotta remember those. Those are huge, and you'll see why. It's telling us again, swamp landmarks need to be put by default on spots that aren't closest to the fortress gate, just to make sure you're not these D spots right here. You're not putting random ones on there, accidentally putting temple or ruins or whatever. And then it tells us where to put our waygate, okay? So this is where I'm putting out the call to you guys. Those who've played this scenario, or maybe we can come back to this after we talk about the objectives, but just start thinking about this. Part of the setup, before creating the market stack, so this giant, before creating this giant market stack, ridiculously large market stack, which is all for a joke. I'll put it in a tray in a second. This chip is available if it's in your barracks, so you get to grab any one market chip you want. So even if you only own the base set, you know the market chips, what chip would you go and grab? And there's new ones obviously with this expansion, and there's some for Portal Seekers in here. There's even the promo one. Yeah, there's one promo one in there, the Battle Chicken. But yeah, what would you grab? The only issue is that sounds all great. You get to grab one, you put it in your barracks so you can deploy it later, but they've doubled the cost of it. So you get to grab any one you want, but then you got to pay twice the price. And I really don't think there's any market chip in here unless you guys can tell me otherwise. I spread them all out. I looked through the stuff. I couldn't figure one that is worth twice the price. Like not even the Anarchy guy that's cost 1. I'd rather see him for 1 rather than be forced to pay 2 for him. So I just ignored this setup step and just kept playing the game every time I played it. Because I didn't know what to pick. And I didn't want to pay double for any of it. I would rather either not see it or see it at normal price. So that was me. The only thing I could think of was the one with Reap. I took that one once because I thought the Reap equipment allows me to roll a die to get source back. So it has a potential to pay for the double cost. But it's a slow return. So I might grab that one because I could put it on a hero, maybe first wave, maybe second wave. And then when it's beside a Spire, I can roll the D6 and maybe pay itself off. Hopefully pay itself off. It might whiff. So that could be a waste of source. And this scenario and this faction is very source hungry. Like you thought you could get some source in the scenario to build some cool upgrades. They've actually put in rules in this scenario that if you want to achieve renown, you got to just spend source. Kind of lazy design, in my opinion, but that they've made it very restrictive to this faction. So this might not be the best way to learn this faction or show off this faction. But you'll see here what I mean. So objectives, you got to complete at least 1 to win. Your only way to lose this one is if your fortress gate's defeated, your fortress health or whatever is defeated by them smashing an active waygate. But there's an objective to have 10 health under a waygate or destroyed waygate on hex E. And in the market phase, it says down here how you do that. It says, uh, during your turn during the market phase, you may spend any amount of source to add an equivalent number of health chips under a Waygate or destroyed Waygate on a hex E. So it's kind of like a lazy upgrade that's like, I feel like they found the scenario might have been too easy, or not. By like, this faction needs source to buy all this stuff. Like, they need to pay for all this stuff, pay for upgrades, and their way of restricting you on source is making it an objective where you literally just spend 10 source to put health chips. And these health chips don't work like health chips. They're just a counter to count how much source you've dedicated to this objective. So it's like, I don't know how creative it is. Yeah, I don't know how creative it is. I guess the balance on it, or the fun is deciding when to pay source to put towards this. But this kind of objective doesn't seem very fun to me, so I'm gonna just wait till the last market phase, and if somehow I can save 10 source before the last wave, I'll jam it towards this. But up until then, I feel like you need every little drip of source you get. So I don't know. This one doesn't seem very fun to me, and very, very creative, but that's there. Then we have defeat 3 spires while on water. This one I think is the easier one of the 3. So you're allowed in water with all of your units, which you'll see right here. It says scenario rules. Ungrouped units under your control treat water hexes as path for the purpose of movement. At the end of your turn, any unit under your control that moved through or ended its turn on a water hex is dealt 1 damage unless you spend 1 source to avoid it. So like the story was saying, you can sneak your units through the swamp, but the balance to that is you will take damage at the end of their turn. So if that unit is able to, or some other unit or hero is or a spire or something, or I guess that wouldn't be a spire in this case, in most cases, is if you can get source on that turn, you can help pay to prevent them from taking the damage. But that's, again, part of the advanced decision making you have to do in the scenario, is deciding, do I want to go in the water with that unit? And if I do stay in the water, do I want to take damage on it or not? Uh-oh. Christoph says, I heard they hired Paul Grogan for burn cycle rulebook editing. We should see significant uptick in the quality of the written material. Hopefully. I mean, I know the rule books, so the only ones I know that were written with Paul involved before, I know he told me about the Mage Knight one. There was another game I played where he was telling me he was involved in it. And then I read those rules and those tutorials and stuff. And those, man, the Mage Knight one is not great. But again, he probably worked on that early in his career, maybe. But that is like, I feel the community, even in the hardcore Mage Knight groups online, they are very understanding that that rule book is not great. I mean, everything's in there, but it's written like it's a grade 12 science textbook, which is not normally the best way to have a board game or get a game to the table and learn it, which is why there's such a need for these videos online and these fan-made, tutorials and reference sheets and that kind of stuff. So I like Paul and all, but there was another game too that was also a very bad rule book. Oh, it was the Through the Ages, I think, right? That was not a great one either. So yeah, I like how Chip Theory is doing better with the Cloudspire stuff. The best in the business is whoever is the team at Fantasy Flight Games. I feel they do great work with their rule books. The whole learn to play and the rules reference system, they're very good at being able to get the game on the table and play it and still have all the rules in front of you. And it's, there's still errata and there's still corrections later. But yeah, however they do it, companies need to just start ripping that off more, which Chip Theory did in this case with Cloudspire 2.0. They did a little bit better of a job, but also not having an index or a table of contents in their rules reference was kind of amateurish. But yeah. But again, another set of eyes. I'm happy you're just telling me there's another set of eyes reading their stuff, and they're taking it seriously. That's great. That's great. I'm down for it. But yeah. Again, I don't write rule books, but I read a lot of them, and yeah. Yeah. Um, you defeat the yeah, Neil's asking, do enemy spires have air defense? Yes. All the retall spires I listed. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them. All the spires for the growth tenders are in play. So 4 of them have air defense. So if you thought of getting the flying equipment ship or a flying unit, which I thought of right away because that feels super OP, no. This scenario, they'll tear you apart. Maybe later in the scenario, it'll be very beneficial. But won't help you early game because they even put 2 air defense spires like right by your gate. So where we're spawning from, we're going to be getting shot heavily. Yeah, so I don't know. All right, let's continue talking about the scenario here. I'll get back to your chat in a second. We also have the other objective. Oh, no, sorry. Let's continue with the water rules. Why can't I get over here? All right, so the water rules. Any unit on a water hex is considered to be hidden, and cannot be attacked by spires or by units on any other terrain besides water. Okay, so that's why I say it was very important that to know this F spire right here on this source well is on water. So is this one in the center here is on water. So even if you're in the water, you're technically hidden, and spires and units who aren't on water can't hit those units. But the scenario also has a way those units are constantly taking damage every turn unless you pay the source. So you're not fully immune in there. You got to either pay out the nose to keep them from being damaged and or destroy the spires that are on water, or other units that are on water can still hit those units. So this is a little very messy. This scenario is definitely breaking a lot of the base understanding of Cloudspire with this whole water and damage and other triggers to keep in mind. So I may get messed up as we play. The first time I played, I forgot that this one was on water. So I kept going through here only worrying about enemies on water after I destroyed this spire. But I have to remember this one also, very annoyingly, rolls 2 attack dice at up to 3 range away and can still hit units in the water. So I'm going to be playing this one slow and trying, like literally the problem is, I found with this one, which might take a while, is every single spire in play for the growth tenders, all 8 spires, they all have so much range on them, and they keep changing as you're hitting them. And the scenario keeps adding chips. And what I find is that really slows down these scenarios to a crawl, because every time you move, you're constantly or deciding to move a unit, you have to check every single spire. Can they reach you? How many dice are they rolling? Can I move my hero yet? Oh, no, wait, there's now 6 spires that can hit them. If I move them here, only 2 can hit them. So there's going to be lots of that in the scenario, and I find the scenario can be make or break based on how many spires are able to hit a unit or a hero, or a minion or a hero, sorry, depending on where they are. So we're going to try to take it slow. I may make mistakes. I may roll it back if I move a unit and I forget, oh yeah, this spire down here can still reach all the way over here and hit my unit. Because it feels very weird when you're worried about a hex up here and there's other ones that can hit them based on chips being thrown under. So yeah, we'll see. So I appreciate the help if anyone catches anything, but I'll let you know. There's going to be a bunch of that today where I'll be moving a bunch of units. I'll think we're good, and then I'll be like, oh wait, I don't want to put that guy there because there's spire, and this spire can hit here. Not just this spire beside him and this spire, there's 2 or 3 other spires that can hit them. Or wait, no, that spire doesn't hit him anymore because I took away the range chips on that one. Or wait, the scenario added another range trip. Now this other spire we've been ignoring now hits the unit. So keeping track of that's going to be fun. Just FYI. And then the last one is have 3 way gates in play at the same time, not including destroyed way gates. And again, assuming they're being very specific here with the objectives, none of these say by the end of wave 3 or by the end of wave 4 or any of that stuff. So literally, as soon as you defeat 3 spires, as long as we can survive the scenario and not have our fortress gate destroyed, as long as we can survive the whole scenario, all the waves, as long as we've had at some point during the scenario have 10 health under the way gate, I don't think any way to remove it, because even if it's destroyed, it still counts. So as soon as we jam 10 health chips under the way gate on E, we've check it off. As soon as we've defeated the 3rd spire while the unit destroying it is on water, and I'm assuming it's the final blow, we don't have to like constantly be in water while we're hitting the spire. It's just the final shot. Yeah, we can check that one off as soon as the 3rd one is destroyed while the unit is on water, and then have 3 waygates in play. I'm assuming I can literally just wait till the very last wave of the game. If that hero Nito Root is still alive, if we can run him around in maybe the 4th wave and just get him to go near some landmark chips, and he can flip them into waygates, or find some empty source wells. We can throw some waygates on there near the end of the game. That way we're not dealing with issues of putting waygates and then now the enemies are marching towards new waygates we now have to protect. So I assume we can leave 1 waygate in play and kind of worry about that the most of the scenario. And then quickly near the end of the scenario, if we don't forget, we'll try to jam down 2 more waygates. So that way we have 3 in play at the same time. Because I think if you tried to do this in the first wave of the game or the second wave, it's going to be very difficult to keep all 3 protected. And there's an advantage because now we can deploy units from each one. But then that's 3 things you're trying to protect, and I don't want to do that. Center Isle says Netorut. We'll just call him Neo for short. We'll just call him Neo or Nito. Neto. End money. We'll call him End money. All right, so the marks. The marks. Uprising is going after the Fortress Gate of the opponent, the Grove Tender Fortress Gate. Grove Tenders are going to have 2 stacks here. So there's some more AI rules. So the Grove Tenders have 2 separate prep stacks within their Fortress Gate. The land prep stack is fully deployed before the water prep stack. Land units will only travel on path hexes. Water units will treat water hexes as path for the purpose of movement, and always will choose to end their movement in a water hex if they have the choice, if possible, following the same rules. Okay? We'll call him the Waygate Weasel, or Gary. We'll call him Gary, says Sakabra. Yeah. Anyway. And then we have Grove Tender land units. They're going towards the Waygate closest to their Fortress Gate. Grove Tender water units are going to the Waygate on Hex E first. But if that's destroyed, then, or unavailable or something, I don't know, then they would go to the Waygate closest to their Fortress Gate. But like I said, I'm going to leave 1 Fortress Gate in play. We're going to try to protect that Fortress Gate until the last wave when we feel we're safe. And then we're going to slam down 2 others just to kind of get that objective done. That's at least my strategy going forward. We'll see if that works. Because I like where E is. E is very far away on the path. It's as far away as you pretty much can get. And I want to keep it that way. But I could be wrong. And then we have the event die is disgusting in this one. Depending on what results we get, can make this scenario, I feel, very difficult or extremely difficult. So on a 1 to 2, it says swamp units in the land prep stack. Oh, swap units in the land prep stack with units in the water prep stack for this wave. So if you had plans playing the scenario and you're like, okay, first wave, these units are going to move through the water against me from the Grove Tenders, and these units are moving across the land, yeah, you could roll a die and it just messes that up. But at least you know it before you start prepping units. But it could mess with your strategies. You may build a Spire in the water because you're worried about these units coming. And then you roll this die and it changes what's going to happen in wave 3, and now the wrong units are going the wrong way. It could get messy. On a 3 to 4, this wave, at the end of the Grove Tender's turn, any Grove Tender unit that moved through or ended its turn on a water hex recovers 1 health. Super annoying if it happens at the right time. The final wave, I don't think anything goes through the water. Unless you get the first one where it swaps them. But then again, you wouldn't obviously get them recovering. So on the last wave, if you rolled the recover 1 health in the water, I think that's the best time for that one to happen. It could not impact you. And a 5 to 6, this is the one I hate the most. I almost want to just leave this option off the table because it's disgusting. Like if this happens to me, if I roll a 5 or 6 in like 3 out of the 4 waves or whatever, this is going to be a really difficult scenario because it says any unit under your control that moved through or ended its turn on a water hex is dealt 2 damage instead of 1, and you must spend 2 source to avoid it. So here's why I say this faction is very source hungry, and the scenario is played very not fair, that they've come up with all these ways you want to spend source just to survive the scenario rules, let alone trying to deploy your somewhat expensive units and or equipment and or fortress upgrades. In this case, you need to be spending source to keep units alive in the water, and you need to be spending source to try to get one of the objectives done by putting health chips under a waygate. So yeah, so it kind of ruins the fun of the Uprising a little bit that you're spending source on these crappy mechanics. Sorry, not crappy. They're annoying mechanics, annoying objectives in this scenario. Again, I go back to what I said about the Horizon's Wrath. I feel the best way to see these factions fully should be done in a multiplayer scenario, like a full PvP game. I feel is the best way to see these factions unleashed, because solo again is very restrictive. They put a lot of restrictions on your faction and their more powerful abilities and stuff to stop you from just making the scenario easy. I don't know if I like that design choice, because it feels very restrictive and it kind of ruins the fun a little bit of the faction, especially when you're first playing with them. Especially if you buy this game only solo, right? Because these factions and abilities are designed mainly to be played in PvP, and then in the solo they handcuff you in some scenarios more than others. So this scenario does that a lot. So I just want to put that up front so you know, why is he not buying these fortress upgrades? They're obviously very powerful. It's like, I don't have the source left. I want to win the scenario. That's going to happen here. That's going to happen. And I think that's it. Then we have the phases. So let's go to that. All right, so we have Grove Tenders, or every wave, sorry, we're rolling the event die. All 4 waves, okay? It starts off, Grove Tenders going first, then Uprising, and it keeps rotating, okay? We get 6 source to start. Woo! But I think that 6 source is just used to keep your units alive in the water, is how I've been using it and how I think we should use it. But again, if it should be used to deploy something first, I don't know. Or buy a fortress advancement, I'm not sure. If there's anything you guys recommend. But I feel like just saving it to keep our units alive while they're in the water being damaged every round, I feel like this is what that's for. Market phase is normal. We get our little draft phase. And then you see the build phase. We're going to be adding a fortification for Grove Tenders to the bottom of the Spire closest to the gate. Then in the second wave, we're adding a fortress upgrade to the furthest gate, which is most likely the one by my way gate. So this is why I want to get F defeated very quick. So we're not putting a fortress advancement on the bottom of it. And then we add a range upgrade to a Spire of our choice in wave 3. And then we add a fortress to the bottom, closest to the fortress gate, Spire in wave 4. We're going to be having 5, 7, 9, and 11 CP in each wave. And then you see the land and the water prep stacks, deployment stacks for the Grove Tenders here. So in the first one, we have a Warbriar going across the land on path, and we have a 1 going through the water. And in the second one, and this is again, if you don't roll that event die, that could switch these. Again, first wave doesn't really matter because it's 2 Warbriars, right? So it's not bad if you roll that one in the first wave. It doesn't change anything. So there are some die roll results that could make it easier or just the same difficulty, you know. But in wave 2, it's 2 taproots across the land and a treat in the water. And that could get very messy if those get flipped, because now you have a range unit going through the water, 2 range units, and they could even be summoning in the water versus a treed that could be going through the water and maybe running into one of your spires where he wouldn't have if he was on the land, or vice versa, right? So we got to kind of plan for it, but the plans could change. Then we also have land. We have a grouped ogre growth and a taproot in wave 3. In the water, we have 2 taproots who could be summoning a treed. And then in the final wave, land is taproot, treed promoted, grizzled oak, and overgrowth. So the big boys from the Grove Tenders are coming to play in the final wave. We've seen these guys before. They go by a slow crawl, these last 2, grizzled oak and ogre growth. That's going to matter here with deploying waygates around. I think they did that on purpose. So there's a possibility that these guys split depending on when we slap waygates down in the scenario. Because whichever one's closer, they're going to start going towards that. And you have to make sure you put a waygate down on a path that all the marks can reach. So in this case, we have to make sure the Grove Tenders can come from their fortress gate all the way to any of the waygates we put down. So having a taproot and a tree that move fairly decent with a grizzled oak in front of an ogre growth. We all know the grizzled oak moves very slow and he will slow down the rest of the group. That's what they're doing here. So you'll see them separate, I'm sure, as we've seen in the other Grove Tender scenarios and in the AI and in multiplayer before. That's what the grizzled oak does. He's perfect for slowing down your little marching band of Grove Tender guys. And if there's any summonings, happen, a Warbriar at the end. Pull the Lostomir chip out. What is the Lostomir chip? Did I already do that, maybe? Did I already do that? That's in the rules, right? I don't know if I did that already, just so I don't play with it, but we can check. It's in the market, right? Well, Center Isle is saying, I think the first scenarios for each faction is supposed to not be using their advancements, and later scenarios let you use them. That would make sense. That would make sense. I haven't played a lot of the other solo ones in a while, like a year plus, or 2 years, some of them, right? So I'm not remembering. But I feel like even that first Bronn one, the raised towers are like the key, if I remember correctly, because that was like a big issue. A lot of people weren't realizing because new players were coming to it and not realizing they need to focus on those fortress advancements to get the spires unlocked, to then use those advanced spires to fire from the towers. So I don't feel like the Bronn follows that so much, but it does. I see what you mean though. They kind of want the player to kind of forget about a lot of that stuff, which I feel that this one does too. So that makes sense. That makes sense. It's all about using the units. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, it's my pre-game draft. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so now that we know how this works, I don't think there's any carryover that we care about. So what we're talking about here is that whole, what chip are we going to pull out from the market? Let's go back. Where is that? Right here. So this is what I was talking about. Before creating the market stack, choose any one market chip and set it aside. This chip is available as if it's in your barracks, but you must pay twice its source cost to construct it if it's a Spire. Equip it if it's equipment, or select it for deployment if it's a unit. So my understanding here is, and if this is how I understand this faction, and if I'm wrong here, this breaks everything I thought. But it talks about with this faction, again, any minion or hero, so a unit from the market, so a merc hero or merc minion, has a source cost. And if I'm to take this unit as this faction, I need to spend double the CP to deploy it, right? Because I spend CP to deploy those units, but I'm looking at that source cost. And my understanding is this is telling me I need to pay double the source cost, which for this faction, the source cost on a unit, I'm translating that to CP. So am I correct to assume if I grabbed a 3 source minion from here, I have to pay 6 CP to deploy it later in the scenario? Am I correct at understanding that for this faction? Okay, perfect. All right, I thought so, but it's like, this is not saying that. But again, when you read the faction, it says in all cases, source on a unit is treated as CP, basically. Not saying that exactly, but okay, perfect. That's how I played it, and that's what made me kind of not want to grab anything really, other than to thin the stack out. So I literally just looked through when I was playing this before and went, oh, this Spire is junk. Let me just take this Spire out because I don't want to see it later when I'm drafting or purchasing from the market. But one chip out of like 54 chips or whatever is not really that big of a difference. But so I'm looking for Lostomir is what you guys are saying to look at. So let's get down to the table. So I piled this up as a joke, made it really tall, you know, because it's going to fall over, obviously. But again, so you could sit here for like, I literally sat probably for an hour, at least, no joke, going through this yesterday. Literally looking at every single market chip, because a lot of them are new to me. And I was like reading, I had the landmark sheet out, and I was like trying to think. I was like, what chip would I take? And then I would find an ability, I'd try to find where it was, and then I'd be like, oh, what's this do? No, that's too expensive. I don't want to pay 8 for this guy. I don't want to pay 8 for this guy. Like, why would I do that? You know, that kind of thing, right? Just for example. But you guys are saying Lostomir. Is that a unit or a hero or a minion or a hero? I don't even know what I'm looking for. I don't know all the names of them either. I kind of just learned them by the talents. I never remember the names on the top. Lostomir. I feel that that's familiar. I feel like that's a hero, but I could be wrong. Or is it an equipment? It's a hero. Okay, I thought so. Oh, this guy. This guy. Really? This is the guy? He's worth 6? Let's see what assist does. Assist says, when an adjacent friendly unit defeats an opposing unit or spire, this unit may level up. Oh, I remember this guy. So by default, he can go, he has 6 health, 0 attack, 2 movement, and he can go on planes or path. So he's just kind of walking along with the group, hoping that units that are adjacent to him, so he's got to be good at positioning, and he may get some upgrades to actually give him attack. Or, I guess, fortification chips. It costs 3, so normally it costs 6. Why am I spending 6 on this guy? Just because he can survive with 6 health? This is the guy? Okay, you guys are saying take him out so we don't see him. Okay, that makes sense then. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, thank you. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, he's just garbage, right? Okay, because that's what I was doing before. I would just take out like, you know, maybe I don't want this. This Spire is good though, but, you know, maybe I don't want this Spire, and then I would just take it out. That's what I was doing before. But is there a chip that you take that's worth double the cost that would help us with this scenario? I don't know. I don't know. I was trying to think. Again, I took the Reap one, this one, because I thought, you know, you pay 4 for it, but I sometimes can roll 5s and 6s on the dice, and that can pay for this really quickly. So this is what I would take, honestly. This is the one I settled on. That's the only one in this whole market stack that I would actually take, put it in my barracks, and spend 4 source on it later, put it under a hero, probably Neo here. I'd put it under Neo, and while he's hiding and trying not to die and survive for the final wave, I can have him go beside source wells, and then once per wave, I can roll the die, and he can earn me some source back. Alper says couldn't find one myself, Rob. Yeah, I can find lots of chips in here that'd be super helpful, but once you tell me I have to pay double for it, get the hell out of here. None of them are worth double. A lot of them are overpriced, I feel. A lot of them are overpriced. Some of them aren't. Like, I thought maybe you want to do it for, like, where is that guy? Like, you think of this guy. This is like my favorite market chip, I think. My favorite minion. But I'm not paying 8 for this guy. I'm not paying 8 for him. No way. No way. So yeah, anyways. Or like this weak point one. Allows you to take the top 2 chips off of Spire. It'd be amazing in the scenario. If we see it for 4, yeah, I'd play it. But I'm not paying 8 for that. I'm not playing 8 for that. Again, yes, Bob, yes. It took forever in this stream. We're not even started playing, but that's Cloudspire. Again, if you play this scenario for the first time, you're going to take 2 hours to get to play it because you'll be digging through your market chips trying to figure out what the hell to take. Which I don't think that's a good way to put on a player. But again, you shouldn't be a new player if you're playing with the Uprising. You should be very experienced with the game, I feel, anyway. But, yeah. Would the Refinery Promo Spire be good? I think it costs 1 normally and would give back 2 each wave. Oh, that one's an option too. That one, I looked at that one before too. This one, the Cloudspire. You pay 2 for it, and it's Refinery, which is it at the end? Is it at the end? Refinery. At the end of each wave, gain 2 source. It's possible if we're not really doing anything with our limited build options in the first wave, if we can clear out the Spire or this source well. The only issue is I want to put a defensive Spire on there. So I don't know if we'll have a source wall to put this on in the first wave. And if we wait till wave 2, it's going to be hard. This thing's not really going to pay off. It's only going to earn us like a +2 source this for the start of wave 4. So I still don't think that's a good play. But it's a good option. Like I think it's like not a bad option. It's fine. But it's definitely not helping us win the scenario probably. it might get in our way more, and it might just sit there and be a waste, but... Cineral says, I think equipment are probably the best if you did want to actually use it. I think we might. Anyone think that is a bad play? What I thought of before was just taking the mini harvester, paying 4 for it, and just hoping we roll good with the dice. Because if we might not be able to put it on a hero first wave, but even if we got it out in wave 2, wave 3, you know, we might be able to roll the die and get more than 4 source. So it's like it should pay itself off, but does have the benefit to generate a positive source. I don't know, but we could find it. We could find it in the draft, and it would only cost us 2, which would obviously be better. So, but we may not see it at all. Again, I don't think there's any chip in here that we need to have. But we could take out the Lost Amir. Yeah, see, nobody really has a great answer other than taking out stuff you just don't want to see. Okay. I was curious. I thought you guys would be like, oh, Rob, it's obviously this one is what you want to grab because it definitely is super powerful in the scenario, which makes it worth double the cost. But yeah. I was thinking like, okay, all the Spires. Who do you want to see when you have a ton of Spires in play? The Elite Duelist, of course. Then I looked at his cost and I threw up in my mouth when I thought of paying 12 for him. There's not even a phase where you get 12 CP. I would have to do some shenanigans with their fortress upgrades to try to get extra CP and killing my own units and stuff. So it's a possibility, but I'd rather just hope to see this guy. I'd rather not see him at 12 cost, right? I'd rather go play the whole scenario without him rather than have him sit in my barracks, not being able to afford him. Okay, yeah. Okay, mini harvester. All right, we'll do the mini harvester thing. We'll leave Lost Amir in there. I just have to find it. Yeah, I would have thought to grab the flying thing too, like was discussed before. That one came to mind right away. Because having a flying hero sometimes could be broken, depending on who you're playing against. But they put out 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 air defense towers that all roll 2 dice each and all have 3 range by default. Which is gross. Which is gross. Let me see. No. Probably put it in here. Ugh. Explosion. There it is. All right. All right, we'll take the mini harvester. I feel it's the only one that's like, shouldn't be a negative. And if I don't see it, you know, it's not the worst thing either. Like not have it come up at normal 2 costs. Like, this is disgusting. All right, where's the tray? Hmm? Oh no. All right. Has that chip shuffler been designed yet? I don't know. I guess we'll just put it right here. Put it right here. All right. So for setup, we're still going. Okay, for swamp chips. All right, we need 2 go here for setup, right? Then closest to our thing is here. Closest to them is here. And then we need a random for these 2. Yeah, the market chips or a draw bag would be good, but I thought it'd be funnier just to see them all piled up and how ridiculous it is. So, yeah. You would pay 8 on the weak point. Hurts you a bit, but always get. Oh, yeah, that could be one. But 8, I don't know. It could be good. That could be good. The only problem is getting close to some of these spires with that hero that only has 3 health. I know we could find other heroes. But yeah, I don't know. Alright, so let's roll a die. Okay, top chip here. Let's roll. 6 down. 6. Okay. Alright. Alright, what else we need? Okay, so for setup, we got to draw from the market. Oh, I should have done that first. We got to draw from the market to build our barracks, right? For these guys. So we found our first hero is Krub, who's prepared. 3, 2, 1. Costs 3 CP to deploy. We need to keep. Oh, we got our first Spire, which is the Blade Wall. Costs 5. We need to find 2 Spires, 2 minions, and 1 piece of equipment. So we found the climbing gear. So sure-footed. I believe this gives us the ability to go on mountains and below, if I understand correctly or remember correctly. Oh, we got the Elite Duelist as our first minion. That's good. Nope. 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 Okay, we're finding all the heroes. Oh, our second Spire. Oh, that sucks. The bunker. What the hell do I want that for? Can't even take upgrades, just 3 fortifications. I guess it's just good to cover a source well. Oh well. Oh, our second one is the Portal Hopper. 1 health, 2 attack, 5 movement. Camouflage, which means I think it has to be adjacent to be attacked. So only things that are adjacent to it can attack it, and has incorporeal, so it can like jump over units and steal source, especially with 5 movement. That seems really good. Okay, so let's just shuffle them up again. So okay. It's all right. It's all right. Oh, yeah. Climbing gear. So we have a harvester and a climbing gear. Beside our barracks, we have 2 heroes to pull from. We have 2 minions. We have our default minions. And we got a couple extra spires to help us out, although the bunker is a waste of space. But this is not bad for 5. Not bad. Because I'm eyeballing this source wall here to put our first Spire on defensively. And that Blade Wall for 5 might actually be a better play than putting this one out for 5. Because it only comes with 1 attack. It does have beautiful upgrade options. It has the discount on upgrades. But again, that other one gives me like 2 free attack dice then if I look at it as that way. I can't put any more upgrades on it. But I do love that fortification on the bottom because we have lots of taproots. And taproots only hit for 1. So they're not able to take away a fortification chip by default. But we do have trees. And trees love ripping away attack upgrades, which would neuter a rebuilt plans or rebuilt ruins. But a blade wall has 3 attack chips, so you know. Incorporeal and solo, I can't remember how exactly it works because the opponent doesn't have source by default. I can't remember how that works exactly. But I thought there's a way they can gain it or something. I forget. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Can I steal source? Do they just have like an unlimited amount of source? You can just steal with that? Maybe the center aisle knows. I know the enemy AI can use incorporeal on me and steal my source, but I don't know how I can use incorporeal against them. But there has to be a way, because then the Aurora, those like really suck in solo, because the Aurora has that on a few units. Center L saying you can use an escape to keep Gary into the waygate the first move to prevent him from being shot. AI would have to have source listed on their fortress. Oh, okay. Okay. So yeah, and on the setup, right? That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. So no, you can't really steal anything. The cool part is you do get to jump the unit still. So it's not completely wasted. And with that unit having 5 movement, we can have it like jump over guys and maybe like, you know, keep rushing. The only thing is she has only 1 health. So you hope she's not adjacent to anything after moving. That's the only thing. But still, for 2, maybe not the worst. Okay. Okay, so wave 1. We're gonna roll the good old event die. I think we've done everything for setup for this faction. Let's just double check. We got our 2 minions, our hero, our 2 spires, our equipment. We shuffle everything back in, and that's about it, right? Okay. So we're gonna roll the event die. Let's see. Hopefully it's good for us here. A 1. What does the 1 do again? 1 says swap the units in the land prep stack with the units in the water prep stack. So that's the 2 Warbriars are going to switch. So that's all good. That's like a does nothing to us wave 1. I feel happy about that. I feel happy about that. That was a good roll. Doesn't make things better for us, just doesn't make things worse. We get 6 source, which I've already marked here on my chip. Market phase as normal. Let's draw a market phase, or set up our market. Okay, we have a slingshot, which is 2 range, 1 attack, and has air defense. I don't really care about air defense against the growth tenders, but we have a combatant here that's got fair fight, so he basically retaliates based on the amount of attack coming in on him with 6 health. So if you have a unit hitting him for 3, he's going to retaliate for 3. We have some source boots, which I believe adds an extra 1 movement speed to the hero for 3. I believe, if I remember correctly on that one. I got to keep this sheet handy. Yeah, this unit's movement stat is increased by 1. It's increased by 1. So we get a normal market phase. So we're allowed to just grab one of these for free. And I'm all open for recommendations. Looking at this, I would probably still grab the slingshot because it's only a 2 cost to put a Spire in play that does 1 attack and 2 range. I mean, we may not need to build this, but hey, if we're in a desperate limited build option situation and we just need some defense near a waygate and there's a source wall open, that it doesn't get any cheaper than that for a whole Spire with 3 upgrades. Other than that, I don't care for the combatant really because he costs 4 CP, and I know there's better things I'm looking for 4 CP. Oh, do we got some answers here for the incorporeal or whatever in solo? Oh, it's attacks too. Oh, attacks and retaliates with combatant. How does it attack? Fair fight. This unit's attack stat is equal to that of the unit is it attacking. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. The unit it's hitting, it steals their attack stat also. Yeah. I know this already. I know this. I was confused. My bad. I know that. I should have known that already. Shannon stated, intention is that you treat AI as if they have unlimited source, so you gain source if something would let you steal from them. I thought that's how we understood it before, John, but it's just been a while. But I have a feeling that came up when we were playing through our solo Neuroran scenarios. I think you're still allowed to steal source with it. It's just like they have unlimited and you just keep stealing it. I'm pretty sure. Because otherwise that would hurt the Neuroran. Like that's their whole jam is like trying to steal source, right? But maybe those scenarios kind of said that or explained that. I can't remember. But yeah, that's a good call. Whew. All right. I guess slingshot. Refill. Oh, we found Berryband. Berryband, who is evasive. So evasive is that the one where they're in water? Or no, that's when they avoid damage or something, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to just go off the memory before I read it. It's like a test here. Evasive. When this unit is attacked by a unit with range. By a unit with range. With a unit with range, reduce the damage dealt to 1. Reduce the damage dealt to 1. So he's like, he only has 2 health. So a range unit would have to shoot at least twice to take him out. So that's that. That's the market phase, right? Now we go to the draft phase where I have 3 actions with this faction. This draft phase is only for the Uprising. I can grab one of these. I have 3 actions. I can spend those actions to grab a chip or clear the chips, right? All right, so I don't want anything there, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I want anything because the range units in this, I think, are only taproots. Taproots already hit for 1 damage, so I don't care about them really reducing. So I'm going to spend my first action to clear these. Let's make a discard pile off screen there. We got carbon. We got modified prism, and we got another Spire here, Plaguebringer. So this is a hero. Costs 4 to deploy. He's 4/1/3. He can take 2 upgrades. He can go on forest. He's battle hardened, which means when he's attacked by a Spire, he'll reduce the damage by 2, which I think is very good in this scenario. And he can capture the opponent's units. In theory, if I can capture some taproots, how many taproots do they have? They have 3 taproots. They have 2 treeds. If I capture Warbriars, they spawn Warbriars on summons. They'll just spawn something worse probably. So I don't know if that's the play. But this guy seems very reasonable for this scenario. Battle Hardened seems very powerful in this one. He reduces Spire damage too. Yeah. So Center Isle says it definitely would have taken the Earthscape. I never took the Earthscape before, but the Earthscapes could be good in this scenario from blocking off. There's a second path here, but then I don't want to block off that path because if I want to turn this into a waygate later, it has to connect back to their gate. So I'm eyeballing this to turn this into a waygate later, okay? So just so you guys know, I don't want to flip this. I don't want to interact with this. Please don't let me. And I don't want to cut off this path. There is a way you can also kind of mess with the path up here. But I understand what Center Isle is saying. You're going to see in a minute when I start talking about deployment here. There's 2 Spires here that can smash the crap out of our hero. I'm probably not going to deploy our hero unless we see some way to put units in play that can either move 3 to get out of his way or block him in. Because if he steps off the gate, he's dead meat. If he steps in the water right now, he is going to get shot at by this Spire because they'll target a hero before minions. So by default, I kind of don't want to deploy my hero first anyway. But yes, I could have spent 2 source to grab this and I guess put it, I don't know, like this. Would that work? Because then my units would march out. I could go 1, 2, and then 1, and then my hero would be stuck. I mean, that's an option. It's not bad. I would get a source well here that I could put a waygate on at some point, or a Spire. Maybe a Spire that can help defend this waygate. I mean, is that what I should have done? I could just take it, right? Or is it only chips I get to take for free? You do not pay source when making market purchases from the market. Purchase units, spires, place purchase units and spires in your barracks and purchase equipment or escapes beside your barrack. Oh, so I can just take that for free. So I don't even need to buy it yet. I don't need to spend on it, right? That could have been my play instead of taking slingshot, right? Okay, okay. That's not a bad idea. I was just, if I didn't get like a 3 movement guy, because this guy moves for 3, right? So what I was doing was just not deploying him because I didn't want to get him destroyed. So I was just not deploying him the first wave. I don't know if there's one guy. No, yeah, because he only has 3 health and 2 dice have a good shot of killing him. And I don't want him down to 1 health where I have to return him back to the base like super quick, right? So yeah, I mean, that's an option to mess with the scenario. Units on water cannot get hit by spires that are... Units on water cannot get hit by spires that are not also on water, right? So water spires will hit... Yes, yes. Water spire. This spire on F is on water, and this spire on A is on water. So these 2 air defense spires that have 3 range total and roll 2 dice each, these 2 can smash units on water, and they will target heroes first. So this is why I think the play normally in most situations is to not put this guy into play, unless you drew. There's like a equipment that's armor, but I think it costs like 6. You can put an equipment on this guy that's armor, and he can like throw it away to block damage or to avoid damage. I could see that being a play. But then again, you need source to have your units survive in the water, so I feel like that's not the right spend. But I was trying to puzzle out so many different ways by just staring at the market chips, trying to figure out a way to do this. But that is an option. That's not the way I read the sentence. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Are you guys talking about this right here? Any unit, where is it? Any unit on a water hex, so any unit. Doesn't say friendly, doesn't say opposing. A unit is a minion or a hero on any side, okay? Is considered to be hidden and cannot be attacked by spires or by units on any other terrain besides water. So if a unit is on water, it can hit another unit on water. If a spire is on water, it can hit another unit on water. That is what I get from that sentence. I don't know if that's the sentence you guys are talking about in the chat. But basically, a unit in the water will not be attacked by a spire that is on land, okay? Because they are hidden. That's all. So a unit on water has kind of special rules to it. So John says, it's not the way I read the sentence, cannot be attacked by spires or by units. Oh, so he's putting a bracket around. So John's reading it as, and this, I could interpret, actually, when I first read this, I interpreted it the same way you are, John. So he's reading it like this. Any unit on water hex is considered to be hidden and cannot be attacked by spires. That's one thing, cannot be attacked by spires, or by units on any other terrain besides water. So is that on any other terrain apply to both spires and units, or only to this part of the sentence of units? And I can see it going both ways. Does anyone know the official on this? Or how they interpret it, or during playtesting, looking at U-Center Isle, how this works? Because that changes the whole scenario if they're not allowed to be attacked by spires, period. Because that means I can deploy my hero right now, he can just run in the water, and we're good. Hey, Shamar. Shamar says, this is one of those games I'd love to play, but prefer to watch Rob play. All the rules. I know. So many rules to this damn game. It's a lifestyle game for sure, Shamar. This is like an LCG similar, right? Like tons of rules. You got to keep playing it to stay fresh with it. That's the way to play it. Yeah, it's not a game you pull out once every 6 months and just kind of, let's play this one tonight, guys. No. Understood. Helper says, that's how I played it and would have said if you're right, John, that would make it a lot easier. Yeah, it would make it a lot easier. I don't know who Mark is, Alper, but does Mark work for Chip Theory? You're saying always believe Mark. I don't know who Mark is, but if he doesn't work for Chip Theory, then I don't want to always believe what he says. If he's just another player. Because I'm a player too, and I've assumed things, and other people have assumed things, and you know, I I was listening to other players who played the game, and there have been times when other players were incorrect about stuff too. Oh, Mark is the center aisle. Oh, okay, okay. I see, I see. Sorry, Mark. I didn't know you were. Okay, I'll call you Mark from now on. My bad, my bad. I mean the way I play tested it. Nice to meet you, Mark, by the way. I don't know who this Mark jerk face is, but anyways, I mean the way I play tested it was the way you are playing it, but it very much could be the way you were saying. I can tell you that you can win the harder way. I played it the harder way. I played the harder way. I'm not going to spoil how it turned out on my first two plays. But yeah, I don't think you need your hero in play on the first wave. I would love to have him in play on the first wave. And if you want to do that, we can do that. But yeah, if Spires aren't firing on my guys in the water, that changes everything. Mark is the George A from Cloudspire. Oh, okay. He's the George A is how George A is to Too Many Bones. Mark the center aisle is the same for Cloudspire. I got you. I got you. I got you. I see. The most hardcore fan out of all of us of Cloudspire. That's how I understand that. Okay, perfect. It should have a comma either after spires or units. Oh, okay, okay. Now, we are playing in the middle of a Friday. It is business hours for Chip Theory. And I know some of you are sitting in the Chip Theory Discord right now. Is there anyone that can find this out? Can we at Shannon in the Discord if anyone's in there? I just don't have the Discord open right now. But if anyone wants to look that up, that can change how it plays. And we can adjust it during the playthrough if, we play one way or the other. Because that's not what we're here for today. But I would like to know, for those watching this later, they can learn, because some other people might be playing it wrong or right, and they can learn from this. I don't care today if we win or lose, really, but... Oh, okay, okay. John says, would read, cannot be attacked by spires or units on any other terrain besides water. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, guys. Like, we're gonna still keep getting ready for the playthrough here. 2 hours and 15 minutes in. But again, like I said, today's gonna be a long stream. We're not rushing it. We're all good. We've talked about the Uprising. We're now gonna see them in action. Yeah. Yep. This is not a quick and dirty edited playthrough. We're gonna have some fun hanging out on a Friday here. So I'm not rushing it. But yeah, if anyone wants to find out during the playthrough, can get Shannon in the Discord, or who else would know there? Who's the other guy that always does the live playthroughs now? What's his name? I forget his name. But there's also a guy who does all the playthrough stuff for Cloudspire. He might know, or might be able to ask. I don't know who designed these scenarios. I don't know who's designing the stuff. If it's still like one Adam or Josh or any of them, but yeah. Because I feel that's why these spires are in water. I feel like they put 2 in water on purpose. But again, I guess they just had to because their source well's there maybe. But I feel like those are in water on purpose, so that they can hit your unit still. Salim, is it Salim? Maybe. Maybe it's Salim. Yeah, I forget. Anyways. Yeah, Jim's saying it the way I understood it is if you go in the water, only a spire or unit in the water can attack you. That's the way I take it. But John, the way John reads it, I read it the very first time I read it, I assume that's how it worked. And then even when I changed my understanding, I forgot that this Spire was in water, and I still didn't let it hit my guys. Then I corrected it on my next one. But yeah. But we'll play it for now until we get an official ruling. If somebody, while we're the fun part of playing live is that people can go reach out to Chip Theory while I'm playing and ask in the Discord, and sometimes you get an answer pretty quick. You know, if they're working, you know, on the computer and they're nearby, we might get an answer while we're playing, which I love that when that happens. That's so fun. That second "by" in the sentence is there on purpose. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, John. I see what you're saying. Yeah, John's saying that it cannot be attacked by spires or by units on any other terrain beside water. You might be right, John. John, you're selling me, man. You're selling me on it. You're selling me on it. I'm buying what you're selling. You're swaying me. I could go that way. It does make it seem like the first, you know, again, that this feels like one of those scenarios that's not really like new player friendly, because it's like literally you could die, like your hero can get ripped apart on the first turn if you're not like very deep understanding of the rules and how to mess with your fortress gate and stuff. I don't know if I'm going to place the landscape. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to place the landscape. It depends how the rule works. It depends how the rule works. But I kind of, I don't know if I want to lose 2 source to deploy it. But we could just play it like that and it would just solve everything. But then I'm losing 2 source that I'd rather spend to keep units alive in water. But then again, if units in water aren't actually getting shot by spires, then maybe... No, I still would need to spend the source to keep them from losing health. Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. I want to see if I can get in the Discord and see if we can get an answer. Let them know someone's life is on the line and we need an answer before they die. Like, just tell them, like, you know, someone's on their deathbed. They're playing, their final wish is to know this rule. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, let's see here. Oh, someone's mentioned me in the Cloudspire Discord. Let's see. Oh, you guys are in there. I see John B's in there. Oh, you guys are funny. Andrew Alper's in there. Yeah, make sure you put the exact rules text in there or what page it's on, if you can. Yeah, reference the scenario and the page number. I know personally, like that would help me quickly look up what the hell you're talking about. The same reason I ask for timestamps on videos in the comments later when someone's asking a rules question. Because if you just post a generic question, I don't know what part of the 6-hour playthrough you're talking about. So yeah, same idea. If they can. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. All right, I'll leave that. Yeah. You guys are funny. Okay, so Drazzy's also saying John is grammatically correct about the way the sentence is built, and it thematically would make sense that a spire up very tall might not be able to see them down in the swamp, but a unit that's like literally right beside them should. So you could kind of go that route. And the scenario is super easy with the John's interpretation, which is fine, I think. Yeah, I have a feeling it's not meant to be easy in that case. So yeah. But what I get worried is it's one of those things where the sentence was made incorrectly and it's not as intended. So that's my fear. That's my fear. Okay, so this, yeah, all right, we're in a pickle. Because what I think is going to happen is if I go with John's interpretation, I feel like if it's wrong, that invalidates pretty much the rest of the scenario. But if I play it the hard way, I mean, that kind of invalidates it a little bit too. But, and the whole idea, as you guys can see here, is if I'm constantly going through water and this Spire's not shooting at me, I could probably destroy this one pretty quick. But I won't deploy my hero if he's going to get hit by it. And the other issue is if I put an Earthscape here, and I'm keeping my minions on the land, they're going to get ripped apart by this one. They may not even get to attack this one. So I think I'm going to play it the way I've been playing it. I'm not going to buy that Earthscape. I'm not going to deploy my hero first wave. And I'm just going to roll with it. Unless we get an answer, I'm going to play it that... oh, Salem's answering. Hold on. Salem says, I blame the English language. Mark saying, assuming the attention is the way John is saying, I feel like this should have been 2 different points for clarity instead of having this or, yeah, like being in the same sentence. It should have kind of been broken up into 2 sentences or 2 points or 2, you know, rules, you know, sections. What does that mean? All right, bear with me, bear with me. Awesome. Nope. What the heck? Well, Adam is looking at it right now. I don't know if we'll get an answer. Frederick, that's not the wording I would use. Frederick says, this is what makes Rob's stream so much more interesting than others. Or worse? I don't know. Words are hard. Yeah. Typing's hard for me too. Hey, Brian. Oh, man. Yeah, I feel like it would make it easier. So I don't know if it's intended that it's a scenario 1, if they've kind of tried to make scenario 1s for factions a little gentler. And if not, if this is meant to be this expansion, the Uprising is for hardcore players, let's start them off in the deep end. It does make this one more challenging. right from the decision. As you see, we're stuck here based on this rule. It depends on deployment. You deploy your hero or don't you? Literally depends on this rule. But also later, like having these spires in water, if they can fire on our heroes and our units in general, that could lead to them not making it very far. And if I can't see something in the market that helps me get through this spire, because my hero by default, my original one, he only hits for 1. So he's not knocking off any of these fortification upgrades until he promotes himself and then finally gets an upgrade. So he's like one of those heroes with only the 1 attack that makes him tough to get him promoted and upgraded. So yeah. So do we need him first wave based on my 2 playthroughs before? No. No, we don't. It puts us at higher risk of losing the scenario quicker, I think. If we put him into play, or if we put him into play and we could get unlucky here where we put out 2 minions and they get into the water and they're safe. But then if this Spire is allowed to fire on one of them for 2 dice, we probably lose a minion right away. Like, we'll probably have a minion defeated, like, literally first turn. Oh, answers in the Discord now. All right. The units cannot be attacked by Spires, full stop. And they cannot be attacked by units not in water. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Okay. Amazing. Thank you. All right. All right, we can continue. So here's the thing, Jim. So if we have, we might have the units for it, but looking at, we're still not done with the draft phase actually, but, right? Because I think we just cleared it once and we do have slingshot. So why it matters is if we can't deploy 3 units. So let's say we have a unit here and let's say I know we can't afford these guys. So that's the thing. We only have, what is it? 5 CP, right? So we only have 5 CP. So this is my understanding. So let's say we deploy these 2 guys because we only have 5 CP. I didn't get a 1 CP unit. I only have 2s and 3s, really, and a 6. So yeah, so I'm only deploying 2 units max. And one, let's say we just deploy our default units, okay? Because the other one moves for 5. That's not a good example either. But let's say we deploy these guys, right? That these 2. Let's say we deploy these 2 that each have 2 movement, okay? And we put our hero in there. We put him last. So we're gonna go. We could do 1, 2, and then we could deploy 1, 2, or 1, 2. Remember, water is accounted as path hexes for our units. So that rule of this scenario forces our units to make progress and use their full movement, right? So I can't keep this unit in this space to block the hero. So this unit can go here and can go here technically, so I can't get them blocked, which is why deploying this hex here, or this earthscape could fix it, where this unit can only go here. He can't move on plains or mountain, so he would get stuck. And the other one, we could have done the little shift, right? Then this guy gets stuck. Now he can't be targeted by these spires because he's on a waygate. But with the way this is, remember, this water all is valid. It's path, right? So even getting a 3rd unit, I don't know if we had that anarchy guy, right? He's 1. So if we had him, we could deploy two CP units. We could... Yeah, I don't even know if we can with 3 units. I may be missing something. Maybe we can't either. Because they all can use water, right? Thank you, Adam, for the answer, by the way. So those in the chat who were fighting in the chat about how it's interpreted, Adam Carlson, one of the dream team of designers over at Chip Theory, who makes all these amazing games that we all love to get lost in, is in the chat with the answer. The units cannot be attacked by spires. Full stop. And they cannot be attacked by units not in water. So those should be broken up into like kind of 2 separate points. Think of it that way. So no spires are hitting units hiding in water. So even though these 2 spires are in water, which I assumed was to be clever to make it so they still smash your units, they're not allowed to. He is amazing. Oh. Hey, center aisle, that's not 100% correct. You have to correct me sometimes when we get into wave 4 and we're on like hour 6 of a live stream and I start getting sloppy and tired. I appreciate you there keeping me straight and questioning me on my decisions and rules and stuff. But I feel like I understand the game well. And I feel like that's all the hours that I've put into it that, yeah, that help. Thank you so much. But I love these rules debates. I love this stuff when it comes up. So it's cool that the chat actually started this one. It wasn't me. I didn't start this one. But John B is our winner who read it correctly and brought up the question while we were getting started here. So that's great. That's great. All right. So we're putting these guys back. And so based on that, I have a hero. I have a hero that I can move for 3. So technically, he could hide in the water, right? And I could spend 1 source to keep him from getting damaged. And he won't be a target of this spire in the water. Right? We're all good with that? So now I can deploy my hero first wave, and he's not going to get shredded apart, if I'm understanding that correctly, with the whole water rule in this scenario. The Militia Defender art is the best in the game. Oh, is that this guy? No, man. I think all the bear units, Adam, any one of these I feel I could fight you on because that guy's awesome. I feel like this guy's awesome. And also the one that's in the market chips, which I think is this guy. This guy too. All these little bears, all of them. You could convince me that they're the best in the game. They're so cute, but they look deadly, and they're my favorite too. I felt the same, but I think my favorite is the one on the neutral one on the Spire, the market chip, which I think is this guy, the hero. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Deploy hero first and move into the water, and then 2 units to destroy towers. Exactly, Jim. That's where we're at now. That's where we're at. That's where we're playing it. Okay, so let's get some health on him. So we have our hero. Let's finish. Actually, sorry, with the draft that we got. That's where we got held up with the whole rules discussion. So I spent 1 action in the draft, 1 action point to kind of clear it. I think I want to take this guy as my second, because I do like the idea of battle-hardened, a battle-hardened hero who can maybe help me with the spires. The only problem, he hits for 1, but if I can get an upgrade chip under him and get him an extra attack, he could stand there beside some of these spires, and since he has 4 health and he's reducing the damage by 2, there's a chance, even with 2 attack dice, a lot of the times, he's not going to take damage. So I think that might be a good option. We do have Krub, who's prepared. Let me see. Prepared. Prepared. Let me see. Prepared. When this unit is dealt retaliation damage by another unit, reduce the damage by 1. Man, lots of these that we're seeing. Reduction in damage. But again, this guy's nice because he does hit for 2. So he could be a hero we deploy for cheap next wave. And he could run around maybe hitting some fortifications, but he's only 3 health. He's only 3 health. So as soon as he gets near one of these spires, he's having like 3 attack dice rolled on him. He's not going to survive that. So he's too soft. He's too soft for this scenario. I think. So let's throw that back over there. Okay. So we're going to replace. Now we have 1 action left. Oh, look, we got one of the new ones. We got one of the new ones that has an arrow on it. Look at that. 4 range, 1 attack. Can have 4 upgrades on it. It's a directional attack. So based on where you point the arrow on building this spire, it will fire only in that direction. Man, I'm finding a lot of spires, I feel. I need more minions. I need some more options. But, yeah. I think I'm going to just leave it. I mean, poison, multi-target. Multi-target's nice too. I feel like in this scenario with the taproots firing for range with 1 strength, I feel like having fortifications on the bottom of spires is the answer. So any of these ones that don't have fortifications on the bottom and I can't upgrade maybe aren't the best. But we already have like slingshot, which is nice, cheap. We have blade wall. I feel like blade walls are one we're probably going to try to work to building, even over our in-house ones. I feel like we are all spired out. Oh yeah, the capture on carbon. Yeah, you guys are right. Capturing taproots, if we can do it. Oh man, the only problem is getting him near spires is my fear. So we got to be careful. I don't know if that's the hero we're going to go with in the future, but we may not see other heroes, which is kind of neat. Okay, so we're going to leave the market, and on purpose, I'm leaving it here and not clearing it because we wouldn't have an action left after clearing it, and we may see something we really want. And then at the start of the next market, remember now, new to Cloudspire version 2.0 is every wave, we're clearing the market and refreshing it. So I don't want to use my last draft action or whatever to wipe it. We see 3 chips that look amazing, and then they just get wiped before we get to buy them. Next wave. So I'm purposely leaving junk there with a wasted action on purpose. I mean, we could just take one, but I don't even want to take one just to have a better chip go there and disappear. So that's my logic. I'm sticking to it. All right, because there is some nice stuff in here I still want to see, hopefully, but we may not see it. That's the fun of the Uprising is you may not see those chips that worked really well in the last time you play the scenario, because you may not dig deep enough to see them, right? So, all right. So let's spend the rest of our CP. We have five CP to spend, and we know we have Warbriars that are coming at us. And what I'm going to use is one of these spare chips just to mark what units are moving on water. It just helps me remember, especially when I get distracted, live stream and making other decisions and stuff. So that's going to be our water stack. I'm going to give them blue chips underneath to remind me that unit moves across water hexes. And they're going to be in their own little stack in the fortress. And they get deployed after the units that are moving on land get deployed. And remember, the event die switched our stacks, but in this first scenario, we have Warbriars, so it didn't really do anything. So we're going to have a stack of land units and a stack of water units. So with that, I'm going to put a blue chip just so I remember. I don't know if you guys can really see it, but it'll help us out. Okay. So what am I deploying? So the portal hopper with camouflage. Let me just make sure I'm all good on that. I think that just has to be anything that's adjacent. Camouflage, where are you? Units and spires must be adjacent to this unit or spire in order to attack it. Man. Now here's the thing with these spires that have fortifications on the bottom. I feel like I should be deploying stuff that attacks for 2 at least. I feel like we should do stuff that attacks for 2. So if these units make it far enough, we can start taking away the fortifications on the bottom. And if we deploy the units later that hit for 1 or have range or heroes, they're able to take off the other spires for us. but they'll be locked out if there's still fortifications on the bottom. So we could deploy these two guys and only use up 4 CP. I could be convinced to throw a militia in there, because again, we have Spire F here, which doesn't have fortifications, so they're not useless right away. And this guy having range allows him to maybe hit some Warbriars before they come and impale them, as another option. But also lets him hit Spires without getting so close. The only problem with the Portal Hopper, I don't think I want to deploy the Portal Hopper with the 5 movement. So this Portal Hopper is going to like fly across the board, and I kind of want them to move slow and sit there kind of taking turns smashing on Spires. So I feel like the Portal Hopper was a bad first turn draw. I feel like we got really neutered on the minion. I always got a minion every time I played before that moved for at least 3. So I was able to have a minion kind of get in here in the water, which felt really good. So everyone was safe in the water. So maybe the Portal Hopper for 5 movement just to get it in the water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This guy can move 1, 2, 3, and then this one can move 1, 2. So everyone's safe in the water. Yeah. 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 I think so. Because even though it's 5 movement, we just have to make some progress, right? So we can do silly things like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it really only like move 2. I don't know. Yeah, it was a very good roll, John. It was a very good roll getting 1 on the event die. Hmm. Yeah. Uh-oh. Hey, Dan. Welcome, welcome. Dan with the super chat. Thank you for the support. Dan says, all hail the Cloudspire King, which is $1.95 for the chat, 5 cents for Rob. So the king, I'm assuming he means the chat. This is the Cloudspire King. I just run the show. You son of a man. Yeah, anyways, all right. So yeah, let's just do that. Let's do the little militia guy. And we'll do the Portal Hopper. And I really don't think the order matters too much, other than putting the slower guy at the back, maybe. I have 6 source to start, Jim. I have 6 source to start. I haven't spent any of it. I didn't buy a Earthscape from the market. I haven't put out a Spire. I haven't put on any equipment, although you are right. I probably should put on some equipment maybe. Should I do that? I think I'm allowed to do this when I'm beside a source well that's covered, but I could be wrong. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Reap. I can't remember how that works again. No, yeah, they fixed it. They fixed the wording. They fixed the wording. I remember before that was a question I had. Where is it? So if we look at Reap here under the R, it says once per wave, if a unit is adjacent to a source well, spire, or a landmark, you may roll a d6 to gain that much source. So before it kind of, I think it used to be worded a little weird where it need to be adjacent to a source well, but how the rules work when a source well is covered, it's not really a source well. So they fixed Reap to make it not so nerfed, where it just has to be adjacent to where a source well would be kind of thing. So yeah, so we can use it right away. And taking the damage is not the worst thing. You have to be careful. Like, you don't just spend source to protect your guys. You have to understand, I learned playing the scenario once before, or twice before basically, is that at some points you realize your unit's going to die soon anyway. Why keep spending source to keep them from taking damage? We'll have to make that call. So we'll see. But we could spend 4 source and put this out right away, and possibly he'll get us at least 1 back rather than saving 6. But we could get this working right away. I feel like we do that. It's risky, but we could go down negative source here. But I'm gonna try. Hopefully we roll like a 4 at least. But even if we roll a 1 now, I feel like it's fine. It's risky, but it's got the potential to really pay off. I could also find a weighted die, and hopefully we can get, or I'll roll a d20 maybe. No, I'm just joking. It says d6, so we'll do d6. But yeah, all right. And I think it's just any point. Yeah, I just have to be adjacent to it. All right, so we'll do what I said. 1, 2, 3, and 1, or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. As long as it's in the water. And 1, 2. Okay. So we're all in the water. We're good. We're hiding in the water here. We got our portal hopper. Portal hopper that hits for 2, moves for 5. We got our militia defender, 2 health. I don't even think we go first, actually. The Grove Tenders go first. Rewind. Grove Tenders, 1, 2. And I'm assuming once we've deployed that stack in the same turn, we now can deploy the water stack. So they'll move 1. And it's kind of blocked. They can only go on path, but this guy can also go on water, but he can't get around the first guy, so that's them. No Spires will fire or anything like that. Now back over to us. We got to remember he has lookout 3, but that's at the start of a turn. So I have to remember on next turn, I can actually look at this one if I want, but I'm not going to. But I can look at this one and get it already flipped. And it can be there to mess with like the Warbriar or future units as they move through. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Hopefully I get Toxic Secretion all day up here. Or some foreboding guys or something. Would be fun. And then I just don't go that way, hopefully. So then I'll deploy my guys. Spires will fire. They're in water, so they're hidden. We now know it's from all Spires. So no Spires are firing on them because they're all in water. Exploring. We're not adjacent to anything. And now attacking. So I feel like we're just going to rip 3 chips off this. There's nothing, nobody has range or anything. And this thing's down to 1 attack. Right. Where am I going? Right here. Okay. No, but I don't want to look. Oh, can I look at it even if it's foreboding and I don't have to flip it? With lookout? Does that really work that way? At the start of your turn, you may look at any number of landmarks within number of hexes of this unit or spire. This is not considered exploring. Oh, John, I didn't know that. What's foreboding say? When you explore this landmark, you must reveal it. I feel like I knew this from before, but yeah, I forgot. I wasn't playing it that way, John. I was super scared to even touch that chip before because if I flipped a guy I had to attack, I could really mess with my plans. It does work that way. Okay, there again. I relearned something probably that I had not realized that I'd forgotten. That's awesome. All right, what we want to do while we're adjacent to this, I forgot. I think I can still do it. Is the reap. So the harvester. We want to use the mini harvester, and we're beside a said Spire, right? Yeah, Sourcewell, Spire, or Landmark. We're definitely beside a Sourcewell, aka a Spire in this case. 4. We got a 4. So we literally got all of our source back. This has now paid itself off. We definitely paid off the debt of buying a mini harvester. So we sent in our monthly payments. Now it's going to start benefiting us back as long as it doesn't break and we have to repair it in the future. We didn't buy the warranty on it, so hopefully it keeps going. Hopefully this hero doesn't die. But anyways, so we rolled a 4. We got our source back. At the end of this turn, I have these units in here. Now the portal hopper would die if I don't spend a source, so I'll spend a source to keep the portal hopper alive. My militia defender, he's only 2 health. I'm gonna spend a source to keep him alive, and my hero, most importantly, hero over minions in this case, I'm gonna go down to 3 source, and I spent the source to keep them all from taking a damage, hiding in the water. Okay, I don't know if that's the best play, but I definitely think I want to keep the portal hopper alive. I could be argued to not spend it on this guy, but the impale is what I'm afraid of. When this guy makes it over there, the impale could be the end of him. At least this way you can survive an impale. Or he just survives a little longer in the water. We'll get 2 source once we defeat this. but it's going to be hard to get source. These shrubberies are only one. Warbriars are only one source. So other than that, it's maybe a tight first wave. But as long as we destroy, I don't know, as long as we destroy a Spire here, I think we're okay. We've done pretty good. All right, let's move these guys. 1, 2. And this guy's going to go 1, 2 and end in the water. No Spires to fire. They won't attack anything. Back to us. Let's go. Start a turn. Start a turn. We're going to look at this one. We got our Grail Goats. Yeah, sure, I'll put some Grail Goats there. Hopefully the enemy interacts with them first. But I think I'll flip him. I think it's okay. Because he could look out 3. So he has 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. So we can look at this one. Yeah, what the hell? See? I got this guy last 2 times I played. And I did it random. That's crazy. I got the exact same guy there every time. This guy, every time I drew randomly. Rolled dice and everything. Shuffled. I always get this guy here. And I was treating it as when I flip that, I'm in trouble. So the first time I did it, it ruined me. This time I would choose not to flip it. So I'll just leave it there. And we're just gonna say no to that. Because I think my guys, it might interact with my guys a little more being here. But knowing that that's there, if the units are ever going along this way, but I think I want to make a waygate there at some point. And I don't want to fight that thing now at all. So I don't want my heroes trying to fight this or my minions trying to fight this Spire and having to fight that instead. Lookout? No, wasn't Lookout in the base game on a Spire? I feel like I've used it before. When I first was learning the game. I feel like in a PvP game I got it once and was able to start looking at stuff in a PvP game I was playing when I was learning the game. I'm pretty sure very early I had to interact with that one. Oh, you can't flip it. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so yeah, it's not exploring, so I don't even have the option to flip at it. I'm just looking at them. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Man, I was definitely doing that messed up before. I think I was flipping them before, and I was definitely using Foreboding to flip automatically. Okay, so in general, you just don't flip. Good call, good call. So it's just peeking. You just get to peek. Just some knowledge. Just some knowledge. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. So we have to get our units up here flipping these. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can't really get up here with our hero because this Spire 1, 2, 3 is kind of like anywhere near this one. He's going to get shot from this one and or this one. 1, 2, 3. This one, 1, 2. So this Spire is our second most important one, I think, after this one. And then this one, I think. So it gives us some room to breathe up here. And then we can start flipping these for future waves. I think that's a long-term play, but I think we'll go that route. Okay, so we did the looking. Now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one will go 1, 2. And then our hero. Gotta be safe. Gotta be safe. Our hero, we could go. We gotta be careful of the impale. I want to move him like 1, 2, 3, but he can't do any damage yet on Spires. I don't want to be too risky with him, even moving him here to try to interact with this guy. I don't need him getting hit back by him. Also, this Spire right here, 1, 2, 3, can hit 2 dice right here. So all the Spire field right now makes my hero very vulnerable. And I think what I should do is just kind of move him back. But hold on, 1, 2, 3. Even this Spire still can hit my hero anywhere. Maybe this spot? Nope. 1, 2. Yeah, this one still hits my hero here. My hero literally has to stay in water I think I might just keep him around here so he can finish off this one. I'm not going to move him. But that's going to happen like a lot. Yeah, stay and we're going to destroy this and get an upgrade, right? Or promote him. We're going to promote him. Yeah, I was just thinking like trying to be like really aggressive here because we might be able to deal with this on the way back. You know, if he gets damaged and we want to take him back to base. But we'll leave him. We'll leave him. So Spire's fire. We're all in water. Yep, we're all in water. We're good. So exploring. Nothing to explore. So attacking. So this guy definitely is going to take this chip off of here. The portal hopper is going to take this bottom fortification, but there's still another one. Oh, we forgot to add a fortification in the beginning. To the bottom of the one closest to their gate. Doesn't matter yet, but we forgot to add an extra fortification on here through the build phase. Yeah, I glossed over the build phase because I was like, I'm not really buying any or building anything. So, but yeah, we didn't even look at fortress advancements or anything because I want to save source for keeping my units alive. So I just know. But yeah, see you later, Jazzy. Yeah. All right. So now this one's exposed. So my hero could start fighting this one. We just need one more fortification off this one, and then my hero can get involved in that. Possibly. But we got to be careful with the Warbriars coming. We don't want to get them impaled. All right. Oh, and this guy defeats this one. Yeah, this guy defeats this one. We get 2 source, go up to 5. And then he gets promoted. He's going to get promoted. His health actually goes up, so he gets 1 more health. Goes to 4. So he's a little more beefy. And now he has 1 attack still, 3 movement. He can go on mountains, which I think is the same. But the key there is those 2 blue dots. He now can take upgrades to get better stats or stay alive longer. And he can build Waygate, which is a whole thing. We'll talk about that in later waves. But that's with the objective of building these Waygates. We can build more of them. But I'm not worried about that yet. I'm going to save that for later. If he's still alive, we'll do that later. That's not the most important objective I'm worried about. I want to defeat 3 Spires while in water and keep our Waygate alive so we don't lose. That's default what I'm aiming for the way I'm playing this one. If we can have extra source going into wave 4, I'll put 10 health. If we have 10 source, going into wave 4, I will use it to put 10 health under this Waygate, assuming it's not, it's still good. We can put some under there to achieve that objective. And then if we have our hero still alive, I need to try to keep him alive. That's the next one, to try to get the 3 Waygates deployed later. So keeping him alive is like priority 3, basically, in my mind. So we can try to do that other one. Thank you for subscribing, E-Studio. S-Studio? 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 Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, these are funny. Okay. Over to the Grove Tenders. So this guy's a lead minion, I think, if we start counting through water hexes. So I believe this guy moves first. I don't think they'll really interact anyway, but 1, 2. He's moving along water. This guy, 1, 2. Okay. Oh yeah. Now the start of our turn. So these guys, there's nothing to fire on them, right? No. We don't have any spires. Do I want to build a spire though? I might want to build a spire right now, actually. Oh, did I save my guys? I didn't save my guys, right? I should spend 1, 2, 3 more. I'm down to 2. I'm down to 2. I don't think I spent to keep my guys from getting damaged for the second time. So I did now. I'm down to 2. So I could for 2, again, I'm a little scared though. I could for 2 put the slingshot here to help protect my Waygate from these Warbriars. But I might want to just save the source and I might just take some damage to my base. Hopefully not losing. So I got to be careful. But I feel like I might need a Spire to help whittle down these Warbriars if my units aren't doing so. I could also use Incorporeal to get some source, right? Just one source from this guy. Okay, so start of our turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can look at this one. There we go. Toxic secretion. I want to get this guy lined up. So I can look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope. Yeah, so I use my lookout 5. So now I know there's the Grail Goats. There's the Thorax, right? Yeah, Thorax, Toxic Secretion. He's the 5 health one. He's there. And then here we had the Traxar Roughneck, the Engage and Foreboding one. Okay, so we know that information. I wish I could flip some of those right now, but I cannot. I can't get over there without getting shot dead by Spires, I think. I could send a unit maybe that way. Can this guy make progress and still go that way? No, right? Because he can go 1, 2. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he right now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, yeah. I don't think I can get up to this spot with the 5 move, and that would not be making progress. And yeah, mini harvesters once per wave, not once per turn. Holy crap. The mini harvester for 2 source would be way broken. Way broken. It's once per wave, I already did it this wave. So hopefully we roll 4 5s or 6s going forward, and every wave will get a bit more source. Which is still good even on the 4th wave, because it could get you the source you need to do a nice limited build option. But I do like that mini harvester. I've used it many times. Love it. Love it. All right. Could just keep this guy here. Hold on, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where was he here? No, the portal hopper only has path or water in this scenario. Yeah, no extra movement. I wish, or no, I don't wish actually. Plains, it's blocked. It's blocked by plains, thankfully, and it's blocked by the Spire. So it's direct path right now. Oh, it could go down this way, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so it's 6 away right now. So I have to move it somewhere that it's 5 away at least. So I'm trying to be tricky here. I either A, want its 2 damage to happen on the Warbriar, and then it would die on a Retaliate. Not the worst, not the worst. But I would love it also to go up here if I could to reveal a Toxic Secretion guy. But that is still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's still the same, so it's a lateral move. I need to make progress because I definitely can. I could move to here, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I can't go there either. So I can't interact with any of this stuff, I don't think. I might be able to interact with this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I could go over to here just to explore a landmark. Maybe that's a Toxic Secretion. Maybe that's something that can fight these guys as they go by. That's just thinking forward. Like if I'm not going to build a Spire, I may need these landmarks to actually do some work for me. Yeah. Yeah. I can't, the portal, so I need to think what I want to do with the portal hopper. I wish I could flip a bunch of chips. I can't now. You know, it's kind of gone this way too much. I wanted to kind of either A, fight with this Spire, which I think the Defender can do. So Defender can move 2, and he can be the one to take off the last fortification. So that I want to do. I think the Portal Hopper, I either A, want to take off a fortification somewhere, I want to flip a landmark chip, or I want to fight a Warbriar. If I'm worried about my base being destroyed or my hero having to fight, I feel like I should just fight a Warbriar to get it down to 1 health left. Then my hero can go in and finish it off, and that way I can get a upgrade underneath him to give him 2 attack. And yes, I could also, yeah, I was thinking of the Incorporeal. If I'm staying in this area, I could get a source out of moving with Incorporeal, right? I could go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that way it jumps over there and I get a source out of it, which I will do. I think I'll just stop here and kind of give up on the landmark option. The only other issue is who is going to damage this guy? Who is going to hit this Warbriar and weaken him so he doesn't impale my hero? Because the Militia Defender, I could just have deal with this Warbriar. He moves in, hits for 2. And then this guy's weakened down to 1. But then he might attack and get retaliated on. Oh no, he would impale this guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the priorities are here. I feel like Spires are still the priority. But I probably should send this Portal Hopper after this guy, and I should send this Defender after this guy. But I think I'm still going to focus on the Spire still. Although my hero could also. It's crazy. There's so many options already. I love it. All right, so let's just go. 1, 2. Technically still progress, right? Or no, because, oh yeah, because there's path here, right? Yeah, he would have to kind of go this way. Do I want him to go that way? Or do I want him to get up in the face of this Warbriar? I think I want to get him in the face of the Warbriar. Yeah, I like where the Portal Hopper is now. It's just next turn he's going to be like, he's going to be gone and destroyed and out of play. But if I took him like up this direction, he might have a little more life left in him. But if he's out here on these tiles, he's actually would get sniped by the shrubbery. And that might not be good either. So I want to keep him in water, I think, at least for now. That's the play. But yeah, lots of, already the analysis paralysis is kicking in, but I love it. Okay, and now my hero. Where's this guy going? My hero. I kind of want my hero to get in on this, actually. But, yeah, because we could do some trickery where we go like this, and my hero gets in here, right? And then we can do Portal Hopper on the Warbriar, Militia on the Spire. Kind of like that. Yeah, I'd probably let him die now. Yep. Because even if I can keep him not adjacent to things, not getting attacked, I think he still would be adjacent to a Spire. Otherwise, he's not hitting anything. So what's the point, right? What's the point of having this guy just sitting out in the open, not getting hit by anything, but then he's not hitting anything? It's not like he has range, right? If he had range, that'd be a whole other story. But then it'd be really OP. Okay. So that's where we'll move like this. I think that's all legit. No Spires of Fire. We're all still in water. And nothing to explore, so we'll attack. Portal Hopper is going to just, I guess, hit the Warbriar and then just die. Yeah, let's just hit the Warbriar. Take away 2. Warbriar's going to hit back for 1. He is adjacent, so Portal Hopper's dead. It will get discarded, so I'll throw it off screen in our discard pile there. Now our hero, he can technically attack and finish off the Warbriar. We get a source out of it, and we'll take a promotion, or an upgrade, and we'll go with an attack upgrade. So he is now hitting for 2. Whoops. He's now hitting for 2. So he's able to start dealing with fortifications, which is nice. We'll throw the Warbriar back, health back. So we've got rid of the water Warbriar. We don't have to worry about any of their enemies running through the water now. And this Militia Defender is going to take off the fortification on this annoying retail Spire that's hiding in the water here, so we can start ripping that apart. Yeah, that portal hopper has 2 attack. That's why I went with it, Mark, because it could help me with the fortifications. And also helps me with the Warbriars, just taking off that 2 health you need so that my hero can one-shot. And now he's 2, so he doesn't need that so much anymore. Do I need to attack on him yet, though? Or should I? Maybe I should only put a fortification, so that way he can get hit by Impale and still hit back. Because now he's able to start ripping this Spire down and doesn't need the 2 attack yet. Maybe to be safe, the fortification's a better call. Although I can just stay away from the Warbriar and then go in and smack him, but then he's getting a retaliate anyway. Yeah, I did take my Source 4 Incorporeal. I did it as soon as I moved over it. So I'm at 4 right now. Which I feel like is right, but... Alright, I'll put the attack on. I'll put the 2 attack on. And I'll leave it that way, I guess. I'm just worried about the Impale. I'm worried about Spire Fire. I'm worried about even water damage. I could put fortifications on him just to eat up water damage and not spend Source. Yeah. I'll go with the 2 attack, though. Yeah, I could rebuild my health, but I will probably go back to the base with him at some point. I did in my last couple playthroughs. I got a little aggressive with him. Sometimes you get some bad rolls on the Spire Fire that put him down to like 1 health. And yeah, then I just boot him back home because he's very important to have in that final wave. So we need to keep him alive, which is why I'm debating fortifications right now to try to keep my hero safe. And I want him to eventually have 1 attack because then he's able to defeat more things and get that fortification cycling. So I probably, for the second upgrade, I'll give him a fortification that I'll then hopefully reuse over and over again and keep filling that slot to keep him alive. That's the plan. But I mean, at 3 attack, though, he's kind of one-shotting some stuff. Should be easy to work around Impale. Oh, in theory, yes. Sometimes I move my guys and forget, but all right. Now, I will spend... Do I need to spend on them? I'll spend 1 Source for sure for the hero, so he doesn't take a damage. This Militia Defender, though. He is going to move... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I move my hero out of the way... Now he's got to go this way. That's the problem with the Militia Defender, is he's going to go get destroyed with 2 move. He can't stay in the water anymore. So putting this Militia Defender here was a risk. And he's going to get smashed. But I could I not have 1, 2? If I moved him after, but I know I couldn't have moved my hero first. Maybe is there a way I could have kept him there? If I moved, yeah, he would still have just moved, right? Was he here or was he here? Or was he here? I don't remember where he was. But is there a way I could have kept my defender there? Because if so, that's probably the better play. He flips when he builds a gate, doesn't he? Does he? Can't remember. Oh, yeah. You have to flip him to his other side and remove any upgrades. Yeah, I forgot about that. So maybe... But I don't... Oh, I see. Okay. So we got to build some way gates earlier. Yeah, I forgot about that part of it. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Just try to do all the renown. But we can try. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about he just loses all the upgrades when he flips. Yeah. Okay. Can't wait till last wave. Oh man. Okay. We are going to now move these guys. 1, 2. No spires to fire, nothing to happen. Back to us. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can look at this one. Okay, the fair fight guy, bounty hunter's hiding under there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can look at this one. Oh, look who it is. Tracks our loner. If I can get these flipped over, that'd be very good. It would help me on those future waves. Oh, fun fact. He keeps his 4 health. So Neo here keeps his 4 health when he builds a waygate. Because he doesn't lose it, just loses upgrades, right? That makes sense. But if he's only at 3 health, then when you promote him again, he'll get that 4th health back, right? When he keeps flipping. That would be cool. Or it gets that difference, right? He gets that difference when he flips back again, right? When he gets promoted the 2nd time, 3rd time, whatever. Okay. Now what? We still need to neuter this Spire so I can go up and start flipping these, I think. Because this thing still has 3 range and 2 attack dice. So how do we do that? We need to get out of the way so this defender can get to this spot, I think. I also should nerf a range off this too, I think. Because this Spire, the shrubbery, can still roll 1 attack die up to this spot here. And it also makes these not safe spots. 1, 2. It makes this not a safe spot, this not a safe spot, because this is on land, and it also can fire here. So I can't like kind of hide my hero outside of water really yet. And this one can fire all these spots. So I kind of don't have a safe spot for my hero to hide in the background yet. You can move through heroes displacement. Yeah, true. Yeah, maybe I'll just do that, right? Just displace, and then maybe we hit this one, and we hit this one. Yeah, let's just do that. 1, 2. I guess it doesn't matter, whatever. So he'll displace this guy, and this guy goes here, I guess. And then we'll move our hero just in here. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Yeah. We could have done some just run around him or whatever. I think. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Oh, but he would have been here. Yeah, never mind. All right. Don't need to move Gary first because he doesn't block your minion's movement. You can though. Yeah, true. Okay. It's just I don't know what I want to target still. I'm trying to like trying to come up with a priority, you know, like list every turn. And it's like I still think this is a priority. This 1 chip off this is a priority somewhere in there, but this is still higher. And then I want to still flip landmark chips, but this is blocking me from doing that. I also have to remember my gate health and have a Warbriar coming in. So yeah, I got to be careful there. The other problem is this guy's coming up. He's going to impale here, and he'll attack here and kill him. So the militia defender is not in a great spot, actually. So let's think. Can we do something else with him? I don't think so, because even here he's still kind of screwed. The only other thing is keeping my hero in the way, or let my hero become the target somehow, you know? But then he's going to get shot by spires. I don't mind my hero taking like 1 damage, but he'd get impaled for 2, because he got impaled for 1 and attacked for 2. So I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I think I still have to do what I said though. And the defender, I might as well not save him, right? If he's just gonna get killed by a Warbriar. Oh yeah, sorry. Being in the water, he's not gonna get attacked, but wouldn't he still get impaled? He still would get impaled though, right? Because I think impale would just like deal the damage. It's not listed in the water rule, right? For this scenario. Yeah, it just says cannot be attacked, but I think he still gets impaled. Yeah, he gets impaled. Okay. He still will get impaled. Okay, so he's still good. All right. Yeah, okay, let's just keep it that way then. Good catch, good catch. Yeah, I just see this pig staring me down the path. And I'm like scared for his life. Oh no. But yeah, you're right. He won't attack. He won't attack, just impale. Okay. So that's my move. Spire's the fire. They're in water still. There's none. No explorer. They're going to attack. I'm going to attack this shrubbery here. I think. Yeah. No, let's leave the shrubbery. Let's just dual attack this retall tower. It's the more important one. It's going to free up more spaces for movement, I feel. Hmm. No, let's leave it. Let's do the one shrubbery. Yeah, let's do the shrubbery, but just nerf that a little bit so it can't fire to here. So this makes this kind of like a safe free space for our hero. Or hero, even a future hero, or somebody we can put there that's not going to get sniped by spires. That's my theory. That's my theory. Future planning, future planning. All right. End of my turn. I'm going to spend 2 source, going down to 1. Keep them from getting damaged. Unless I'm okay with my hero to start taking damage and I just run him back to the base. But I kind of want him out here still, like kind of working on spires, I think. Because if I can kind of get these spires like taken care of, then my minions in the future can kind of go across the top. I do want my minions to deal with this next wave, maybe. Start nerfing that a little bit so I can then use my hero to get in there. You know, and so it's not shooting all my minions up too, and future heroes. I need a ranged 2 strength minion or hero would be amazing. But I have battle hardened Carbon that I think can be his job, is to deal with this Spire next wave, I think. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna keep spending source. Yep. I'm gonna spend the source. Wave 1 Uprising. My brain is strained. Yeah, because I'm constantly thinking in the future, like, what will I see? What will I get? What talents will I have access to? Like, the part that's crazy is planning with these guys. I don't know what I'm going to have in my barracks to choose from in the future. So normally with a faction, I kind of know what they have, what they're going to use, you know, which guys I'll deploy later. But I may not see anything worth deploying or too much, and I'll have tons of choices. But right now, it's not there. Like, I have an elite duelist. I'm feeling real good with this guy, but he is 6 CP to deploy. So he's not coming out for a bit. So I don't think he's next wave. But he'll be like wave 3 probably. But even then, it's like I could see other stuff that could totally change it. So it kind of makes my brain hurt thinking ahead too. If you both attack the Retall, you could defeat it next turn, then run back and one-shot the Warbriar. That's a good play. Okay. Yeah, no, that's a good catch. Yeah, because I can hit this later. Like, it's not urgent, right? So you're saying, oh, okay, I can just do this. Yeah, sorry I had the delay, and I don't look at the chat sometimes. But that is a good call. That's a good call. That's a good call. It could go either way on that one, but yeah, good call. Okay, so I spend the source, keep them alive. This guy's going to go 1, 2. Impale. He's going to impale my little bear. He's going to squeal in pain. And he's not going to attack because he's in the water. No spires to fire anything yet. Now my turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I already look at that one? I don't know if I did. Oh yeah, I did. It's a bounty hunter. There's just one I didn't look at, was this one, I think. But that's way too far. 7 away. So I gotta get my hero over here somewhere at some point. Okay. All right, this guy's gonna move 1. 2. That's his only shot. Yeah, because going here is definitely not making progress over this spot. Those two are like the same. Now my hero. So I guess he's just going to stay here. And then I can defeat the Retol. And then the Warbriar. Yeah, I'll have 2 attack. Then I'll get to one-shot him. Yeah, okay, I see. Okay. So no Spires will fire, both in the water. And nothing to explore. We'll defeat this Spire. We'll get 2 source up to 3. And this guy will get... He'll be the one to do the final blow, obviously. Whoops. Wrong chips. And he'll get a second attack. Second attack. Even though I still think it should be a fortification so that possibly he could go deal with this himself too, but I think it's okay. I want to try this. I didn't try this before where I jacked him up to 2 attack, 3 attack actually, and I never really used them that way. I used them more careful and with fortifications when I played previously and let him kind of do some work on Spires that were hitting him and stuff, and then just kind of ran him back to base. Because the only fear is he's 4 health. And technically this Spire with 2 attack dice, I've seen it happen, can roll double 2s, which is so rare, but I have had it happen and it's made me sad, where it's like killed something that I thought wouldn't die. And I don't want to lose that hero, or we can just say goodbye to one of the objectives for sure if he dies, right? So that's why I'm trying to keep him alive, is for that 3rd objective. Okay. At the end, I don't think I'm going to choose to save this guy, because if he's going to move 2, he'll be out in the open, and he's going to get shot at by 3 different Spires. 5. You think 1 health he could survive 5 attack dice? Will I roll 5 blanks? I don't think so. So I'm just going to let him die at the end of the turn. He'll go back in there. This guy, though, I have 3 source. Do I need to build a Spire? No, I don't need to. So I'll keep him good. Spend a source. And yeah, oh yeah, I have destroyed 2 Spires while in water so far. So I need 1 more and I get that objective. The easy objective we said we were going to work on primarily. We're there. So if I destroy this one while in water, or like this one, for example, or if somehow I get the final shot from range while in water, this one could be it too. These ones I kind of don't really deal with. They do fire pretty far, but with the water rules protection, as long as I've just destroyed and weakened these ones in the top half, that should be enough to kind of work the map. I'm not worried about defeating their base. Not at all in this scenario. If we can, great, but I'm not targeting that at all, because it kind of goes against our objectives. Okay, so this guy's going to keep moving. 1, 2, no impale. No attack, no Spires to fire. Our turn. Nothing I want to look out at. So then we'll just go... How working this? 1, 2, 3. So if I go here, this thing can still fire on me. So I got to stay in the water. I got to stay in the water. So I'll just, I think, just move up 1. I'll just move up 1. Oh, you know what I could do? Yeah, I don't want him hitting our base, but it's not the worst if he does once. You know what? If I also just had 2 attack, yeah, I could weaken him down to 1, keep him in play, and then I can use my hero to flip this landmark chip instead. If he had a fortification, I could just move him up to here. He flips the chip, and right now I could have him actually just damage the Warbriar for 1, leave him alive. But then, oh, he still will get killed and end the wave. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, he'll just one-shot this guy. I'm trying to think of a way to get more use out of my hero before the wave ends. But he'll just one-shot the Warbriar, which would allow him to promote. He's already promoted out of his mind. So I'm just going to take the 1 source, go up to 3, and that ends the wave. So I don't even hit the end of my turn. I don't think I have to spend source to keep him from getting damage, because that only happens at the end of your turn. And the wave ends immediately. So... I'm pretty sure that's how it would work. Yeah, so I don't get to the end of turn window, I don't think. Although technically my turn ended, kind of, but... Yeah. Hello, Graham! Welcome back! How you been, buddy? Graham says, good evening, solo board gamers from the Isle of Wight, UK. Hi there. Hello. That's correct. Perfect, Mark. Thank you. Okay. Okay. What's next? So the wave has ended. All the minions are dead. We didn't get any damage to our base. That's a first for me on this scenario, to be honest. In past scenarios, I kind of let the well, at least one Warbriar kind of go by while I was kind of trying to do other things. This, I did it a little different, thanks to your guys' recommendations. I do want to try different things to see if we can have various outcomes here, but... Hey, Sven. Sven says, we'll watch the relive just here for the Guten Abend. Sven, I'm not sure what that means, but hello. Welcome. Oh, busy back at work, Graham. No. No. All right. So end of the wave. Next wave. We're going to roll the event die. What do we want? What do we want on the event die? What are we going to get? Switching the units. Let's see. Let's see what the units coming up are. Let me see the table. So if it did switch the water and the land, it'd be double tap roots. Double tap roots are on the land. Water is a tree, but it could switch. Also could have them healing in the water, or it could be damaging us double the amount in the water, costing us extra source. Yeah, let's roll it up here. Let's roll it up. Boom, 5. Yeah, so this is the worst one, right? Any unit under your control that would move through or end its turn on water hex is dealt 2 damage instead of 1, and you have to spend 2 source to prevent it. 2 source to prevent it. I hate this one so much. But it makes sense more now with the Spire rules, the way it was ruled, how that Spire damage is not happening if you're in water. It kind of increases the cost of that protection in the water, which if you rolled this 5 or 6, like 3 rounds out of 4, it's going to be really rough. It is still going to be really rough anyway, but at least the Spires aren't still hitting you, which is the way I was playing it. And when this happened twice on me in the same scenario, it was like almost unbeatable. It fell. It was very harsh. My units were getting defeated so quick because you run out of source very fast. The Grove Tenders aren't really giving up source a lot, right? So you got to stretch it. Okay, so that's what's happening. We've got a 5 on the die. Upgrade base to protect. What are you saying? What are you saying? Upgrade base to protect. So let's go through the table here. So the market, as normal. So we're gonna do the market now, or market here. We get 0 source in the income phase. And then the Grove Tenders, we're gonna add a fortification at the bottom of the furthest spire. So market is going to get cleared, which I think I assume is this too, right? The hex. So we get a new hex or a new earthscape. So these are gone. Let's reveal 3 new things. Oh, battle chicken. And we got Timothy, who is 3/3 battle hardened. So again, great when you have spires firing all the time. He's going to reduce the spire damage he takes by 2. He's got quick counter, which means he retaliates before getting attacked. Bananas. So that's my battle chicken. And we got mechanical altitude. We already have enough spires. I don't want to get any more, but I mean, 3 attack dice, 2 range. This is the one that kind of destroys itself every time it attacks, but I mean, that's some sexy upgrade chips on that thing. And this emissary. Oh, this is the guy I started with a couple times. He's got the 3 move, 2 attack. This guy is great to get early in this scenario if you can, because he can rip around the water. He can get in the water quick, get out of the way of your hero, can move at the same speed, and he's also doing the 2 damage. And he only costs 3, so you can deploy him in the first wave with another 2 unit. So if I had this guy, I would have deployed him over my in-house guy, even though he's like roughly the same stats. But the dexterity, I believe, is when he gets retaliated on. If he would die, instead he ignores the damage. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. Dexterity. If damage from a retaliating unit would defeat this unit, instead reduce the damage to 0. So he's only 2 health, so like, you know, it doesn't work so good on Warbriars and Taproots and stuff, but I mean, if he's down to 1 damage, which you can totally let him get down to 1 damage by letting him get hurt in the water, what I was doing with him was get him down to 1 health, and then purposely running him at the enemies, and the retaliate wouldn't hit them, and then hopefully the enemy runs away from him after, right? Use trade secrets with the mechanical altitude. Oh, man. Oh, that would be a good one. Yeah, returning it back to the base and taking the source. It's only half. You only get 2 source back. I mean, it would cost you 1 source to have that in play for a couple attacks and then pull it back. But then it costs you 4 source for trade secrets. I feel like trade secrets is too expensive in this scenario. I don't want to even put the 4 investment in to get 2 back. I feel like that's not the play. And the AI does in multiplayer that sounds more juicy to me. In solo, I'm not denying them source. And in most of the time in solo, I put Spires there for a reason. I kind of want to keep them there as long as I can. But that is a good combo for sure. This emissary though, still, is that something I want to take? I think I just take the Timothy, my battle chicken buddy. I love this guy. Even if I don't play him, I'm taking him. And then we got the Babel. Man, I'm seeing all the Spires say. There's the lookout for I was talking about. So yeah, this is in the default game, I believe, right? Let's see, there's a hair stuck to this thing. Yeah, this guy comes in the base set, but it can have some good upgrades put on it. So it's like not the worst Spire to put out. It's just so expensive. And the lookout is like, I mean, it's very good, but I'm not worried about it right now. All right, so now it's the draft phase where we can start grabbing things. I mean, he's a unit. I mean, we need minions. And he's only 3. And what are we deploying? We get 7 source or 7 CP. So we could deploy a hero. We could deploy this guy, and then we can maybe deploy this guy with him for the rest of the 3 CP. So I kind of could take this guy, and he could be my play. Could be my play. But again, the 3 movement might be a pain in the pain in the butt too if he's moving too quick. I also debate taking somebody up around the land a little bit, but I think I should use my heroes for that. Oh, to then play that mechanical altitude again after. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. All right. Yeah, I'll take the emissary. We'll get a new chip. We get Phoenix, who's a hero with quick strike. Costs 5 CP for me. Can go on forest. Hitting for 2 with 5 health is amazing, especially with quick strike. The only problem is with swindle. I think if you're hit a unit, you instead try to steal source from the faction instead of doing damage. But he's good for hitting spires, I think, right? With swindle. Swindle says when this unit attacks or retaliates against faction units, do not deal damage. Instead, steal 1 source from that faction for each damage that would have been dealt. So he can generate us some source, but then he's just kind of like standing there in front of minions or units and getting hit back after. And that's not good. But I like the quick strike idea on a Spire, where he's doing damage to Spires first before getting hit back. And you could take off attack upgrades, possibly, or, you know, or you can get in there and snap a range off the bottom of a Spire before the Spire fires on someone else. I like him. He's okay. I just don't know if I'll be deploying him this, because I think Carbon's got him beat out for a cost efficiency. So I bought 1. I got Timothy. I got Timothy, we got Emissary. I bought Emissary. So Timothy was regular market. Emissary was first action. Second action, I'm going to wipe. And I think I have third action still, which we could grab a fairy. Flying. I mean, we've taken out 2 of the air defense spires. The only problem is there's still one right beside our base. But she does hit for 2. But she's only 3 health, so she'll get ripped apart if she's a target of this Retall Spire. But again, we're gonna probably put Carbon out there, right? So he is battle hardened and he's a hero. He's gonna take the first shots, right, from the Spire. But oh yeah, and he can be defeated. He can be defeated by 2 dice. So I think he's the first priority. And then she could be hitting for 2 to help us. And remember, this is going to get an extra fortification on it. I'll put that on there right now so we don't forget in the build phase. But we're going to need to get through 3 chips. 3 chips before we're even touching that attack upgrade in there. Unless we can get something that can help us remove higher chips. And Scatter. What's Scatter? We got Infiltrator as a minion. 3/1/2. Can go on Forest. Only costs 2. But what's Scatter? Scatter is grouped only. Before or after this unit's movement, it may leave its group. If it does, place it on a valid adjacent hex and reveal the unit next in the group. So we kind of just only can go in groups and then eventually sneaks out of a group. I don't, okay, sure. Sure, okay. Spire accounts for battle hardened in its priority. Oh, does it? I did not know that. Well, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, in that case, so this Spire's not even going to fire on my hero unless he's the only guy I deploy. Or I just got to get a unit hiding in the water, right? If I just have Carbon as the only thing out, Carbon's here near this guy, and then the other unit, so I could hide her like in the water, but then she's not actually attacking. I need something attacking. So the emissary would get shredded. I need something with range. I need someone with range would be great from the water. Range into attack would be broken in this scenario. I had it before, but I don't have it now. Yeah, I don't know. And this guy only hits for 1. He only hits for 1, so he's not helping me with this Spire yet. What do I do? How do I deal with this Spire? I think I just ignore it for now, I guess. Even deploying the Elite Duelist, if I did some 1, 2, 3, he gets like 1 shot on it. He'll take away 2 upgrades. That's it. And that's my whole CP. That's 6 CP. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything from the market here that's helping me. Other than the fairy with the flying, could be a pain. Could attack these Spires without getting hit back by them. Like it could be here and getting hit. But again, I don't know. She's good against the Treed. What do we have? A Treed and Taproots. But the Taproot has air defense now, right? Yeah, so she's just getting shot out of the air. I don't know. The Swindle hero would have been pretty good against that Spire. Oh, and I didn't take him. Oh. Shoot, where was he? Yeah, the quick strike, right? But I don't know. I think he would have got ripped apart pretty quick. He's 5 health. He can't take upgrades either. So I feel like he would only get 2 shots and he costs 5 CP. So that's a pricey one there. I don't know. I'm debating just leaving these alone. Yeah, I think I'll just leave this and let it get wiped. I don't know. He would have gotten at least 3 hits in. The Spire would attack other units before the Swindle hero because of the 5 health. So should I take him then? Should I just taken him? But then I now know new information. Ah, that's the problem. That's the problem. I've now seen that there's, now he went up in stock. Chicken and the Flyer. So if I deploy the Chicken and the Flyer, if I don't put the Flyer in the water, the Flyer is going to get destroyed. But I do like the Flyer in general. But she could get pretty damaged up by taproots. We are having 2 taproots coming, but they're on the land. So if she goes in the water, she can try to avoid the taproots a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the chicken. Okay, I'll take the fairy then. Oh, well, I guess he's not to attack either, but he does have an upgrade. So Aurora is coming out to replace, and I don't have any left to buy, I don't think. I don't think I have any left out to buy. So he will get cleared. He would have been one I would have taken because he has range of 2 and the possibility of him getting a 1 attack upgrade. He could have been helping me hiding in water, shooting at spires from a distance. That's kind of sad. I'm getting screwed by the market a little bit, but I should have picked the Swindle guy, you're right. Oh, okay, okay. So the chicken, oh yeah, because the chicken's only 3 health. The chicken's only 3 health. So even with battle hardened. No, but yeah, because if it rolled 4, does that still work? Because technically, if it rolled 4 and it reduces it by 2, there's no way the chicken can die. Yeah, I didn't think it could work. Yeah, you had my brain hurting there for a sec. I was like, wait, are you sure? Okay. I do want a hero, though. I really want to deploy a hero. Where'd he go? Another hero. Oh, Carbon. I really want to deploy Carbon just so he has the flexibility of going and popping landmarks up at least. But so can this guy. This guy can do it too, right? And then he can also one-shot some taproots. He can one-shot some taproots. Yeah. All right, we'll go chicken and we'll go fairy. That works. We put out our upgrade chip from the build phase. We have 3 CP. I don't think we want to use any of it. Don't we all need a hero these days, says Brian? Oh. All right. This is weird, but I'm not going to play a hero in the second wave then, I guess. Because we can't get a hero in play with the battle chicken. Well, we'll go with the fairy. Fairy seems good. We also, Elite Duelist next wave can come out and help us with that Spire also. So like I'm not too worried about it since we have the water to hide in. All right, so let's get the other guys set up here. What do we need? A Treed in the water. Good old water Treed. Put that in our back deployment stack. And then we need 2 taproots on the land, which I think are 3 health each. Yep. And they have air defense, 2 range, and summon. They hit for 1, 3 health, 2 move. And they will create our land stack of 2 taproots. They will be summoning Warbriars if they summon anything. And we got our deployment stack. Chicken first, I believe. I don't think it matters. We have a very wide open spot here. We can go in the water, so I don't think it does matter. Who's first? Uprising is first. Start of the wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we don't care about that. What are we trying to do here? I think we're going to reveal landmarks, right? Well, Timothy is going to go 1, 2, 3. Or actually, can we go 1, 2, 3? Yeah. And then we can go 1, 2, 3. Yeah. We can keep Timothy punching on this twice at least, right? And then this one, 1, 2. And we'll keep her in the water. For now, at least. Now, what is our hero? What's his deal? What is he doing? He wants to kind of hit this spire. He wants to reveal landmark chips. Maybe work on this shrubbery. What does he want to do? I think landmark chips are his deal, right? That's what he wants to work on right now. I think get them all flipped. That can help us, you know, with those, I don't know, with the future waves of enemies going along the land. In theory, they kind of can work as spires for us. That just means we need to keep our guys off the land from going this way. And water, yeah, water does too this wave, you're right. Yeah, that's true. But she was my highest health minion that I can afford, really. The emissary is only 2. Yeah, so I need to get out of the water is what you're saying. So 1, 2, let's just put him here. So that way he's not, this one only hits 2 range away. So this one's not going to reach him. This one, 1, 2, 3, is not reaching him. This one, 1, 2, 3, not reaching him. So he should be safe there from spires at least. He can flip a chip up. But the fairy, that's the problem. So the fairy, if I don't put her in water, you know, she's going to be in range of this spire, and the spire rolls 2 attack dice, and it's going to target her because she can be defeated. She'll be toast. She'll be toast because it's an air defense, right? So it's going to cost me 2 swords to keep her alive, at least this one turn. Yeah. Yeah. And our event die was a 5, so the water's dealing us 2 damage. And like we can get the fairy once, like we can 1, 2, no. I don't know, this fairy has no safe way other than us getting, we need to get source fast. Who's this guy again? Oh, I can one-shot the Grail Goats. I can one-shot the Grail Goats for 5 source to keep her alive. That's the plan. That's the plan, all right? She's an expensive fairy. Expensive fairy. She likes expensive things. She likes expensive things right there. All right. Okay. I went. Okay, we're good. All right, so Spire's Fire. This retail only can target this guy. He's battle hardened. So we're going to roll 2 attack dice. He's going to reduce it by 2. Oh, it actually hit for 3. Look at this crap already. Already hurting my chicken. Already hurting my chicken. Son of a... Ugh. Don't want to roll 2s. Okay, Explore. So we'll flip up the Grail Goats. I'm not even going to give him health. He gets 3 health. And now attack. I'll just destroy the Grail Goats. One-shot him with this guy. And we're going to get 5 CP going up to 8. Grail Goats. As much as I'd love to leave them for the enemy to punch, we need the source. And then we're going to fight the chicken. It's going to hit for 2. He'll be able to take away a fortification upgrade. The fairy can't hit anything. All right. Taproot time. 1, 2, 1. And this tree's kind of just stuck. He's not promoted, so he can't go on forest terrain. And he's chilling. But that tree is going to come through the water, so we need to be careful. I guess flying's kind of good against that. Yeah, at least it's not the fairy that got 3 to the face. Exactly. I knew she would be dead. Any minion I have would have been dead from that. That I could have afforded this wave, so I have to hide them in the water, whoever it was, so... Oh, and I'm going to roll the Reaper die, the Reap die, the mini harvester, while I'm beside this. Yes, let's do it now. That's the other thing. I didn't have to fight the grill goats. I could have got some source from this too, right? But I'm going to do it now so don't forget. A 5, yeah. So we're going up to 12. 12 source. Look at that reap or mini harvester paying off. Paying off. Woo. All right. So that's been used this wave. All right. Back to us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can look at this one now. That altar of aggression. So the one that you like kind of have to flip when you're exploring, and then it kind of hurts. I think you have to hit it because it's foreboding or engage or whatever. And then it does some kind of explosion or something. Entropy. Entropy says, if this ship's health is reduced to exactly 1, it does not retaliate and defeats itself immediately, dealing 2 damage to all adjacent non-Auroran units. So that's a cool one to like force the enemy to hit it, and then it could blow up and destroy a whole bunch of units. But I mean, I want to flip that for the last wave if we can, because if we have Grizzled Oaks going that way and stuff, that could be deadly. But not many of them will reach that far, so that's the other problem, because they'll kind of probably just move along this way. So yeah, maybe it's not as good as I'm thinking. Definitely not one I'm going to interact with and try to fight or anything. Too bad they don't have to hit it. Don't they have to because it's engage? Engage. Units able to attack this landmark must do so. So yeah, some taproots would fire on it if they're in range and stuff. But then the problem is they have to be adjacent, right, to blow up or to be blown up. Yeah, it only hurts adjacent units. But they would have to attack it through engage. It's just trying to get them over there. It's not the best spot for that. You need it where, like, it would be nice if it was like here maybe, or here, where some units would be adjacent to it. Yeah, not on the path. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. 1, 2. This one's gonna go 1, 2. Oh, I didn't spend my source to keep her alive. So I'm going down to 10. Going down to 10. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Could the fairy have been initially moved to the far right path hex? You'd have to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Versus where she started. She's got to come out though. So is that progress? No, it's not progress, because even from the waygate, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, it could actually. Yes, it could. Sorry. Yes, it could. Yes, it could. Sorry, that is progress. I don't know what I forgot what I counted there. Yes, it is actually. It's not equidistance from the mark actually, because remember we're counting through water hexes for this scenario. So this is kind of the one you're counting from along the way, and this is further from this hex 1, 2 than this is 1, right? So yeah, it actually could have gone here. You were correct. But the only reason I didn't is because, or I wouldn't have even tried, is because the 2 range chips on here, 1, 2, 3, this Spire would have still fired on the fairy. So no, yeah, it still is in range of the Spire, you lol too much. So that's why I had to put her in water no matter what. I had to put her in water no matter what, because the Spire could literally reach like anywhere along where that fairy could go. So yeah, that's why it's not an option. That's why I haven't hid any heroes there, any minions, anything, even though I wanted to, because this Spire is still active and still could shred them. Yeah, that's I use this hex once I get this drilled down. I will use this hex to maybe hide some heroes and stuff on future deployment if this Spire's still firing. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. So we're gonna use the chicken. 1, 2, 3. And And Spire's fire. It's only this one. It's firing on here. So we just hope this rolls 2 or less, and the chicken won't take any damage. And we rolled 2, so 1 and 1. So the chicken, battle hardened, says no, no. Explore. I feel like we're flipping. Yeah, let's flip both of these. Let's flip both of these and let the enemy walk into them and stuff and deal with them. I think. I hope they don't come to bite me later, but we can always choose to kind of go through the water with our minions. Or cut through here, cut through the water here. So I'm not too worried about them being adjacent to these guys to get burned by toxic secretion or a fair fight. Because I'm not all about getting in the fair fights. I want to get in the fights where I have an advantage. And it's not fair for my opponent. Okay, so Bounty Hunter, Thorax, Toxic Secretion, and the Bounty Hunter with Fair Fight. So as the taproots are coming through, they're going to take some Toxic Secretion damage. I debate leaving that because maybe I don't need it since my hero can kind of one-shot them. But I don't know. I don't know. I still think hopefully the Thorax stays alive so it's useful in the next wave too. But I just want to get my hero flipping those up and getting out of dodge. Also, this one was Traxar Loner. I would have to fight it if I revealed that one, so I don't think that's a good play. Okay, anyways. So now attack. This guy will take off another fortification chip. This one will take off a range chip. And these guys will move. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No spires to fire. Nothing to attack. All right, our turn. Oh, the fairy is on a water hex. Let's spend 2 down to 8 source to keep the fairy from taking damage. Okay. So let's move. Let's move the fairy. 1, 2. And Timothy. Timothy, what are you doing? I don't want Timothy really interacting with Taproot since he hits for 2, which means they could go down to 1 health if they're full, and that means they will summon. And we'll summon Warbriar. I don't need that if I can avoid it. So I think I want him to come down and maybe fight with the Treed and or work on Spires down here. Maybe I can get him working on this Spire too, if I can. If I move right here. Yeah, I think I just want to go like 1, 2... Actually, he can go 1, 2, 3. But then he's in range of this one. Actually, that might be okay. He'll be out of the water. He's made more progress because this is definitely closer to their gate. He can fight this one now. And this Spire will fire on him because he's on land. Oh, so would this one actually. But this one only rolls 1 die. This one, 1, 2, 3, doesn't reach. I don't know. I feel like Timothy, I could put him on the land and he'd be okay there. It's a risk. It's a risk. It's a risk. And then my hero... What should my hero do? I can't run at these guys yet. I can't go after a Taproot yet. He'll be in line of being shot by this. I think I just want to move him back along the line. So I'm just going to put him... He can go on mountain or lower. I'll just put him on that forest. So he's out of range of this this Spire here. Which still rolls 2 attack dice. He's out of range of this Spire. And I'm just going to hide him here for now. These guys shouldn't be able to reach him yet with range. And then he's kind of in a spot where he maybe can move in and attack one later. And we move him this way. Whoops. We move him this way. 1, 2. So he's not stepping in the toxic secretion stuff. And yeah. All right, so explore. We're not going to explore here. And we'll just, oh, Spires will fire. Spires will fire. So we get 2 dice on Timothy from this one. And he blocks it with Battle Harden. And then 1 die from the shrubbery, which he blocks the 1. Okay. Shouldn't the tree be on the water? How could he have? No, because he came from the gate, right? Because these guys were in his way. And then they stopped him from deploying last, right? Because wasn't it like this? The first taproot, 1, 2. This one blocks for 1. This one can't get out. Then 1, 2. 1, 2. Then this guy only goes 1, 2. Because he only moves for 2. Yeah, and it's not, yeah, it's definitely not the promoted Treed, which we're all used to in playing solo AI, where this freaking jerkface moves so much and moves across forest. They've been gentle to us in this scenario, and the Treed is not promoted. Thank you. I hate promoted trees. They're the worst. But a non-promoted tree is not so bad. So yeah, he's just moving 2 at a time. All right. So he couldn't reach the water. All right. So attack. We're just going to shred this Spire, the last 2 off of it. And now we've achieved 1 objective. We're actually going to get 1 source. And we are allowed to attack it. Because we're adjacent to it, it does have camouflage and cover. And we got to remember cover is protecting these taproots also. So we don't want to attack the taproots until they're away from the cover. We got to try to remember that too, not to get in that trap. But we really only should have to worry about it with this Spire, because I don't think we're really going to attack them when they're over here or over here. So hopefully that doesn't come into play. So shrubbery gone. So we defeated that while in the water. We'll say the fairy did the final hit. Well, the fairy was in the water, so Timothy attacked first, fairy attacked second, she's in the water, so we defeated this Spire, the Spire that was here, and this Spire, all while in the water. We've officially achieved 1 renown, so if we survive all 4 waves, we've won the scenario. Just not completely all objectives yet. We still need to put down 2 more way gates, and we still need 2 more way gates, and we need to put 10 health worth of chips under here by spending 10 source during the market phases to get 10 health chips under a way gate on E, and we've considered doing that objective. So we have 9 source right now. I don't know how much source we'll have at the end of this wave, but there's a possibility we could spend some of it this market phase at the start of wave 3 just to put a little bit under there. But again, I don't know we'll see what the event die does. If it makes us have to spend 2 source again, which I will spend right now, 7 to keep the fairy from being damaged. So we're down to 7 source. We got to be careful with that, because that could really tank us if we keep having to spend extra. But at some point, I will just let my units try to march along most of the land. You know, we can do that once we feel good about it. Once this Spire's out of our way, we don't have to so much jump in the water, but we're still having trouble with this Spire here. Still having trouble. So I don't know what to do about it. All right. 1, 2, 1, 2. And 1, 2. Spire's fire. There's none to fire. Nothing to... Or this can attack this, actually. So he's going to fire 1 up here. And this guy's not ranged, so he can't fire back. Right. All right, our turn. We want to do this. The fairy leaves the water. She is going to get fired on by this Spire still. 1, 2. Yeah, this Spire's still trouble. So she could just 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. She's gonna move here. Okay, this chicken. 1, 2. 3. Do we leave Timothy in the water, or do we not care? Do we not care? Timothy, like, if he's on the land over here, he's getting shot by 2 dice, then 2 dice, 1 die, then 2 dice. But he still could handle it. He just might get hurt on the retaliate, but we can have the ram or the treed fight back against the fairy. Or do we have Timothy go down and start fighting these spires? But these spires, I don't know. They're gonna take forever. So I don't think we'll really get to deal with them too much. So yeah, let's just fight the treed. 1, 2, 3, if we can. Timothy might get shredded right here. So I'm gonna put him on land just to save source. So spires will fire. Oh, my hero. What's my hero doing? He is going to... My hero... it's getting too tall. My hero could go 1, 2, hide in the water, and he won't get hit by this spire. He won't hit toxic secretion, and can one-shot a taproot. But he could also just wait, but then he might get shot by those taproots because they will fire on a hero before the landmarks. So if I want my hero to take less damage, I need to go in and smash a taproot now, but then I'll be wasting source trying to keep him alive. Yeah, one shot the taproot. Okay, it's going to cost me source staying in the water, though. 1, 2. I'll hide in the water. All right. So spires will fire. We said Timothy's getting shot at by this one for 2. He blocks it. It's only hit for 1. This one for 1. Blocks it. And then this one... 1, 2. Nope, this one doesn't have range. Okay, this one doesn't have range, but this one does. 1, 2. Yeah, this one will fire 2 on him. Oh, he got hit again. He got a 3. So he's down to 1 left. He is not getting lucky with the battle hardens. He's getting shredded. I'm being too risky. Tim can end on the water source well. To do this, his current position isn't legal. Oh, is it? Couldn't he... Oh, he couldn't go through this. Sorry. Yeah, why did I think he could just walk through? He can only go like 1, 2, and 3. So he's going to go here. He's going to go here. So he wouldn't even be getting shot at. So unfortunately, all those fun dice rolls were for nothing. Yeah, sorry. I forgot he can't cut through this. I don't know why I was thinking that. Yeah, he has no terrain allowance other than this scenario allowing him to go on water. And so path and water, that's all this guy can go on. So yeah, that was my bad. My bad, my bad. Timothy's not that powerful. He doesn't technically fly. Chickens don't fly. Do they fly? I don't think they fly. He's wearing too much armor anyway. All right, so he's still going to attack here, but we're going to have the fairy attack first, I think. Yes, let's have the fairy attack first. So 1, 2, retaliate back. And then Timothy is going to kill the treed. And we're going to get 2 more source, which is going to help keep these guys alive. So we're up to 9. Let's get rid of water chip. Treat is gone. We'll go. And our hero is going to one-shot a taproot, which gets us 2 more source up to 11. And a taproot's dead. All right. Now we got to keep 3 units alive if we want. Do we want to? Timothy has a potential to still stay alive and do some damage. The fairy, though? The fairy is going to be far enough away from air defense. So the fairy is not going to get shot at. She can do 4 damage to the base. But do we want that? Will that put us too close to defeating the base? I mean, Timothy might be able to do some damage to the base, assuming he doesn't just get shredded by spires after rolling so many dice. But he could still do some damage on a spire, at least. Yeah, I feel like spending it. I feel like spending it, hoping it doesn't tank us. The most damage they could do on the base is 4 and 8. Oh yeah, and she can also hit the shrubbery, right? Yeah, she can hit the shrubbery. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. Shooting the chicken I call foul. Yeah, let's keep Timmy alive. Timmy! All right, we're gonna try to keep Timmy alive. Okay, so we're spending 2, 4, 6 source, which feels so bad. But thankfully the reap die was rolling good for us. So we're down to 5 source left. Ugh. Ugh. So much source just to keep my guys from dying. Because they would have both taken 2 damage and they'd be done. And I don't want my hero down to half health either. All right. So this taproot's going to go. 1, 2. Oh yeah, he can't even hit my hero while he's here. So he's going to fight this thing and get hit back. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. No spires to fire. This thing's going to attack the fair fight guy, who's going to hit the taproot back for 1. So taproot's down to 2 health. Our turn. Yeah. I'm going to have my hero go 1, 2. And he's going to hide over here. Because I want to reveal this. Oh no, but then he has to fight it, right? This is, I can look out at it anyway. Tracks our loner. I mean, only hits back for 1, but could help fight the enemy on future waves. But he only hits for 1. Yeah, maybe that's not the play. Maybe that's not the play. Maybe I just move him here so he's off of the water and he can still kill the taproot. The only problem is that means their units are dead and the wave would end. Sorry, he would go in campfire mode. He would go in campfire mode. Do I want him going in campfire over there? Or do I want him running back, actually? And then letting the taproot even fire on him is not bad. Spire's fire if you do. Oh yeah, this one can reach. This one can reach. 1, 2. Yeah, that's true. This one, yeah. I mean, maybe I just go hide in the woods again. Maybe I hide in the woods. And the taproot, let it hit me. Actually, it would summon probably, right? Because it would step through the toxic secretion and go down to 1 health, and it would spawn a Warbriar. And then I could just one-shot a Warbriar. Yeah, I think I'm just going to hide in the woods. Nino's going to just run in the woods, bury his head in some sand or in the dirt, and he's just going to hide in the woods. Yeah, I'm okay with the taproot summoning. What wave are we in? We're in wave 2, right? Yeah, we're in wave 2, so it's a Warbriar. So I think we're okay. Because the taproot would move in here, Warbriar would summon, I could just move in. I would get shot at. So, question, if the taproot moves through toxic secretion and loses a health, does it summon immediately or does it finish its movement first? And since it already moved, even if it moves only 1 point, has it officially used all its movement or has it moved so the summoned unit won't continue moving? Yeah. Summoning during movement. I feel like it summons during the movement, and since it already moved, I feel like the summon unit won't still move at all, even though there's movement left. It doesn't carry over like that. Oh, the taproot finishes its move, then summons. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So the Warbriar would be right beside us, and we could just hit it. Perfect. But it still will attack us, which I'm okay with. I thought it was immediately, but it is finish the move first, I'm being told in the chat. Except by John B. I think I dealt with it before and we just did it immediately, but I didn't know if that's right. Yeah, it finishes the movement. Perfect. Okay. So we're hiding in the woods. These guys, how are they moving? Let's do like 1, 2. I mean, it doesn't really matter if she moves the full 2. I mean, it does actually. No, she doesn't get fired on at all. Yeah, we'll just put her here, I guess. I don't know. She would just move 1, 2. Timothy. We could do 1. How do we do this? 1, 2, 3. I kind of want him to hit this one, I think, before he gets in there. And do I want to spend source on him though? No. Let's just move him to here, I think is right. Yeah, let's do like 1, 2, 3. We don't want to spend source to keep him going. If he dies, he dies. Let's just do that. All right, Spires will fire. This one firing 2 dice. 2 blocked. This one, 1, 2, 2 dice. Blocked. And this one, 1, 2, 3. 1 die. Nothing. And this one, 1, 2, can't reach. All right, Timothy survived. Okay, attacks. This one will just remove a fortification. This one will hit this one, remove fortification. All right, good job. Yes, good job. Jim, I think it was you, recommended the chicken and the fairy. Yeah, the fairy's paying off way more than I thought she would. Way more than I thought she would. I thought she would be dead by like retaliation already, and you know, maybe some air defense if I did it wrong. Because I didn't think I was going to keep her in the water that much with the extended cost, but she's definitely been worth it, I think. Oh, okay. The new version took away the word immediately for the summons. Ah, okay. Okay. I didn't notice that change. That's cool. I'll take your word for it. Oh, right here. Summons. Where are you? Ungrouped only. Instead of moving, this unit may... Oh, yeah. It's AI rules. AI rules. That's somewhere else. Summon. After this unit is reduced to exactly 1 health, summon the unit stated in the prep phase section for this wave. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't say immediately, so I will just finish the movement first. Makes sense. That's usually how most games flow, right? And the chicken is awesome. Chicken's the best still. Still the best. Love the chicken. All right. I feel like I'm cheating when I get the chicken in a playthrough of Cloudspire. So good. All right. So they did their attacks. He's not doing anything. The taproot's going to go 1, 2. It gets a little toxic secretion. Now it's going to flip. And we're going to summon a Warbriar. 3 health. 3 health. Warbriar right here. And the Warbriar is going to not get fired on. It's going to attack my hero. Hero gets hit for 1. Hero retaliates for 3. And we now have the Warbriar getting defeated. And we get 1 source out of that. Warbriar's gone. Taproot's back, promoted, 1 health, doing nothing. Just sitting there nice and weak and fragile. Oh, the summon unit will be promoted? Is it? In AI? No, I don't think so, because in the AI table, it doesn't have a star beside it. Or is that how it works? I forget. I need to read the whole thing. You might be right. It just says summon the unit stated in the prep phase section for this wave. If the unit is to be summoned is unavailable, summon the next available unit. So in order of Grizzled Oak, Ogre Growth, Treed, Vine Herald, and Warbriar. The unit is summoned on its promoted side. My bad. I should have read this. Flip the taproot and group it under the summon unit. Okay. The Warbriar's a little stronger than I thought. So I'm not retaliating against it. It's actually going to hit my hero for 2. So I didn't realize that. So I probably should have been more aggressive and just killed the taproot with my hero. But I'll just roll with it. Hopefully it doesn't tank my playthrough. But yeah, I should have known that info. That's my bad. So this would actually still have 1 health because it would have hit me for 2. And I would retaliate for 3. So the Warbriar's down to 1 left. Hopefully my hero doesn't die from this. Crap. Yeah, that was a bad play. Yeah. So I should have just taken out the taproot in 1 shot. Yeah, that was dumb. I should have just stayed in the water, right? Yeah, whatever. Okay. I just need to get him back to base, I guess. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right. So my turn. Yeah, I need to start thinking about gates, right? Should I just throw a gate here? Or I could throw a Spire here as a limited build and then throw a gate here. Build the gate and use it. So, it's before or after movement, I think, though. Yeah, before or after movement. But here's the problem. So if I build a way gate here and he just takes off right now, I've left a way gate that's pretty close to the enemies. And remember, some come through the water, right? So they can get to it faster. And I have no spire here to protect it. I could build a spire here to weaken enemies on the way. Or I build a way gate here, and maybe I build a spire here to help protect it. Or I build a spire here. I don't know. I kind of want to build a way gate back here because it's really not much difference. And I can deploy units out of there. I don't know. I don't know. Building a way gate here would be nice to keep them away from this stupid spire. When I deploy minions in the future, I can like deploy ones over here that maybe you can deal with it. But the Warbriar, leaving a promoted Warbriar alive, is going to hit my base for 2. He'll die. Then the Taproot will hit my base for 1 and die. So that's only 3 damage to my base. I'm willing to take that. I just don't want to lose my hero. My hero wouldn't die to the Taproot. If my hero just stays here right now, he fights the Warbriar. I'll get a source. I could build the way gate, stay here, but then I lose all my upgrades. I still can one-shot the Warbriar. And then I would get promoted again, right? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. So before my movement, right? Yeah, before my movement, I'll do the flip, lose all upgrades. Let me know if I'm not doing this correctly. Because again, I'm not really experienced with these guys. So then I build a way gate. So I have 4 of them by my barracks here. I'm going to put it here on a source well. So I flipped. And then these guys are going to move. I don't think I'm going to move with my hero. I think he's still safe because he should be able to destroy the Warbriar for 1 shot. The the Taproot, even shooting for 1, doesn't kill my guy, but he might retaliate and kill it, and then he's stuck in campfire mode, right? I just don't want to get him stuck in play. I want him to get back to base and heal. How do I do it? I need to be smart here. I could just move and go hide in the water. But then I'm allowing a Warbriar to hit my base. And he'll get impaled. And he'd get impaled in the water most likely. Oh, the fortress. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. Yep. Fortress gate is top attack. Yeah, because this isn't a fortress gate now, right? Yeah. So the Taproot would actually attack that over my hero. Yes, I like it. Yeah, even before defeating, right? It'll just attack a fortress gate, even if it can, like, kill my hero. That feels weird to me, but that is how it works, right? Okay, so that's before his movement. He'll just stay then. He'll just stay. Yeah, he'll stay then. If he's not going to die and we're good, he'll stay. So these guys, she doesn't need to move. Good old Timothy. It's just going to do like a 1, 2, 3 thing here. Spires will fire. So this one, 1, 2. 2 dice on Timothy. He's good. This one will fire on Timothy. He gets hit for 1. Oh no, he's 1 away. And then this one, 1, 2, 3, will hit Timothy, but he blocks it because it can't roll higher than a 2. So, all right. Now attacks. So these 2 are just going to hit this Spire, getting rid of its range. Still has 2 attack upgrades. Okay. He's going to hit the Warbriar, and he gets a source. No one needs to be saved from water, so we're good there. Warbriar. And now he gets promoted. He'll flip. He gets a health because there's a difference on the other side. Yeah, I think we're good. I think he gets like a built-in heal, right? If I did that right. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to return him anymore because, yeah, if he gets health when he flips, right? Because like anytime he gets promoted, if there's a difference on the side, right, he takes the difference up to his full health. So I feel like if I just do another way gate, maybe over here, and then I flip him back, we'll be okay. He can get back to his like full health. Yeah, so he's got like kind of a built-in heal. Since he promotes so easily, because he can't take upgrades on this side, he promotes very easily. So it's not an issue, I don't think. I don't need to run away with him. I'm not scared anymore. I'm not scared. Okay. So this taproot will go 1, 2, and we said he will fire on my base, which we know will end the. Oh, sorry. It defeats this guy, and I'll get 2 source up to 9. So taproot's gone, and now he's going to go into campfire mode, which we're okay with. We're okay with. And then these guys don't need to move. So they're just going to stay here and continue pounding on the shrubbery. So they'll both take out the shrubbery. And we get one more source. Sorry, we're up to 10. And shrubbery gone. Oh, sorry. The shrubbery would have fired on him first, right? He would still go through all his shots. Hold on. I'm rushing. So here. So 2 from this. He's good. 2 from this. He's good. And 1 from this we know would be good. So yeah, they still get to destroy it. I'm at 10 source. Shrubbery gone. And we're good, right? Yeah, I was rushing. I know, because Timothy could have died there. He could have died. But he's still good. Good old Timothy. All right. Now they'll just go again. Spire's fire. Yeah, he can't move anyway. So this one we'll ignore. But this one, 2 dice. He's good. So we're going to have attack on the base for 2. Down to 8. It will retaliate against the fairy. This guy can't really attack anything. And then we'll do it again. Timothy's going to get shot at. Oh, 2 and a blank, so he survives. Fairy will fire, dealing 2 more damage, down to 6. She's dead. Goes to the discard pile for the market. And then Timothy's going to move in. 1, 2. He's now out of range of all spires. So he's going to do 2 damage to the base. Base is down to 4. And Timothy's dead. And he goes to the discard pile. Moment of silence for Timothy. The 3rd Esquire, our battle chicken, has done some work. And he is out. To be seen in another playthrough. Timothy moves because of flying. What? Oh, yeah. Sorry, they switched spots. Yes, my bad. So he wouldn't have been shot at by any of those spires. He would have fired, died. Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it would have if I was shooting at him. I forgot about that. Yeah, the flying. I forget that all the time. With flying units to move them out of the way. It's easily forgotten thing. I've seen it in other playthroughs and stuff. Yeah, it's a thing. I forget that they displace each other. I know they do it. I just forget to continue to read it every time I'm moving. But yeah, so Timothy would have swapped on the first chance he got, which would have got him out of range of these 2 spires. So he would have been dodging all that damage. I don't know, would he have been able to attack twice because he wouldn't have taken that 2 damage? I don't know. But anyways, we're going to just continue with what it's done because I don't want to roll back and I don't care. But yeah, the base could be closer to death. I don't know, but we'll just go. It's at 4. The fairy would have flipped, but the fairy couldn't have been reached. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the fairy would have still been okay, not been shot at. But Timothy maybe took too many shots there, but that's okay. All right. So the wave is done. Wave 3. Roll the event die. A 2. What's a 2 do? So we're swapping the water and the land stacks this time. So that means if you see in wave 3 here, growth tenders are going first. The ogre growth with a taproot is actually going to go through the water, and then 2 taproots are going to go along the land, just like they did last wave. So it's messing with that. So let's go here. I feel like Mark in the chat saying I feel like flying would have benefited from a custom border. Yeah, or like a different font, or like bigger text, or I don't know, like a highlighting, a background to it or something. Yeah, I don't know, something to make it really pop off the chip. Because yeah, it's something you don't think of. You think of it when you're like attacking and stuff, but I forget just when I'm plain old moving units. I'm more worried about like heroes being displaced, and I never really think about like, oh. The funny thing is, I kind of remember it more with the Royal Talon, because he was one of the first flying units I ever dealt with. But when I have other units and I just forget they have flying, if my hero had flying, I'd forget that all the time. To like know that he could use it because it's kind of hidden on a chip underneath him. But if my hero had flying, sorry, from the equipment upgrade, the wings, right? I would forget to use it all the time, even though he just gets displaced anyway. I would just forget in general that he has it. Yeah, you're right. It would be nice. A nice thing for sure. But yeah, the fairy does not block Timothy. Nobody gets in Timothy's way. All right. So we're swapping the stacks. So we get 0 source. Market phase. We have 10 source. So we don't need to spend it, but oh yeah, let's clear the market. Let's just do this. Huh. Okay. Let's draw some 1, 2. So Timothy's dead, and there's a new bird on the block. This is the Renegade. This guy I like a lot. For 5 source, he can go on water. He's flying. Airs can't use him. He's anti-airs. He's got awesome art, and he's got 4, 3, 2 for stats, which I think are amazing. That 3 attack is like really good. Because he's able to like kind of one-shot some units that would normally retaliate against him. I feel like he's very sneaky good for a minion. Well, we have the Anarchist. Everyone knows this guy, who now we do not roll on his first move leaving the base. So he should get 2 turns in the game at least. But every time I've ever got this guy, he has gone like right away. Like right away. I never get to use him for anything. And then we also have the Twin Barrel Bunker, which has Repeater and 1 attack. I don't care about it really, but unless Repeater is something really good. Once per turn, after the Spire attacks a unit but does not defeat it, the Spire may make an additional attack. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But what are we thinking this phase? We have 9 CP. I'm thinking of deploying a hero. We can get Carbon going, but again, this stupid Spire still has 1 fortification on it. And what are we doing? We're adding a range to the bottom of a Spire of our choice. I'd probably just add it to this one, because we'll have a unit right up in its face. You know, we could... Oh, Elite Duelist, right? We were talking about Elite Duelist for 6. So we couldn't deploy the hero. I don't think we need to. Yeah, we could just go minions again. And maybe pick something here. I like the Elite Duelist because he can come out into play here, and he'll take 2 chips off this Spire. So even though he'll get shot at for 2 dice, most likely him. Oh, actually, it'd probably be somebody else, unless we hide them in the water. But the Elite Duelist is 5 health. So even if he's the only target of 2 attack dice, he's going to right away take off a fortification and an attack, unless we put a range under there. But I don't think we do that in that case. Oh no, we could if we put someone out with him that we're okay, who can survive, but I don't think we can. I don't know. I don't know. Any recommendations? Now here's the thing. Here's why I don't want to ignore this Spire. Oh, I could deploy from over here. You're right. But what I'm thinking of for this Spire is clearing it for my other Waygate. Like, wouldn't it be awesome to put it there? Or I guess I could just put it here. But again, I want to try to stay out of the water a little bit. So if this isn't firing at me, although, yeah, you're right. You're right. I have a waygate here now. Damn. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Because I could just have my hero go in the water. Only costs 1 CP, right? To keep him going? Or one source, one source, one source, one source. I could also just spend 10 source right now, and we can get that objective done. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Also, to use the mini harvester, we need to get our hero beside a Spire landmark chip or a source well, because I don't think this is valid anymore. So we got to move him. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. I need to figure out if I'm buying any of these guys. I feel like I buy the chicken, the bird. I feel like I get the bird. And maybe the anarchist. He might be nice later too. Yeah, I think I'm going to take both probably. But yeah, I'll take the renegade. Okay, we'll refill. We got explosion proximity mine. How come I get the feeling that involves my hero blowing up? Explosion. Before this unit's movement, you may remove this equipment and place it face up on an adjacent non-path hex. When a unit moves on a hex adjacent to this chip, it must forgo the rest of its movement and roll a d6. The unit suffers damage equal to the die result, then discard this chip. Oh, that's cool. So you actually can just like throw it on the ground. It's like a true proximity mine. Ah, that's cool. That's cool. Cost 4 though. That's a cool one. Oh man. And that's from the Uprising. That's from this expansion. That's cool. Yeah, I could just go for the win, right? But it doesn't end the scenario. I still have to survive, right? Um, and what I'm worried about is if I spend all that source right now, and my hero doesn't roll good on my mini harvester, and it takes a little while for some units or spires to die, I might not have the source to keep the guys from dying in the water, and I might be in trouble. But I feel like going into wave 4, I'll definitely have extra source if I'm smart, and earn some source off of destroying the units this wave, maybe kill another spire, um, maybe even sniping a landmark chip. I don't know. I don't know. They only have 2 health. We're on wave 3. We're just about to start wave 3. Or we are in wave 3, I guess. They only have 2 health? Who only has 2 health? I don't know what we're talking about. I don't remember. All right, let's just keep going. So now I'm going to, I guess, you know what I'll do? I'll spend source. Let's spend 5 source, and we'll just put 5 health worth of chips underneath this waygate, so we're like half done that objective, right? Yeah, let's just do that now. Let's spend some source, just in case I forget, and I don't save enough going to the next wave. I might get Spire happy, limited build options, throwing tons of upgrades on. Who knows what I'll do, right? Once my mind starts slipping. Yeah, let's spend 5. So we're half done the objective of spending source in the market phase. I'm going to grab the anarchist. As my first action during the draft phase. We'll replace it. Oh, the weak point, hammer and chisel. The one that allows us to take the top 2 chips off of a Spire. I think that's what this one is. Instead of attacking, this unit may remove the top 2 upgrades from an adjacent opposing spire. I feel like this one's so good. This is one we talked about earlier that I debated taking, but I didn't want to spend 8 source on. But here I am in wave 3 where I could have easily spent 8 source on it. But we're going to see it now for 4. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. And we'll refill. Oh, we got Londel. I'm okay. I'm okay without Londel. If he was 3 cost hero, I would take him. But we'll just go with that. We'll leave that. No, you know what? I'll take the proximity mine for fun. Yeah, let's just take it as our last action. And we'll risk it. Oh, okay, we found the tactics manual, which you can train. And train is, we're not going to be able to get it because it will clear away. This hero's upgrade capacity is increased by 1. I would put that on for 2 on a hero over here. I know he keeps losing them, but yeah, he'd be pretty powerful after we drop our last Waygate. You know, we can really beef him up. But that's a cool one. That's also from this expansion. That's a good one. Only costs 2. I like that. Okay, so that's draft phase done. We're going to add a range trip to the bottom of a Grove Tender Spire of our choice. So if I put a range on this one, that makes it a little more deadly. It could possibly reach units way over here. It could reach my hero where he is. We don't want to do that. This one only rolls 1 die. So I feel like this one I don't really want to because it rolls 2 dice still. This one rolls 2 dice still. I feel like it's this one, this shrubbery down here, because it only rolls 1 die. So, you know, it's not the worst. And again, I'm not trying to defeat the base. I'm just trying to survive. Hopefully it doesn't mess with my plans too much. But again, it can't hurt me in the water. So I feel like that's the one. Yeah, I feel like that's the one. Okay. And then we're going to bring out our units. Again, we rolled, so we're switching the land and the water deployment stacks for the Grove Tenders. So we're going to have 2 taproots on the land. Again, same as last time. Because the event die switched it up for us. Okay. So those are our lands. And then we're going to have an Ogre Growth with a taproot hiding underneath. So see, if we could have captured a taproot earlier, this is the wave it would have paid off. But that's okay. That's okay. We chose the better paths. We chose better paths, I think. All right. So Ogre Growth gets 5 health, and he's hiding a taproot underneath. 1 more health. And he's the guy that gets rooted beside a spire. He'll stop for a minute and smash spires good. Moves nice and slow. We'll put a little blue chip under him to show that he goes along the water. So he'll go in the back stack here. So he's going to work his way across here towards whichever way gate is closest, which I think this one right now. I don't know if I put one here if it becomes closest or not on the water, but we'll do the calculations if we need to. And now for our 9 CP, what are we doing? Oh, the scenario does end if we destroy their base. Do you think we can do that this wave? Is there a chance? Because if that's the case, yeah, I might as well just spend all of the source on this. You're right, John. You're right. Because the base is down to 4. So, I mean, there's a chance we could just run a hero into it. If we can kind of clean up this spire here that's rolling 2 attack dice. I feel like if we can get this spire out of here, this is the only one really shooting 1, 2, 3, 4. This spire is the only one shooting 1 die at a time. Read the mark description. Oh, that's right. The units that travel on water will go after a waygate on water first, right? Isn't that what it is? Or is it the waygate on E? I forget what it was. I forgot. Grove Tender water units will go after the waygate on hex E. And then if the one on E is, I guess, already destroyed, right? Then they'll go after the closest. But the land units go after the closest. So they'll go after that other one, right? The land units go after this one because it's along the path here. And if I build one here, the water units still go this one. They still go this one. Which is weird. Very weird. Okay, very weird. Yeah, they go after E. Okay, so we're going to spend all of our source. Let's just get risky. Hopefully this doesn't weaken us too much that we can't handle the wave. This is getting a little greedy, but if it could end the playthrough a little earlier, that'd be nice too. So 10 health chips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay, so we have 10 health chips under here as an objective. Spending all of our source during the market phase. Gone. So unfortunately, we can't attach the hammer and chisel if that's the case. So that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. As much as I'd love to, I think it's fine. Taking off 2 chips on an attack. Oh my god, it feels so good. But maybe later. All right. I know that's a problem with these Mark with these playthroughs when it's the first time the faction's here. I want to talk about the faction, go over everything, but it just extends the stream so long, and then I still play like a freaking 3 or 4 wave playthrough after, which is already so long as it is. But I don't know a better way to do it. I don't want to just do a stream where I just talk about the faction and then that's it, and then another stream later of a playthrough. Yeah, whatever. And so that's it. If Chip Theory had a nice video already describing the faction and how to play the faction, I would have just gone right into a playthrough and told you guys go watch that. But they don't. So I only could find like a teaser. They have like a teaser video during the Kickstarter of kind of like describing a little bit of what the faction is, but telling you, you can discover the rest on your own. And I was like, get out of here. Tell me all I want to know. All right. Okay. So... what were we doing? Oh yeah, what are we deploying? Let's see. 9 CP. Elite Duelist, maybe. Could help us with this Spire. Could help us with this Spire. We also have our hero that could still hit the Spire from in the water. We've got to be careful. We have taproots that are moving along, and we may have to keep our hero hiding in the water, and we don't have source yet to keep him from getting damage. Oh, but if he moves adjacent to this, we can roll his die because he would be here. I think we want to do that anyway. Do we need the Elite Duelist, though? Elite Duelist could deploy 1, 2, 3, and he literally could finish off this Spire, or help the hero finish off the Spire to get a promotion. I feel like the Elite Duelist is still good here. I feel like he's still good. I just don't know if he moves too fast that he will be in harm's way before these guys get out. They are going first, though. So I feel like the Elite Duelist now is okay, but he just uses 6 CP. And I feel like maybe... who would get in there first to finish off the base? Would it be better to do a slower moving flying unit who literally wouldn't even get shot at? Oh, except for the taproots. The taproots would shoot at him, but he can go like... He'd go like 1, 2. They won't shoot at him yet. They'll move. And then I could like slow move him. Slow move him somehow. And then maybe he could sneak by and he could be finishing off the base. Yeah, but I don't think this counts as a source well when I cover it up with a waygate, right? I don't think he's allowed to roll it next to this anymore. Only against spires, landmark chips, and source wells. But I feel like that's no longer a source well when it's covered by anything. It's no longer a source well. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. So what I want to do is do it over here next to a source well or whatever, or this spire. Didn't your hero promote at the end of last wave? Oh, did I not flip him? Yeah, you're right. Whoops. Yeah, you're right. I didn't flip him. I didn't flip him. But he still only attacks for 1. Yeah, I didn't flip him. Or does my hero just run over here to build that waygate? Hmm. I did take the health. I took the health for sure. I just never flipped. Thank you guys. Thank you. So, I think here. If I build the bird, I think I can just kill the base really fast. Kind of. But I have to be careful that these guys don't reach my way gate. But I think they'll have stuff to keep them busy. But then I can't do this guy. The emissary could be good fighting the rooted, the overgrowth, the ogre growth, because he could hit the ogre growth for 2, and then the retaliate he could ignore because it would kill him. This guy would be good for that too. So I could deploy the emissary and the renegade, and even the anarchist. I could throw an anarchist in there. Oh yeah, I could unstable my way gate, but I have to put a 3rd way gate in first, right? For the objective. I have to have 3 way gates in play at the same time, not including destroyed way gates. So I still have to drop a way gate, then I could destroy it, right? Yeah, that's true. As a limited build, right? Yeah, this faction is crazy. How do you do that again? Where is that? Oh, unstable. As a limited build option, you may flip this ship to its destroyed side. All active units adjacent to this waygate are defeated. Oh. Gain source reward from all opposing units defeated this way. The talent cannot be used if it's the only waygate in play. Oh, that's beautiful. So yeah, we just use that to destroy the ogre growth. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's just deploy all 3 of these guys. Screw the elite duelists. We're going with birds and anarchists and emissaries. Let's go crazy. So emissary is 2, hits for 2, 2 health, hits for 2, and it moves for 3. The anarchist has 3 health. He's the guy that can like leave play though, and run away from us. But he only costs 1 CP. So this is 3 CP, 1 CP, 5 CP. We're at 9. And 5 health, or 4 health. Sorry, 4 health on the bird, who's flying. How do we want to do this? We want... I mean, the bird's going to go last because he just gets pushed out of the way anyway, right? I don't know if this matters really. Let's throw the emissary, then the anarchist. Let's see how far the anarchist can make it. Okay. All right. And we go second. So I'm going to take a quick break right now just to use the washroom. And I'll be right back in a couple minutes and we'll try to play out this hopefully last wave. And so stay tuned. Okay, we're back. Thank you for hanging out. How dare I take a break? I know, I'm sorry. I'm not paid to slack and take breaks. All right. Okay. Let's start the wave. Grove tenders were first. Grove tenders were first. We put out that chip. Yeah, we did. Okay. So grove tenders. These are land. 1, 2, 1. And then we'll move the overgrowth up. But none of them can go on anything but path, except for this guy goes on water. But he is good. Our deployment. I feel like okay, let's go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 1, 2. No, we don't want this getting shot down. So let's just go 1, 2 and hide in the water. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. And then our hero is just going to go this way. 1, 2. And Spire's fire. Let's roll the mini harvester. We're going to need some source to hopefully keep our guys from getting damaged in the water. 2. Oh, man. Okay. Can't always be a winner. All right. 2 is fine. Yeah, there's no way to finish off this right now. Can I do this? 1, 2, 3. Is there a way? No, I can't get my hero in here. That's the problem. So the hero won't finish off the Spire yet. I want him to kill it, but that's fine. So, oh, sorry. This Spire will fire on this guy. Yeah, that guy's not safe. This one still has 1, 2 range. Yes. So I think we have to do it where the anarchist kind of hides in the water, and then we do like the bird goes like a 1, 2. And they all kind of hide in the water. Roll the die. Yeah, okay. So now Spire's fire, but this one can't hit units in water now. And these ones can't hit units in water. So we're good. Everyone's in the water. I don't know if that's the best play. Because I can't, if I leave a unit on here, they're going to get fired for 2 dice. And I can't have that. So, we're going to attack 1, 2. So it just has 1 ship left. And at the end of our turn, I didn't get enough source to save everybody some damage, but that's fine. I'm going to let the anarchist take a damage. I'm going to let our hero use 1. And I'm going to let I'm gonna let the emissary take 1. And then the renegade's gonna take the other source to not take a damage. So I need to this is a problem with spending all the source on this objective. Now I'm gonna have this problem where my units are dying quick, and if I'm very worried that I won't get enough source. If I don't keep them alive, they'll die. Units will get to walk through. My hero doesn't have any upgrades yet, and if they can get to a way gate and start smashing me, I might not even have source to build spires to help keep me alive. And I'm worried that I may mess up with my bird, that he gets hurt somehow, retaliate or whatever, and he's not able to make it to the gate to do the 2 hits that are needed, because the gate needs 4 damage and he only hits for 3. So if he can get 2 hits, we're good. Or someone else can do the last hit maybe. But I get worried my hero will go into campfire, so he won't be able to get over there. So this is my worry, that these guys don't kind of get out of the way quick enough, that these guys will all get into a fight and, they might protect the base. And we also have this Spire that's able to still roll a die. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way in there. So there could be a chance this rolls very good. It doesn't hit flying though, but it could hit somebody else that may not to do their damage, you know? Dan says, I'm off to work now. You may start the stream. Thanks for waiting, Ron. Oh, this is awkward. Yeah, we're just starting wave 1 now. Oh, wait. That says 5 hours ago, not 5 minutes ago? My bad. Oh, wow. Okay. Would have put the range on the Spire you're killing now. Do you think that's what we should have done? I just was worried it was going to start firing on my units, but it could reach over there anyway. I mean, we could say we did it. I was just worried that with it having extra range, I didn't know what I was deploying, right? So I didn't know if I would need, you know, to deploy stuff here, but it still can reach there. So I don't know why I was thinking that I was worried. Oh, man. All right. We'll just leave it. Maybe it screws us. Maybe it doesn't. It's all good. I don't mind. All right. Yeah, because I still would be able to kill this on the next turn anyway, so it didn't matter. I just wanted to leave it off of this one, I thought, too, so I could defeat it quicker, but yeah, you're right. Okay. I didn't see any range guys in this one. The last couple times I played this scenario, I had good range. Like, I know I have these little range guys. Maybe I should have deployed one of those right now to do some range, because then maybe this guy could have, like, fired at this to take off that range from it, you know? But one of the playthroughs I had of this, I had a guy with range and hit for 2. And man, it was beautiful to hide in the water here and just keep shooting at this Spire and hide in the water over here and shooting at these Spires. I think it was a hero. Pretty sure it was a hero. I don't remember though. It was a hero I got an attack upgrade on that has range. There might be one. I can't remember, but it was a guy I think that could go on top of Spires too, because I was putting him on my Spire. And then he had 3 range. I don't want to look through the stack. I don't think we've seen him yet, but he's an awesome. We'll look later. We'll look later after we're done. But he was really good. Okay. So we did our turn. I did all the save. Now these guys will go again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. No Spires to fire. These guys won't attack anyone in the water. They can't reach any of the landmark chips, so we're good. Our turn. I really wish my guy could one-shot Taproots now, but that's okay. I think he'll still stay there to destroy that, to get an attack upgrade. Oh, but then if he's going to go drop away gate, does he just run away to drop away gate now? Yeah, maybe he does, right? But I got to move my guys first to get them out of the way. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. The emissary is going to go beside the ogre growth because I want him to hit that guy, and then the retaliation misses. The anarchist. Now we got to roll the anarchy die, right? Or however that works. Before this unit's movement each turn, roll a d6. On a 5 or 6, he's discarded. I know we might need another wave. I know. If we survive. That's a 2. We're good. We're good. We're good. He's still alive. Woo! All right. So he's going to move 2. 1, 2. He can one-shot a Taproot. Beautiful. Getting that 1 CP value there. Then the bird's going to move for 2. I think the bird will come in. And the bird, I think we take the bird to fight the Spire. And the bird can get the 1 source off the Spire to keep him alive. We'll get 2 source off this guy. So technically we can keep these 2 guys alive. And my hero can go 1, 2, 3. And he can stay alive, hopefully. Oh, we'll only have 3 source. We'll have to make some cuts. We'll have to make some cuts. I mean, I could take my hero like up here and then fight this guy and get 3 CP or 3 source. No, I'd only have 1 attack. Yeah, I can't even do that. No, I think I just need this guy building his way gate over here, and then he can join the party and have some fun. Until he's done his job, he's got 1 job to do to get us that objective. He's got to get it done. Hopefully, he's not going to leave his guys to die. But that's my plan. Okay. Spire's fire in water. Nothing will fire on him. In fact, I think they're all in water. Yeah, they're all still in water. Okay. So no Spire's fire. No enemies are in water or anything. Just us. So we're gonna not explore. We're gonna attack. So we said the bird is going to defeat this shrubbery. He's adjacent to it, so he's allowed to hit it. It's got camouflage. And defeating this first is important, right? I almost forgot, and I hopefully haven't forgot this playthrough, is cover. Cover is one on here. I forget this all the time. I think it's an easily forgotten one too, is that when taproots are adjacent to it, they reduce the damage against taproots by 1, I believe. So if I left this and attacked with the anarchist first, let's say, or left this spire altogether, this guy wouldn't be able to one-shot the taproot. And what this does is cover leads to more summoning, and it drives me nuts. So let's kill the spire first is the key. That's what I'm getting at. Or you could just put a way gate at a source near their base so your hero is closer to the base. Now that's next level thinking, all right? Listen, this is Rob's gaming table here, not genius Cloudspire player, okay? Get out of here. But I do like the suggestion, you all too much. That is great. Good idea. Yeah, because I could just do it right before he like kind of hits the base, right? Yeah, I don't need to go back here. The only problem is if he's in danger up here and gets shot at by a spire, I don't know. I'm just trying to play a little safe. But Mark's idea says if you build the waygate on the mountain, you can still use unstable to kill the ogre growth fairly easy. That's what I was thinking in my mind, was either doing this one or maybe this one. And the ogre growth is still going to go with that one anyway. So yeah, I could just go this way, right? Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I could just go here, right? And then we just drop it there. And we should be okay, because we're going to damage the ogre growth. And he just has a taproot underneath. The only problem is if that taproot, it will ignore that destroyed one, right? So, okay. So anyways, let's get rid of that shrubbery. We're definitely doing that first. And do we get our source? No, we didn't. We get 1 source. Now the anarchist, he's going to hit for 3 and destroy this taproot. We get 2 more source, going up to 3. Okay. What's the taproot summoning? The taproot is summoning a treed. Just a regular tree, promoted treed. We don't want that to happen. We don't want that to happen. But maybe this bird can kill this one too. And then the emissary is going to hit for 2 on the ogre growth. And the ogre growth is going to retaliate, but that would kill the emissary, so it ignores the damage. So good. So good. Oh, I should put the thing here, right? Flip. And we'll drop a waygate. That should happen after movement. Right? It's not the stack, it's only active units. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if we destroy the ogre growth, we're going to have a taproot. And that's my fear, is a taproot's still alive running around who could, in theory, promote a treed. And like that could lead to death. But assuming we can beat the base before all that happens, that's in theory. I'm not going to do all the calculations, but you could analyze it all and figure it all out. But we'll play a little loose and we'll just go with it. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I know it's just active units. Yeah, I know it's just active units. Isn't it? Yeah, all active units adjacent to the waygate. And since the taproot's underneath, he's inactive right now. So we definitely got to be careful. I'd rather destroy the ogre growth before using a waygate on him. And then maybe using the waygate to destroy the taproot as an option. So yeah. Gain source for the spire. Did that. Yep. Okay. Did I gain source? Yeah. Should be at 3, right? Because I just destroyed a taproot. Okay. And we dropped the waygate. We flipped. Yeah, I just realized he doesn't have Hunter on both sides. That's weird. Okay. All right. Next is they will go 1, 2, and this guy can't get into the water. He is going to go 1, 1, 2. Yeah, I think he'll go this way, right? He'll go this way. He's trying to get to here. Let's see if he's here. He goes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If he goes this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, they're both the same. How do we want to do it? We could make him go up this way, right? He can't get into water either way. So we could have him just go this way. He can't go on the forest spot. But he could cut across here. Which way do we want him going? I feel like we want him going this way. So maybe the anarchist can come move down this way and then hit him, right? Yeah. If the anarchist doesn't leave us and go work for someone else for cheaper. Or for more money, I mean. So I feel like we move the overgrowth this way. I feel like we move them this way. Because then technically you can go through here, right? Yeah, he would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Go to the south to hit with unstable. Oh, this. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense too. That makes sense too. Technically, I gotta do it this one too, right? Oh, but he wants to stay in the water. Yeah, he'll stay in the water. Never mind. He stays in the water. Yeah, there's a very rare chance he'll actually leave the water unless we like get in his way. But I only have one hero, right? So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I don't want the bird fighting with him either. That's why it didn't. When I put him up here, I thought the bird might, fight with him, and I'd rather not have the ogre growth hitting him back. Actually, no, the ogre growth can one-shot him, or the bird can one-shot him too. Yeah, the bird hits for 3, and the ogre growth would be dead. The only problem is there would be a taproot out. But then the taproot, yeah, maybe that's the play. Maybe north. And then the bird, we can just move like behind him and hit and kill him. Pay for water, yes. Pay for water. Okay. So we're doing... I think we can let the emissary die at this point. Because I don't think he's going to survive a 1-die shot, which will kill him. So I'm not paying for the emissary. He did a great job. Great job, emissary. Great job. And then I'll do the last 3 source for all 3 of these guys. The center aisle says you don't have to pay for water during the pandemic. They won't shut it off anyway. Pay for water. All right. So we'll go up this way. I think this is the play. So we'll go up that way. This one will fire on the fair fight guy, right? Okay. Now it's our turn. We go, oh, let's roll a die. Let's roll a die. I did pay source for the water. I did. I'm down to 0. I'm down to 0. And I killed the emissary. We're good. We're good. We rolled a 4. So he is still good to keep going, right? Ogre M's in the water. Oh, that's right. The emissary would be dead. No. No. Let's keep the emissary then. Let's keep the emissary. You're right. You're right. Let's just keep the emissary then. We'll keep that the same. What we'll do is we'll just let the bird take the hit. The bird can go down to 3 health. I think we're good now with the bird. I think we're good with the bird because there's nothing that should shoot at him. Maybe just one shot from a taproot, but I think that's okay. We'll leave the emissary alive so that we just keep that movement the same. Yeah, I think that's the play. I could also lose a health off my hero, I think would be okay. Because if he can kill someone and get promoted, we also are good. All right. So, yeah, we'll just let the bird take a hit. But the ogre could have went in water, yeah. It's fine. All right. So one, whatever, he's there. This one we rolled. We know he can keep going. Actually, we can like double team this guy, right? So we can go like 1, 2. And then the bird can go like 1, 2, right? Because he can go on like, he's got water and below. So I feel like he can go here. And this guy shouldn't fire on him at all because he'll go up here and he won't reach him. Yeah, so I think we're okay with that movement, right? Spires will fire. So technically, here's where we can get cool with it. This Spire can reach 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And they're all valid targets. Oh no, sorry. The bird isn't because the bird's still at 3. So this has 1 attack chip, so it can roll a 2. So technically, it could defeat the Anarchist. So we can choose the Anarchist as the target for the Spire, which would allow the Emissary to do a shot on the base. And maybe the Anarchist dies, maybe we roll a 2, but we're more likely to defeat the Emissary because we're more likely to roll 1. So I'm going to choose the Anarchist as the target because technically he could be defeated. And hopefully we roll the 1. Oh, the hero. Yes, sorry, the hero. Let's get the hero out of the water, right? Let's just go 1, 2. Is that good? He's away from all the spires. Yeah, we'll just put the hero on the land there. I think we're good, right? Wouldn't you want the bird where the Anarchist is so it can move in the next turn to finish the base? I guess. Could we just have done the move different? Or we're... I think we have to move the Anarchist because he's closer to the mark, right? Don't we have to go in order? Or are you saying there's some kind of... Because the Anarchist can't go here because it's not making progress. So I have to move the Anarchist here, I think, to make progress and still keep him next to the Ogre Growth. And the bird, he would move last because he's furthest from the mark. And we'll just do a little shake with him or whatever. So I don't think there's a way... I could get the bird here if I just move the Anarchist like this way. But I kind of want the Anarchist involved with the Ogre Growth. Because I want the... what I want to do is have the bird kill the Ogre Growth, then the Anarchist killing the Taproot. So it's like, let's deal with the problem, right? Get rid of both of them. That's my play. That's my logic. Hopefully that makes sense. Because I don't see a way I could still have the Anarchist involved with the Ogre Growth if the bird is here. Because the Anarchist can't go anywhere. The bird can, but there's no other land. The bird can't reach like the mountain yet to be on this side. So the bird can only like move here. Does that make sense? I do need to defeat the Ogre and the Taproot. I want to kill them all, man. It's all good. It's all good. I know what you're saying. You're right, but it's fine. Okay. Spire's fire. None can reach. Or sorry, this one. We're going to fire on the Anarchist. We rolled a 1. Anarchist takes 1 damage. Okay. Attacks. We are going to have, like I said, we're going to have, don't think order matters. We're going to have the 3 destroy the Ogre Growth. We'll get 3 source. Ogre Growth is gone. Then we'll have the other one kill the Taproot, 1 shot. Get 2 more source, going up to 5. We get some water. The water guys are all dead. Taproot's gone. This guy will hit the base for 2, going down to 2 health left. We get retaliated on. The emissary's dead. He goes to the market discard pile. Our hero's not attacking anybody. We're good. I think we're good. Spire, Rob's on fire. Yalal Too Much is asking, are we playing the Too Many Bones house rule that we use here? Board needs to be cleared? Yes. Yes, that's my logic. Yes. Sure. I mean, yeah, the whole time I was planning it that way. Yeah, yeah. I got to clear all the landmarks and spires. No, we're not going that far. All right. They will go. 1, 2. I take Toxic Secretion. No spires to fire. He's down to 2 health left. He wants to attack this landmark minion he can defeat, right? Because he can't defeat this one. He can't defeat the hero. I feel like it's landmark minion defeat is the first. He can't reach a fortress gate. Yeah, landmark minion it can defeat is the first thing I see here. There's no faction minion it can defeat. So he's just going to kill the bounty hunter, who has 1 health left. And it won't retaliate, so that's good. And then, so just so everyone knows, I should have covered this like an update here for those who joined in later. We have 10 health under our way gate or destroy way gate on Hex E. We did that in the last market phase. Spent 10 source to buy that, so we've achieved that objective. We did 3 spires on water. We did that, like, I think in wave 2. And we have 3 way gates in play at the same time, not including destroyed way gates. So all these have been checked off. Now all we need to do is survive till the end of the scenario. So that's what we're doing here, and we're trying to end it in wave 3 so we don't go on to wave 4, where, again, we could lose the scenario possibly. So we're trying to be offensive here. And that's why I went for the flying guy. Hopefully he could get in here even if spires were firing or not. And because this one can't reach him, and then he can do the final blows. That was the theory. All right. And that's done. Now it's our turn. Let's roll for his die, or his movement. The Anarchist stays with us. Wow. I've never seen him go that long before. He's in. Bird. I don't think he'll survive this shot, but we'll see. And our hero, I mean, he can't kill the Taproot. It would cause a summon. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I think we just need to kill the base. Because the problem is if I hit the Taproot, he's going to do a whole summoning a tree crap. And then I got a tree to deal with. But is it better to have a tree up here? And when can I blow up the base? A limited build option. Yeah, I'll just do the blowing up the promoted tree, I think. So let me just I don't know, I'll just go this way. I don't know. Awkward. Spires will fire. It'll have to fire on this guy. I can't hit this guy. So let's see if the Anarchist can survive. Nope. Anarchist is dead. Boom. He did great work, though. Wow. I guess the path wasn't that long. He survived, but still, I feel like he never gets really into the fight of things, and he's a one-shot at a couple enemies. That's great. All right. So now attacks. These guys can't attack anything. Taproot. 1, 2. Spires will fire. Nothing to fire. Again, I could have put a Spire into play that could possibly have killed this guy, because we could have deployed the Blade Wall. Nope, it wouldn't reach. Blade Wall wouldn't reach. Could have put a Slingshot again, but it would not have. It could have made him summon, though. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So he will just attack our base, right? Fortress Gate, down to 9. It will retaliate. And he is going to summon a promoted Treed. Right? It comes out for 5. We'll flip the Taproot over. Promoted Treed. 5 health. A little scary. If I didn't have that limited build option of just blowing him up, man. Again, it only blows up the Treed, and then I can just one-shot the other guy. But man, having a pro and a Treed right next to your fortress gate with 5 health, that's like a game-losing situation, which is why I'm freaking scared right now that I did something wrong. But I should be able to end the scenario before any of that happens anyway. But the Waygate blowing up stuff that these guys do, that's pretty crazy, actually. That I could just kill that guy and then just come in and destroy the Taproot if it kept going. All right, so he came out. The grouped unit already attacked. The guy who did the summoning the Taproot, we're good. I will move. I'll just go 1. He can just stay. 1, 2, 3. He'll get shot at. I can just go in the water, whatever. Whatever. He'll go in the water. Stay safe. And then we just attack the base. Oh, Spire will fire. Nope, Spire can't fire on anybody. He's flying. And then we'll just attack the base and win. We win. A winner is us. So we end it, and the wave ends immediately. And we completed all the objectives, and we're good. Any questions? So yeah, that's scenario 1 of the Uprising. That's a look at the Uprising, playing with whatever you get out of the market. Oh, I did want to look at the market. So the market, where is that guy? I had a cool guy in here. Where was he? Oh yeah, there's that Eden. The art that I was saying was awesome earlier. I think that guy's art is really cool. Oh, the Mountaineer is good for this scenario, I feel. Just having 3 movement and attacking for 2 also. This guy in turn 1 is pretty good at moving through the water and smashing fortification upgrades out. Also having 4 health is no laughing matter. And he's able to kind of be flexible with the mountain movement, so he can do trickery, kind of moving over this plains area here, if needed to get around things. So he's really good, I feel. I had him before. Oh, obviously this guy's good. I had him before. He's helpful dealing with he's got the battle hardened also. A nice cheap battle hardened unit to help you hit the spires a little bit. And he can go on the land. This guy, Callus. Yeah, this guy. This guy I wish I had. He has 2 range and spire shot and air defense. He hits for 2. So you're able to hide him in the water here, for example. And at 2 range, he could be hitting all the fortifications off of this spire from safety. And what I did was I built a spire here, and I had him jumping on top of it with spire shot, and he was able to like fire at enemies and, you know, just reach a little further to have 3 range. This one he couldn't reach though. This one had, this was a camouflage one, so he's not able to hit that one. But yeah, he's just able to reach further into the water to shoot guys as they're coming, which is cool. Definitely cool. Yeah, you lull too much. It definitely is harder for sure. Because when I played it before with the way I read it was that the spires in the water, if they could hit your units, those units, I was just like throwing them at the spires. Like I was praying to get battle hardened or this range guy going. This guy helped too. I was able to use him to kind of like come in and finish off the spire that was here, I think. Because he was able to kind of reach it without it reaching him after I threw some units at it. Because I did have a battle hardened guy, which helped me with this spire. I don't remember which one I had in that playthrough. Might have just been the convict. But being able to get him over here, someone with battle hardened to deal with that one in the water, with the way I interpreted it before, that's kind of the only way you can deal with like these 2 spires. This one here was easy. This one has no fortification, so you can just kind of throw guys in. They can usually take care of it the first wave. Then your hero can come out and, you know, he can start, you know, running around, maybe deal with this one. But you got to be careful because I kept my hero over here for like almost the whole second wave because I was scared because he would get hit by this one that had the same stats as this one. So it was 1, 2, 3, you know? So it's able to hit all the way over here, even my regular units. So yeah, that makes sense because I felt like it was like almost impossible And then the worst part is if on the first 2 waves you rolled the event die and it tells you you're taking 2 damage in the water and you have to spend 2 stores to stay alive, you might as well scoop and start over because you only have 6 stores that first wave. And if you're getting hit by those spires and you're spending and you run out of source and you're taking 2 damage from the water, you're not getting anything done in those first 2 waves if you roll that dice back to back. At least this way, with that rolling that 2 damage in the water, you still have a chance, even if it happens a few times. But you can also just kind of go across the land a little bit and be okay. But I feel like in the first 2 waves, you have to take care of a few of the spires so that if you do need to go across the land to stay alive, you don't have the source to keep your guys going. Yeah, you need to have those spires nerfed so they're not also smashing you. But yeah. What are you saying here? Tricking your units to block your hero on the first wave to keep it in the way gate on the first move is the best way to get past that scenario in the other interpretation. Or doing the Earthscape thing you said. Assuming you drew a good Earthscape, could they all do that? If we did that here? I mean, that would help. Because it would block them here. This one... Yeah, that should be good. This one wouldn't help, though. Oh, maybe, if you put the forest here, right? Because you do like 1, 2, and then 1... There would be a spire here, right? Yeah, this one would work. This one you'd have to do this way. Yeah, I feel like all of these you're kind of good, right? I think you have the Earthscape option, and they give you source in the first wave, which is so rare in solo scenarios that you're not able usually to grab an Earthscape right away. So I feel like that's a valid solution too. So you still could put your hero. He could still stand on the gate. Still risky though, depending on which one you place. Oh, but he can move on mountains, right? Yeah, he can move on mountains. So he couldn't get blocked by that. Yeah, no, these all don't work. Because he comes out on mountain. Yeah, they all don't work. This one works. No, this one doesn't either. I don't think any of these work, actually. Because can't your hero just come out on the... Unless... Oh, you have to have the minion blocking it, right? How do you do that? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just tired and not thinking straight. But this guy can move on mountain by default. Yeah. So I don't know how you block your hero in unless you get the anarchist. They all work for sure. Let's try. Let's try. So oh, this one with path, no. So let's say we have 2 units. Okay, right. We go 1, 2, and then this one would go 1. And this guy has to deploy, right? Or can he stay? Can you decide not to deploy your hero? I can't remember. But how do you get them to stay if you put it that way? I don't know. And this guy's not blocked. I don't know if the blocking thing works. I might be missing something. But show me, how with this tile? Yeah, you can't decide not to deploy the hero. So how do I block my hero in with this one with only 2 minions? I have to do it with 3 minions. Like, you have to see the anarchist, right? Otherwise I don't know how. Unless I'm missing something. Because remember, there's a spire here, right? Let's just throw this spire here for now. And a spire. Spire's up here, right? So if I slab this down, I think I have to build a spire, right? I think I have to build a spire also as part of the cost to block my hero in. Then zigzag, put the path near and zigzag my minions. Okay. So a minion has to use all of its movement. So, oh, I see. Yeah, I'd have to go 1, 2. Yeah, okay. Then 1. He'd get stuck. Oh, okay. I gotcha. I got there. I thought that earlier. I don't know why I brain farted. But yeah, you're right. So zigzagging the minions, then my hero's stuck. My hero's stuck. He can't deploy, so he can't be targeted by the Spire. Then these two guys, I don't know how they don't die. I don't know how they don't die, though. That's the problem, because this Spire would fire like 4 dice, or sorry, 2 dice. They're 2 health, maybe one's 3 health. Yeah, maybe I'd deploy a 3 health unit. Obviously, like if I found a higher health unit for cheap, it's all different, but just my default units of a 3 health and a 2 health, let's say. There's a chance they could both get shredded, and maybe we don't even do any real attack. But at least they would remove a chip off this one, so it hits for less. And then, you know, maybe they move, and then my hero gets in the water and he's safe. I don't know. Or at least he only gets hit once. I don't know. That's weird. It'd be safer for him, but not 100% like safe for the whole scenario. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Earthscape is a cool play. I like the Earthscape play. So there are a couple options. But again, play it however you want. However your interpretation is your game. Do what you want. But we had official ruling. I just played it the correct way on April 30th, 2021. That ruling may change going forward. Who knows? But that's the way today, how we were ruled on it by one of the designers. You would deploy your hero just to have another unit to help you, but you don't need to. But he's just another body that can get in the water and help you start taking spires down. Like it's just another attack action you get to do every turn. It just speeds it up so you can try to get spires out of the way, so they're doing less damage to your units going forward. Like I feel like based on my previous understanding of it, and the way some of you guys are recommending it, was these water spires can hit you, so you just need to get rid of them so fast. So if you can get your hero out early, he can help you kind of take him down quicker. That's the idea, at least. You don't need him first wave. I didn't deploy him first wave a couple times. I still did fine in the scenario. I obviously misplayed some things. I think I do that every time I play Cloudspire. I feel like there's no such thing as a perfect Cloudspire playthrough, especially solo. You're not going to catch everything. It's almost impossible. Even with everyone watching in the chat, and we think we caught everything, there'll still probably be a comment later that I missed something you guys didn't catch, or I didn't catch, or you know, hundreds of other people who watched it beforehand didn't catch either. And somebody will always catch something. So yeah. And I'm okay with that. That comes at the cost of playing a very complex game, and I'm okay with that, but yeah. Oh, you were talking about scene 2. Oh, you guys are just talking. I see. Never mind. You guys are talking amongst each other. I get it. All right. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. Brain farts are allowed. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, you were asking why deploying your hero from the gate. Yeah. Sakabra says, and people want to see this on a 24-hour. Yeah, this game, I don't know. I already had enough trouble trying to play too many bones in a 24-hour stream. That game's kind of draining too. But this is on a whole other level. This is definitely a whole other level of brain melt for sure. I can't even barely get through a single playthrough of Cloudspire on it, trying to run a stream at the same time and keep everything straight. So yeah, but I love it. This game is so good. So good. And John says, Rob, I use your glide bomber technique with the Wraith and Snare too. Lots of fun. Oh, so okay. All right. So you tell me not to use it, but then you go use my fun technique and I'm not allowed to do it? No, I'm just joking. Nah, that's cool, John. Hey, Sajat. But yeah, that glide bomber sticking a powder monkey from Horizon's Wrath in there, that's my like dream. I want to do that in multiplayer and just kind of like run them into the opponent. I think it'd be really fun if you time it right. Yeah, we're just starting. Yeah. Yeah, we're just starting about 6 hours into the stream. Yeah, we just talked about how the faction works. We got set up. Now we can start. For Horizon Wrath 2, deploying the 3. Yeah, I'm not going to read about the Horizon Wrath 2 stuff. You guys will talk amongst each other. If we ever played on the channel, which we could still, I might still play it. I know I talked at that one saying I had no plans on it, but I don't think I'll play it anytime soon. But I definitely think I'll go through some more solo scenarios in the future. I don't see why not. I mean, I bought the faction expansions after all. I want to play them. I want to play them. Just have other stuff I got to play on the channel too. That at least I want to try and get to. I want to try some new stuff too. Just starting to wrap up. 6 hours for a tutorial video might be just enough time to get through the rules. Yeah. Just the main rules. Not even the rules for each faction or, for the different modes. You can maybe cover the base rules and maybe some AI stuff for the co-op and solo. Maybe. Yeah, Cloudspire is a great channel co-op game. I do like playing Cloudspire co-op and PvP. I'll probably play more of that going forward than solo, but we'll see. We'll see. Never say never. Who knows? Who knows where I'm at? I can't predict the future. Like I might be sitting here in like September going like, I want to play something different solo. What do I want to play? And maybe it goes on a poll and you guys vote and pick Cloudspire. I mean, I'll put it on polls in the future for sure. For playing solo stuff, but yeah, I do want to play some of the co-op scenarios too with Mel in the future too. We're gonna play one tomorrow. We're playing a skirmish tomorrow. Tomorrow's a skirmish. So if you want more Cloudspire, check out the playlist link in the video description. I think after this stream ends, it'll actually go to that, and you can set a reminder. Let me just make sure that's set to do that. Yeah. Yeah, we're also tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to do our monthly Q&A. It's going to be limited to about an hour and a half, because at noon we're going to be at 11. At noon, the contest closes for the Hexplore It Volume 4 giveaway. So if you want to get entered in that giveaway, there's still time. Go find the Hexplore It playthrough of Domain of Mirrors and Noxus. It's on the channel. I don't know. You can just go find it in the video section. And go enter that contest if you want to win a copy. And I'll be reminding people tomorrow at 11 a.m. when we start the Q&A. And then about an hour into the Q&A, we'll draw the winners live on stream, so no funny business. Not that you can do any funny business with that app, I understand. At least I don't think they'd be in business if you could do funny business with it. Whoops. Sorry, wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Yeah, so tune in tomorrow. We're going to do the Q&A, so if you guys want to come chat about whatever, we can do that for the first hour and a half tomorrow during the Q&A, or first hour, and then we'll draw our winners, and then at 1 p.m., we'll wrap up the Q&A before that, and we'll grab a quick break, get some lunch, and then we'll start a stream at 1, where Mel and I are going to play more Cloudspire tomorrow and play a skirmish. So come back tomorrow. We're playing more Cloudspire on the channel. We're going to try the tower defense skirmish scenario from the Encarian, whatever it's called, that little scenario book we played the last skirmish from. And we're going to try that one out. Can always do funny business. Yeah, that's true. Nothing's ever not funny business proof. And Harry Denton says, getting my copy of Cloudspire in the mail tomorrow. Awesome, awesome. So they have a forklift delivering it to your front door. That 20-pound box of goodness. Yeah, so we're giving away 3 copies of Hexplore It. Thank you again to the folks over at Mariucci J Designs, the publisher of Hexplore It. Jonathan over there allowing us to give away 3 copies of a pledge in the Kickstarter, basically. Not Kickstarter, the crowdfunding campaign on GameFound. Again, got to stop saying the K word every time. So yeah, if you want to get involved in that, go enter that contest. Go find that video. It's in the video description. There's a link to go and enter the contest. Go do all that, hopefully before tomorrow. And we'll talk about it tomorrow, and then we'll do the drawing in our Q&A. So tune back into the Q&A tomorrow if you want to see if you're a winner. Either way, I'll be contacting the winners, so it's all good. You don't have to show up. Yeah. Yeah, I remember when I saw the lady lugging my Cloudspire up to the door, I was like, wow. She was like, like clearing it up the path. Like there's a path up to her house, and they have to lug it from the truck. Like, I don't know how many feet that would be. I don't know. Like 30 feet or so from the truck, maybe more. I don't know. But it's up a path and, around a corner, all this stuff. And she was like, we could see her out the window, like lugging this big box. And I didn't understand what it was because I didn't even know. We weren't even expecting it really. Um, all I was expecting was a pack of cards from Chip Theory. And they stuck Cloudspire on the shipment. And yeah, I was so shocked when the lady came lugging it up and it was Cloudspire and just the Grige and some cards. And it weighed like so much. No, we don't use feet, but the majority of my audience does. So that's why I'm having trouble thinking how many feet it is. But I know like 3 feet is a meter-ish. So I'm thinking like how many meters it is. I don't know. 20 meters maybe. So that's like 60 feet-ish from where the truck pulls up. Yeah. Yeah. uh, Sakabra says I had all too many bones and Cloudspire. The dude took 2 trips. Smart. Yeah. He didn't come up with like a dolly. He didn't bring it up to your door with a dolly. That'd be so amazing. Oh my god. Use metric, please, says Velko. I know, I know. Thanks for using freedom units. Now, they teach us both in school here in Canada because obviously we're neighbors to the US. On TV here, because a lot of it's like American TV we see. Yeah, feet, like the metric system and imperial system, whatever, gets used all the time on our products and everything. So officially Canada's metric system. And I know that system better. But we grow up like, we're still, all of our scales are pounds and everything. Yeah, and we still buy foot-long subs, you know. I don't know. There's still a lot of stuff here in Canada we get has, imperial measurements on it and things. And just people watching movies and TV start like knowing that and talking that way, and from sports and stuff too. You know. So yeah. Even though we have like Canadian versions of some sports, a lot of our Canadian teams in the national leagues play with the Americans too, all in the same league. So you're watching your sports and they're all talking in, feet and inches and stuff. You just get used to it. Yeah, Sakabra. Sakabra says in Canada, which is used depends on what you were talking about. Yeah. Yeah. And you lol too much says only use metric when I was in college for engineering. Otherwise, it didn't exist in schooling. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what the rebel measurements is, Sajat, but I'm not sure what that is. And Bob says feet and inches for the win. Really? I didn't expect that. Uh, and Michael's asking when you do to get the Tainted Grail expansion. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get a copy from Awakened Realms. I never really asked. I mean, I could reach out to them and ask, but I will buy it. I just don't know. Can you buy it at retail at all? Is that a thing? I don't want to buy it off eBay. That's for sure. That's for sure. I feel like the buzz on that game died. Is it just me? Or did people get that game and realize the hype train wasn't... I mean, it was great. The game was great, but I just feel like after that first wave and everyone kind of got into it, I just feel like I don't hear much about Tainted Grail anymore. And when all the second wave started arriving, I'm not hearing anyone talking about playing it or being excited. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just because it's not in retail yet. It's only certain Kickstarter backers have it. Is that just me? I just don't see Tainted Grail on like the hotness list anymore. I don't know. No, Michael, I didn't kickstart Tainted Grail. I didn't know about Tainted Grail until people were asking for it on the channel before it was releasing on to Kickstarter backers in Wave 1. I didn't even... It totally flew under my radar because I was avoiding Kickstarter at the time. And that's right around when I started doing the channel full time. So I didn't have like unlimited funds or anything. So I didn't even know really about it. I wasn't really looking at Kickstarters. At the time, actually, when that was on Kickstarter, I think I was at work still, trying to just save money so I could quit my job and do this full time. So I was just saving every penny. So Kickstarter is not the way to save money in board gaming. Avoid Kickstarter by all means. Wait for retail. I still do that to save money. But yeah, I didn't even know about it. I totally missed it. And then it was getting asked for to be played on the channel so much. I went and looked into it. Man, when I looked into it, I was like, this game looks awesome. And I never really knew Awakened Realms that much. I knew that I saw their one game being played, but I didn't realize. Oh, I forget what the name was. But I remember seeing the one game I wanted, and I didn't realize it was Awakened Realms. And then I reached out to Awakened Realms saying, hey, I can't find this game. And I was curious if we could get a copy to play on the channel. And they checked out our channel and were like, wow, okay, we like what you do. Here, have fun, play it. And they sent us it early. And I was very thankful. But yeah, it was cool. Messaging them to the developers, finding some bugs and things. Yeah, that was a fun game to play. But I didn't have a Kickstarter. I didn't back it or anything, so we didn't have the expansions purchased. Bob says, avoid Kickstarter to save money. Rob, have you seen what's going on in your Discord, Rob? Oh my God, don't you? Oh my God. Lords of Hellas. Lords of Hellas is the game, Vincent. Yeah, Lords of Hellas. I saw that on a board game night at my local game store and saw some guys playing that. And I walked up and was like, I was drooling. I thought it was awesome. So then I looked it up later and was like, yeah, this game looks awesome. But yeah, I just never got that game. And then I found out about Tainted Grail. And Tainted Grail I definitely would pick over that. I love Tainted Grail. It's awesome. But yeah, just nobody's been asking really for it. I mean, you just asked now if we're going to play the expansion. And maybe we're asked like once or twice before. But maybe just a lot of people never finished the whole thing. And that's why it's kind of like the buzz has died. But I mean, Gloomhaven, a lot of people never finished it. And the buzz for that game's still going. Still, Gloomhavens are some of the most viewed things on our channel to this like minute. Like, yeah. Videos we filmed years and years ago are still some of the most watched stuff on our channel, which shows me people are still excited for that game, which is crazy. Crazy to me. Yeah, Gazumi's saying has Tainted Grail. It's competing with Etherfields, Jaws of the Lion, Madara, and Cloudspire to get on the table. That's the problem. That's a whole other discussion, is how much time you have. And with so many of these big games that all have campaigns, Tainted Grail is not a game you just play, put on the shelf, come back to a few months later. You put it on the table and you leave it on the table till you finish it. It's like a Gloomhaven idea, right? And when you start having these games that are supposed to stay out on your table and keep being played, you don't want to keep cleaning them up all the time and setting them up. You can't get other games in. So then you have to decide, like, do I even start it? Or do you stop it and you just don't get back to it? So too many of these huge games competing, right? And that's why I think lately a lot of the games, like that little buzz around the holidays, even during COVID, a lot of these one-off games of like Dune Imperium, Lost Ruins of Arnak, those kind of games that are hitting retail, people are liking them just because they're a one-time play, like Wingspan and that kind of stuff. Because you can just kind of play it quick, put it away, and it's like you can get back into it easy. So yeah, I don't know. Those are why those games don't really compete, but they do, because you only usually have like one table to play on. Like when Oathsworn ships at the end of the year, that will be a massive game. Is that when it's coming out now? Is end of 2021? Oh, yeah, that game keeps getting pushed too. Sajat says, my big issue is that my brother who insists on playing it with me does not enjoy it a lot. Plus Sleeping Gods happened. Yeah, again, Sleeping Gods, another campaign game that's now taking up time. Like, that's the problem why I think buzz on those games die. Why I think Tainted Grail is kind of like on the back burner, because everyone kind of experienced some of it, understood what was going on, either played it and beat it all, or either hasn't owned it yet, or they played it and maybe it wasn't for them. But I think the community has kind of like moved on to other campaign games, or, you know, I don't know. I just feel like Tainted Grail is kind of like the hype behind it. Definitely, I felt it went out faster than it should have. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. It might be just one of those things where the hype train was so huge for it that unless the game cured cancer, it's not gonna like keep sticking around. Like I think I think when people compare it to Gloomhaven, it just didn't. It wasn't the Gloomhaven killer, I don't think. So that's why I think people just kind of turn their sights back to like Gloomhaven, Jaws of the Lion, Frosthaven, you know, and other games like, you know. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. I'm just sitting in my little house in Canada. I haven't really gone out anywhere. I don't hang out in the forums too often, or the subreddits or the Facebook groups and that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's just how I feel. I don't know. I could be wrong. Let's go based on you guys too. What the fans are asking for, what you guys are chatting about and stuff too. But I feel like if I played Tainted Grail expansions, if I get them and start playing them on the channel, I don't feel like a lot of people will be at the point where they're okay watching that for spoiler content. Because they either A, haven't finished the base Tainted Grail, they don't own it, or they haven't even got into the expansions yet. Like, I want to play those expansions very bad, but I don't know if anyone will really want to watch a expansion full of spoilers, you know? It gets weird, right? It gets weird. Because already you start losing people as you get deeper in a campaign game because of spoilers. So then jumping onto an expansion is getting even further, right? Tainted Grail is still 76 on BGG. Yeah, that's the thing. Games don't feel like they fall very fast, Sajat. I just mean it's not like up in the hype. Like it's, yes, it rose fast on BGG, I guess. It's at 76. That's huge. Which is great. It's still an amazing game. I'm not saying it's not amazing. I'm just saying the hype for it. Like if I go based on how many people are asking for it to be played on the channel, and when we finish it, how many people are asking about the expansion, and when we play more, and just hearing people talk about Tainted Grail and comparing it and stuff, I don't see it on anyone's top 10 games of all time list that I watched around the holidays. Not many, but I could be wrong. It just feel like it like came and went. It like kind of like a legacy game, sort of, right? But I could be wrong. I don't know. Again, this is just my opinion. Yeah. I still think it's amazing. I'm not knocking the game. I'm just surprised at how it's not talked about only like a year and a half later. It's you know. But yeah, I think it's just the big hype before it. That's the only thing that's kind of like hurting it. But obviously if it's in the top 100 on BGG, it's going to have a great future. That's for sure. It's going to have a great future. What you guys are saying? All right. D. Duguay, if I'm saying that right, I'm sure you're joking, but says you should play Too Many Bones on the channel. I hear it's a great game with a joy face. Yeah, I know you're joking. You have to be joking because there's not a single channel on YouTube, not even Chip Theory Games, that has more hours of Too Many Bones content on it than Rob's Gaming Table. Don't you even try. There is no channel. No channel that has more than 10 subscribers. No channel. There might be some other little channel out there that's just been playing Too Many Bones for like years making videos. But I mean, any channel with subscribers and views and stuff, yeah, there's none. I need to correct my statement. Fact. Fact. Yeah, so get out of here. Go to the playlist section. Get out of here. Go watch some playthroughs. There'll be more in the future too, by the way. And Dan Roberts says, I want more Cloudspire on weekends. Okay, I'll play it tomorrow then. All right, Dan, fine. We'll play it tomorrow. I'll schedule a stream for 1 o'clock tomorrow starting now. Let's see. No, I don't want to join Rob's Gaming Table. Stop asking me. I don't want to join. I got it. All right, done. Tomorrow, 1 p.m., skirmish playthrough tower defense with Mel on weekend. Done. There you go, Dan. Are you happy? Are you happy? I just did it in like a snap like that. It hasn't been there the whole time today, I swear. So yeah, go to this, and it's live in 18 hours. Go set a reminder. I know I'm signed out of YouTube. Stop bugging me, man. Goddamn, YouTube's harassing me over here. There you go, Dan. Go set the reminder. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. And Brian S. Says, I always mention your channel on the Too Many Bones Facebook group. Mel tells me about it a lot. She tells me when someone's mentioned me in there. Sometimes I see it in my notifications. Not always, though. It doesn't always tell me when people mention. Sometimes I find it when I'm looking up rules. I'll find that people have like mentioned the channel. Yeah, you can see when people are like asking, is this the way this works? Sometimes people will be like, oh, you can go watch that scenario be played here, and Rob does it right at this point. You can go watch that. I love when people do that. I think that's awesome. Makes it feel like I actually did something that helps. My time was spent well, I feel, when that happens. Dan says, I put Tainted Grail on the table, played it 2 weeks straight, 40 to 50 hours, and sold it. Win-win. Yeah, that's a good way to do it, right? Especially when the hype was high. There were lots of people that were looking for it too, especially if you bought it in wave 1, like got the split wave shipping, right? That's always a good thing to do. Anytime you get split wave shipping, do it. And if you don't like it, you can usually sell it before you're stuck with it. The only problem is that when the second wave comes, you could probably still sell that to the same person that bought wave 1 from you. But I hear that's a thing. So pay the extra. You'll probably make it back, no problem. And probably still get to play the game. Michael, have fun at your game night. See you later, buddy. Very different from Gloomhaven. The issue was COVID and groups. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jod says, I think there'll be probably like 5 of us will be there to annoy you for sure. Okay, that's good. Oh, yeah, sorry. I did that right already. Okay, we'll set up my table. Speed play. Mage Knight for 48 hours just for you, Rob. All right, Jot, sounds good. Wait, Rob, are you not subscribed to your own channel? No, I'm not logged in on YouTube on that browser. Yeah, just don't log in on the one browser. Yeah. Oh, you can subscribe to yourself, actually. Yeah, you can subscribe to yourself. I think the button's even like grayed out when I log in. Yeah. Or I can click it. I think I can click it, but it tells me I can't. Or it used to. I think I tried it one time years ago and was like, oh, duh. So yeah, there's no way for me to see my own videos in my own subscription feed, which I would like to do to help me catch anything if I like forget or something. But yeah, I don't think there's a way for me to do that. Being serious, there's not, I don't think. 2 live streams in one day, you're spoiling us. Yeah, oh, okay. It's been fun. Good luck, Rob. And I'm on family time this weekend, so gonna miss stuff. Okay, no worries. We'll go and figure it out if I need Returnal in my life. Oh, is that another? Don't tell me about other games. Don't tell me about other games. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna get out of here. Gotta go eat some dinner. We'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern for our Q&A. We'll announce our giveaway winners during that. Then at 1 p.m. tomorrow, we're gonna play a skirmish of Cloudspire with Mel and I tomorrow afternoon. Play some tower defense. And then the next day we're playing Arkham Horror, continuing with the Path to Carcosa. That's all I think I have scheduled for you for now. Anyways, thanks a lot for watching. Hopefully you guys got a good feel. I know you're probably still not watching if you just came to find out what the Uprising are, but hopefully this worked out for you. Thanks again, everyone who supports us on Patreon or joins the channel. Information for all that stuff is down in the video description. My brain is fried. Cloudspired out. Anyways, thanks a lot for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend if I don't see you guys tomorrow or on Sunday. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.